Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is the 25th of March, 2025. We're less than 30 days away from the new set, Elevation, the massive rotation, as much as tournament legality is another question. How's everyone doing? I feel like it's been a year since we've done one of these streams like this. A lot of stuff is going on. We have a lot to talk about. And last stream we had up, I've done like a bunch of streams between now. Last stream, mind you, we had the nice folks from Backroom Deals in. You can watch on Thursday. We played Paper Tabletop Netrunner. And then I streamed on Friday. We played some Balatro. I streamed on Sunday. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Marvel Champions box came out. It's good to be back where I can sit in this chair. How's everyone doing? Hey, Shu, it's been a minute, Raw Dog in the house. How was your event? Did you play this weekend in Toronto? Toronto, mind you, had a district championship. Hopefully you're doing well. Andre the Content Machine. Raheed, how you doing? Antoine. Métropole Grid. I don't know what half those words mean. Hey, Adam. How you doing? Jai. Hey, Mr. Metropole. Hi, chat. Did you like my ESL decks? I saw most of ESL this weekend. Mind you, ESL streamed on Sunday. I think we're still on Scorpios. And then there's some like really strange things showing up. Everyone like pivoted to CI. There's like Thule out there. It's interesting. I have to really catch up on that stuff for sure. You've been a busy dude. Eric Hayden, happy Tuesday. It's not even the beginning of it. I've become a busier dude kind of on accident. And that'll probably be our first talking point today. I do want to say, off the top, my stomach has been massively shit today. Just very bad stomach, not good, worse than normal, very quite bad. I was taking a shower and I had to interrupt the shower to go to the bathroom, and I left the shower, if you know what I mean. Like, it wasn't as, it's just not been good today. I normally have coffee. I have a ginger tea, so I'm hoping that I survive, but there's a chance this will be the shortest stream in the history of the Métropole Grid. And shorter than the one where I accidentally streamed to the wrong channel for a minute. Hey, Brennan, how's it going as well? Yadaho, welcome. How you doing? Gailhar, how you doing? Ça va? Chancellin, good morning. Grandil, good morning as well. This AL, hey there, how's it going? Sorry if I miss your names, by the way. If anyone who's like dropping by saying hi, sometimes it just happens. It's just how it goes. Tron, how you doing? I'm cooking. Got some new decks for the stream. We're gonna build some new decks today as well. So it's yeah, it's gonna be a minute. I think we have some stuff to talk about first. Something to distract me from being a wage worker. Game of Droids, how's it going? Cato, did I beat Lucy in the chat? I don't know. Maybe it's just a Thursday thing. I think the biggest issue is until this weekend, I believe the UK still has a daylight savings. So we're technically off an hour, which like messes up people's scheduling. I was listening to the ESL and Axu was like, oh, daylight savings kicks in this weekend, which might be the case for where Axu lives. And so I told my partner, because my partner is off in the UK for this week. I'm on my own with Nanako the cat. And I was like, watch out. It changes this weekend. And she looks it up and she's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, Axu told me. Hey, Carrie, good afternoon. This is a startup stream. No, it's not. The wholesomeness of this channel and chat makes me refrain from a particular comment. Hey, Zandarn, how you doing? Andre shower shitter confirmed. I have not one shit in the shower. Look, I haven't done it. I went on my way to make it not happen. I toweled twice. Sorry about your tummy. It's okay. I can tune in live for once for an hour. Hey, see sauce, say sauce. How's it going, sauce? Joe. I don't know what you said. It just looks like a word. I don't know. We playing some Nuvem again? Honestly tempted. I got a cool message from Bookkeeper, and Bookkeeper was like, hey, this is a Nuvem list I've been working on. Do you want to play it? I'm like, oh, please. We actually might play Nuvem today. No joke. It might have come up. Congrats on the cons application. Thank you. It's technically I didn't apply for it. We'll talk about that in a second once I catch up for chat, but the whole con situation is like fascinating. But we're going to be running here in Montreal if you're just tuning in. The biggest North American Netrunner tournament this year in North America looks like it's going to be happening here in Montreal. Continentals were just announced. If you don't know, Worlds is in Edinburgh. So it looks like Continentals should be the big event this year in North America if you want to come and not cross an ocean. And it looks like it'll be right here in Montreal. So if you're planning for the end of August to do some travel and come to Montreal, we'd love to have you. We're like trying to book like 100-person event. We think it can be massive and we'd be excited to have y'all. So let me know any questions. We have a lot of time to worry about it. That's for sure. Oh, damn, I missed Balatro. It was good. I resetted my Balatro save and just played 2 rounds of Balatro. They were low stakes, right? Like basic decks. We beat both of them. We had a campfire build or a bonfire build. I forget what it's called, which is pretty great. And then the second one, I don't think it was anything super interesting. We started playing high card on accident and it worked out. Howdy, Andre. How's it feel to be the biggest TO in the country? Strange. It was an accident. Honestly, it was an accident. We'll get to the story. I didn't intend to. Solomir, how's it going? But hopefully you'll come in for an event in August. I did not play. I've been swamped with work getting Elevation out. Oh, yeah, that does make sense, actually. Hopefully your work has been good, Aaron. I'm really excited to see it. We're almost there. We're almost there. Oh, hold on. Chat jumping. We had Toulouse District Tournament this weekend. 16 players came. That was so great. Oh, heck yeah. Might be is this your first event you've organized, Gilhar? That's incredible. Well done. Hopefully everyone had a good time, let alone yourself. Gwen, how's it going? Hoya, folks. Riding high on a massive Union win today. Exhausted though. Just spent like 6 hours on the picket line. Congratulations on your win. Let alone staying out there on the picket line. Congrats. That's fantastic. I have no doubt we're all celebrating with you. Hey Daniel, welcome. I pre-ordered Elevation, feeling pumped. Yes, pre-orders are online. We have like the whole news router to get through. We'll get to there in a second. But yeah, you can pre-order Elevation. I'm not sure if you can in Europe, but you can in North America at a minimum. Yeah. Hey, wow, look at this card gamer bragging about bathing. I can't relate. Hey, old Sam, how's it going? That's very funny. It didn't? I thought it was last weekend. How did I feel that sleepy then? Yeah, actually, I don't think it happened. I think it's on the 30th, unless like Europe does it in 2 different pieces, which makes very little sense. So I'm assuming it's this weekend. Conte's in Andre's apartments. We could sit comfortably 3 people. 4 people is a bit much for this apartment. Montreal Cons, let's F and go. Yeah. Yeah, gonna try to make it. Yo, shit, sick, Tron. That's a bit of travel. That's fantastic. I have a super fun sports I've been playing. Sports, Arella, Tucana, all on the score triggers. I feel like I've been playing into somebody who's been playing that recently. You don't see a lot of Tucana HB, but like it makes a lot of sense in sports, right? You have small agendas, maybe you can fast advance them, and then Arella as well. That seems like a really fun brew. Very happy for Canadian-based cons. Yes. Yeah. Very, very, very hype. Hey, Linkping, how's it going? Hey, how you doing? I've definitely lost to this list on JNet recently. Which, this list or the Tucana Arella list? Floating, how you doing? I did 2 COs. This one was co-organized with Idaho. Oh, very cool. Okay. Good shit. Yeah, for sure. What's going on with the VP of operations at NSG? There was a departure or something and some stock being held. Hey, LeCube, how's it going? We'll talk about it a bit. There was obviously like a relatively dramatic kind of thing that was in the public space last week, talking about Kevin Tame, who now is the former VP of product, I think was his title, at Nelson Games, who was let go. I think the communication around it has been fascinating as an outsider to NSG. It seems pretty messy on all sides, I'll be honest, and there's definitely some things we can learn about it. Looks like the tone has largely maybe relaxed a bit about these conversations. We didn't talk about it. It happened on Wednesday and Thursday. And then on Thursday, when NSG posted their like statement about it, we were like an hour away from sitting down with friends to play Tabletop Netrunner, and like derailing that event to talk about something else that we weren't prepared about did not seem appropriate. What's unfortunate is like I'm kind of gassed out in a couple ways. So talking about that as cleanly and as clearly as I wanted and intended to do last week, as you'll notice with other things I talk about, it means that the conversation is going to be a bit more meandering than it wanted to, but we'll definitely address it because it is interesting for sure. There's a lot of weird stuff going on. Mine's in 2 weeks. I'll be stoked if I hit 2 digits. Yeah, Jai, that's the thing. So we have a district. I have to shout this out. We have a district championship here in Montreal on Saturday. It is just a couple days away. I'm running it. Unfortunately, my partner, who is generally my tournament organizer, she's lovely, is not here. So I'm doing it all on my own. There's some nice prize support that we are prepared that's unique to this event that's not up on the website. If you want to buy tickets, please do. The tickets and the event is being run by the Silver Goblin. When I organized this event originally, Silver Goblin's like, how many people do you expect to be there? And my answer was, I don't know, like maybe 20, 25. And I'll be honest, I don't know if we're hitting those numbers. I think that's just an unfortunate reality on the basis that right now with Elevation coming out real soon and the meta being at the end of it, a lot of people are not super interested in traveling. I think traveling from the States is also maybe a bit trickier than it was for a bunch of like obvious and strange reasons. But I'm pretty sure our event might be like 15 to 16 people. I'd be jazzed. If we're more than that, I'd be surprised. We're very ready for that. We have the prize support for that. But if you're coming to the Montreal District Championships this weekend, it's like 6 rounds of single-sided Swiss unless we hit a huge player count, and then it goes up to 7. And you can buy the tickets. Mind you, tickets are online. They're $25 Canadian. I don't know if you pay tax on top of that. Apologies, I haven't bought a ticket. And if you can buy your tickets ahead of time, that does really help. So I know what sort of prize support and stuff to get ready. So please, you can do that. You can find it all and always be running. We'd love to see you there. If you have any questions between now and the District Championship, please ask me. I am not pessimistic about this event. I think I'm stoked, but I do think it's going to be more like for locals, as much as if you're not local, we'd be love to have you. But I do feel like a lot of people are realizing like, oh, There's not that many people traveling unless you live in the UK for like districts, unfortunately, at this moment. And it just is how it is. Unfortunately, the release date of Elevation got pushed. So the district season is now in the old meta, which I do think has been like, clamping on some flames. Please buy tickets, support your TOs. Yeah, it's not so much like we need the money. It's more so that we know how many people are showing up. But if you can pre-buy a ticket, it does help a heck of a lot. It really does. So we know how many people are there. Had people come from all over France, felt really good. That is sick. That is the antithesis to what I'm saying. But I'm pretty sure with Toronto having their district a week ahead and us, we're just going to be like a nice little local party thing. We just need Montreal Worlds next year. I mean, we could apply for it, but I guess you don't apply for Worlds, right? Doing good. Thanks, Gelhar and I organized a district in Toulouse this weekend. It was amazing. Your smooth dupes got me the SDS alt. So super happy. Oh shit, yeah, you just played it straight. I think that deck is really cool. As long as your meta doesn't play Tag Me. Like, I don't know what you do against Mindscaping Jinteki, but that deck is really, really quite fun. Well played too. LOL. Also congrats to the new sheriff for chefing him. Who has been crowned that? That was like over 2 districts, right? The most corp wins, if I'm not mistaken. What it is embarrassing. Oh, about the Kevin situation? Yeah, it's not great. I don't think it's great. I welcome NSG being open about their struggles and hope everyone is okay as they can be. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I kind of got into it too much, so I'm holding myself to keeping my thoughts to myself regarding the post. I got into it too much. That is like, we'll talk about it when we talk about it, but there's a lot of people who are coming out the woodworks who want to like participate in NSG drama. Like you see people who haven't played the game for years, but then this gets like posted in r/board games or Reddit and they're like, yeah, fuck it. Like, I don't know. I feel like I have this sort of protective angle on it where I think there's a lot of shitheads who just like hate NSG inherently. And that doesn't mean some of their criticism isn't warranted, but like, Reddit is a weird space. It used to be the space that people would go for Netrunner communication. And obviously since the moderation team has like pulled their moderation back, it's kind of been like this weird zone that doesn't feel like it has a consistent vibe anymore. So it's hard to have conversations there, I think, but it might be a bit of a statement that clearly shows my stance on things. Will there be a plushie prize support? For cons, very likely. For this event, no, but that's because Maddie's not around. Maddie is out of town, unfortunately. No plushie prize support. We don't have any extra plushies. I wish we did. District turnout is generally lower because folks are elevation waiting room. Yes, I think that the turnout overall is going to be a lot lower than people might have expected this current like district season. But then obviously come mega cities, I think it's going to bounce back pretty heavily. And then from there on forward. When I get fired from NSG, I'm posting my manifesto in Andre's Twitch stream chat. I don't want to say I look forward to that day because I don't. I just look forward to you to posting any manifesto in the chat. Like, you don't have to get fired to do that, Aaron. Hey, Sweet, I had the same issue in my districts. Turnouts was like half of my last run CTK. Hard to get people motivated. Yeah, I'm kind of running into that. It's also a bummer because like the first tournament I've ever organized was a mega city and we had like so many players. And then the next tournament was like a smaller tournament. It was like, and like the numbers just keep getting lower. Like you think you'd structure a narrative where it's like the next one's going to be bigger than the next one, but it's always like whatever. But that doesn't matter. Like I just want an excuse to show up on a Saturday to hang out with some friends and play some organized play. Notably too, I think the big thing that can motivate people to come out to tournaments, even if they don't care about this meta or like they're waiting for elevation or any of those sort of stuff, which like it doesn't have to be that way, is if you win this, you win a buy. And this buy works at a mega city. And there's going to be a mega city. There's a couple mega cities in Canada, let alone you could take this across the border if, well, probably not if you're Canadian, but you know what I mean? Like there is some good reasons to participate if you're like competitively angled. And if you're casually angled, it's just a fun time to hang out. So don't worry about it. The best part about it was a bunch of NSG staff stepping up and getting a bunch of work done quickly. It was amazing to see. I got a backlog of G&Ks I don't want to crack for attendance reasons, Tweet. Yeah. I feel like this is 100% due to elevation delay. It 100% is, which is unfortunate. It is just unfortunate, but it is what it is. It's the hand we're dealt. We'll work with it for sure. My partner made some octopus crochet plushies as extra prizing. We were inspired by you and your partner, obviously, and people who got them seemed to enjoy them. That's really sick. If you can send me a photo at some point, I'd love to see it. I think I saw some other plushies from some other prize support that people were doing, some crocheted stuff. I think I saw some good Banhar birds that were posted somewhere that had like the Banhar coloring. They were pretty elaborate. I don't know who did. Shout out for them. I just was sent a photo, I think, or saw a photo somewhere. Netrunner drama, the BGG threads again. Is that actually happening? Because yeah, that's the sort of space where like I don't want to be there. All future NSG conflict litigated in the JNet global chat. Fuck yeah, Ian. That's sick. I'm into that. We could also use every single language tab to do like our, you know, our own slurs that nobody can translate. I want to be very clear that it's a joke. I really just like the anti-NSG bandwagoning, to be honest. I just really just like Reddit full stop. Yeah, Reddit is like, Like, I still read Reddit. Like, I'm there. And the good stuff happens there, but it is not how it used to be, that's for sure. She does the plushies as a participation prize, better get to it. Yeah, unfortunately, not exactly for this districts. So, next one. We did get a 2x end of the line. Ooh. I wouldn't expect, yeah, that's not good. I wouldn't expect BGG to see real activity until Elevation releases. I do think it will see activity. Hey, Daniel, off topic, do you think Eidolon will take over the Netrunner player base? No, not really. I think if anything, it's going to be a gateway game where people might like jump into Eidolon and then see like, oh, this is similar to Netrunner. Is Netrunner still around? It is. From the minimum amount of Eidolon that I've seen or played, I don't think it scratches the exact same niche that a competitive 1v1 card game really covers, but we've seen so little of Eidolon to know. Right? Like I've played one learn to play game, and the learn to play deck is like pretty simple, but it teaches you the basic mechanics. But I think it's kind of like saying, can World Breakers exist in a world, or can Arkham Horror exist in a world of Earthborn Rangers? Like they're just different experiences. Marvel Champions exist in a world of Lord of the Rings LCG. Like I do think a lot of people who are more hardcore will maybe play multiple ones, but I think if anything, it actually will bring people into Netrunner. That's the way I see it. I don't expect that many people to get into Netrunner and play it and play Hub World and be like, oh, maybe the more casual tier where it's like I have to build one deck, and that is like a really, you know, big deterrent for getting into any sort of organized play. But Netrunner is still special for sure. It's the hand we dealt. Should have mulliganed, I guess. I did get 2x end of line in the first round. That felt bad. Okay, yeah, that tracks. Sometimes you just float a tag and you die. It'll happen. The Jaina General Chat is like the Hyena Lands and the Lion King. You must never go in there, Simba. It's like, what is it, Ravenholm? We just don't go to Ravenholm. Hey, must be Tuesday. I saw your message then. Thanks so much. I think there's some good starts. We'll talk about some Continental stuff in a moment. By the way, I don't know if y'all going out tonight to the thing, to casuals. I'm trying to make it out today, to the Montreal casuals on Tuesdays. Hey, Santa, I unfortunately think first buy in SSS just isn't that much. I think it is good. It's definitely not nothing. Is it going to win you the tournament? In single-sided Swiss is definitely worth less than it was in a double. That's guaranteed. But I think now the way that it interacts with strength of schedule is at least a bit more beneficial when you win your first round buy. But I'm not 100% sure. It's something. I don't know if it's like, it's definitely not as good as it was back in the FFG days, but I'd rather play single-sided Swiss, right? Win the event to play fewer Netrunner games? That's how it works? Well, you can play a Netrunner game during your buy. You just play against a TO or a judge or something. Looking forward to the districts. Me too. Mind you, the producer and well, sorry, I don't know what the kayfabe is at this point, but there's some cool acrylic tokens that will be exclusive to the Montreal District Championship. You can come check out. Hey, Flip, a full Arkham Horror fan campaign in the Android Netrunner universe came out recently and it's been awesome. I saw one that came out like a while ago. I only played like 1 or 2 scenarios from it, but it had like FFG characters from that era. I think it was somebody from like the Metropole Grid community who was in chat. Apologies if I don't know the name, but I don't know anything that came out recently. Mind you, we just got Drowned City technically in Canada, so that's really exciting. I'm playing through Dark Matter. I played last night on Mondays. We usually play Arkham. Dark Matter, the fan campaign, is actually like really sick. Really, really cool stuff going on. Getting my partner to make a ceramic prize. Ooh, for the New York City Mega City. That's sick, Gato. Gravity Gun Ravenholm is good fun though. It is a really good level. It's like my favorite level. I think I was in the demo too, so I played it a heck of a lot when I was a kid. Unless I'm making that up, but I feel like I played Ravenholm so much as a kid. Probably now is a busy weekend and looking to be a busy week. We'll probably stay in and play at home. Okay, that's fair. After playing both World Breakers and Eidolon, I think they realized that I really don't like alternating actions as a system. Getting to spend all your clicks at once is way more fun. Rohit, I agree with you. Like, I do kind of agree with you. I think the alternating action system does have some interesting ideas. Like, now the opportunity cost of things has to be heavily considered. I don't know if I can show Hub World Eidolon cards, but for instance, maybe I can. Sorry, we're not going to go too deep into this tangent, but this is something to keep in mind, because I do agree with you, Rohit. From my experience, is there the name Goldie? Maybe I have to keep searching. From my experience, I really don't like the alternating action system anywhere as much as I like the what's it called? The simple like 3 action system. So Hub World, there is a character, one of your seekers. I believe their name is Goldie. I don't know if I can't search it, so we'll just have to find it. Your seeker is your identity, right? So it's your ability. And so this arrow is the action arrow. You have an action economy, kind of like Netrunner, except you alternate actions. So you take an action, your opponent takes an action, and back and forth, which this game is not asymmetric, so that kind of makes a bit more sense. But technically, you still have this sort of basic action card where you can draw a card or take a credit and all this sort of stuff that are very Netrunner-esque, but you alternate actions. And I do think I like that a lot less. That being said, now opportunity cost really matters, because being prepared to respond to something, let alone being prepared to do something on the next click, you can't just like do things for fun. Like clicking for a credit now versus clicking for a credit on your final click matters. And then you also get to that weird idea where the first player, or sorry, the second player, the player who acts second on any turn, they take the last click on the round, and then the next round starts, and then they take the first click when the first player token swaps. So they technically get 2 clicks back to back, which can be incredibly powerful. So that's another weird mechanic that came up in this game and also showed up in World Breakers a fair bit. But for instance, Goldie's in. You see this symbol in the top left corner? This means you can exhaust Goldie, which you can do at any paid ability window. There's so many things in this game that happen at fast paid ability window speed to make a resource, a credit. That is the currency. I think they're called shards, but you can always exhaust her to make a shard. Now you can always spend an action with Goldie as long as this thing has happened where you have less heat than your opponent, which can happen. But you can also then exhaust Goldie to gain 3 shards. And when my first and only game, I'm not an expert about Hub World Eidolon, this ability seemed busted. Because economy was really tight. There was no like sure gambles in the deck. Shards were kind of hard to get, as much as there is a limit to how many shards you can keep in your bank between turns. But an action to click for 3 shards on your ability seemed busto. But then in hindsight, you can always fast tap Goldie. And if you tap Goldie, well, you can't use this ability. So functionally, this is only a click for 2 shards. Because you exhaust Goldie, and you could have clicklessly exhausted Goldie, and you can actually clicklessly click for a credit. So you can click for a credit. So technically, this ability only gives you +1 shard. Technically, because the opportunity cost for tapping Goldie is losing a shard at fast speed, and your action, you can always just click for a shard if you wanted to. So this ability just isn't as powerful as it seemed, but it felt really good. But like the opportunity cost of the action is actually the real cost. Like spending an action to just get $3 instead of putting something on the board state or making a run or all that other sort of stuff. That's where the action system got a bit more interesting. Again, not an expert, but from what I've seen, this is where the action system is important, because opportunity cost of taking your action is actually really damn high. Hey Izzy, I think the shard limit might be the most interesting part of the game to me. It's cool that there's like a fixed economy. I think I like the heat system as well, where every time that you make a breach, as long as you spend this escalating amount of credits, every time you breach a server, you can access as many cards as the opponent has heat. So basically everyone has built-in multi-access that will just naturally snowball forward. And then you have ways to decrement your heat if you put cards in your deck. And I think that's kind of cool that the game like has an end game that does creep more aggressively on you, kind of like mana, you know, like your mana cards get bigger. Oh, I'll just catch up on chat. Hey Alex, I do prefer that buys aren't that impactful. Not everyone can go to a mega city / continental, so having some people have more chances to get the buys feels bad to me if they matter a ton. Yeah, like I could see it either ways, right? Like giving reasons for people to travel to go to events is always good for tournament organizers and for the health of the game for sure. But of course, not everyone can afford to do that for many reasons, particularly in 2025, right? And so if that's the case, you need to find this happy medium. This seems to be the happiest of mediums potentially, but I have no doubt all Signal Games would love any feedback. Hopefully you're doing well, Alex. Hey, hello, Jeremiah, how's it going? Well, hey folks, hey Pat. That opportunity cost is really well represented in the card that costs 2 actions to gain 4 and draw a card. If you play that when you have first player, opponent then gets 3 actions in a row. Yes, I don't know the name of the card, but there is a double that's like gain 4 resources, draw a card. And I had it in my hand and it's like playing this gives my opponent so many actions in a row and it feels really weird. Wait, is he here? Who's driving NSG? Everyone better be pre-ordering Elevation. Pat, I haven't yet. I will get to it. Is this in the world of Earthborn Rangers? Is a different theme. They have been a bit coy about it. It's not very clear whether it's in the same world. I think the folks there are not sure. It's from the same designers of Earthborn games, so they make Earthborn Rangers too. And the art style is like reminiscence in the sort of like colorful solar-esque punk thing. But if you showed me a card from Earthborn and this, I could tell that they were from the same, like maybe studio, but I can tell which card comes from which game or which property. But they're very coy about it, whether these overlap or not, or happen in the same universe, timeline, planet, that sort of stuff. If you play it when you don't have first player, you can set up it so they don't. What do you mean? Hey, Severn, I think the idea behind alternating actions is that it helps keep both players engaged in the game. Yeah, I hear you, but also in Netrunner, I'm usually very engaged with my opponent's turn. More so if my opponent is the runner, because generally they're interacting with me and knowing what they do and have to, like, you interact with your opponent on their turn. Generally in runs, that's the biggest case, whether they res ice, you know, upgrades, that sort of stuff, checking assets, right? Like, there's very few turns. Like, if that was not the case, if it was my opponent's turn in Netrunner and I went to the bathroom, could my opponent play the game? And the answer is maybe they get through 2 clicks. So, like, I hear you, but I also don't think that actually changes that much based off of how Netrunner is structured. Like, I can't F off. I can't just hang out in the chat. If my opponent's playing, they have to wait for me. I have to say, I do not want to expose with 419 or whatever, at a minimum. Aaron and me both needing to work on elevation, seeing each other in chat. Patrick, do they Wi-Fi down in the anthills now? He does need. I got to demo the game with the art director at PAX Unplugged. That was also a great experience. Also high stream. Oh, that's really cool. I've listened to a bit of the folks talk about it. I didn't order demo decks because it was very expensive. Pat did. We probably will end up playing this on, I don't know if the Metropole Grid, at minimum the Crash Space, but we'll probably try Hub World on this channel. I would say nearly guaranteed. We played one game on TTS. It wasn't a good game, but it was kind of an accident. It was that bad of a game. I'm guessing the take one action at a time will feel better in 3+ player games, thinking of Arc Nova's example. Oh yeah, this game does notably scale up to like 4 players and has some interesting 4-player rules. So like then you actually kind of play more like Commander, I guess. I don't know how slow that's going to be. I also enjoy the archives change where you can legitimately try to hide seekers in this, since accesses are random. That was a huge surprise that I only saw when I watched like a Team Covenant game. When you access archives, you only access a certain amount of cards equal to what your heat is. So you can throw out your agendas in archives and then have a lot of cards in archives, and they only access 6 of them. I do want to say that I had like 3-4 cards in archives, and Pat milled 2 cards off the top of my deck around archives, and they were both agendas, and he touched both of them, and I lost. That felt bad, but that's just like someone Maker's Eye on turn 1 and you lose. Like, that's our game. Unfortunately, it was just not a great game, I don't think. SSS has a Trojan horse to make buys more palatable. Now that we have them, we can go back to DSS and become buy sweep ID and D enjoyers. I just don't play enough board games, Ian. So if we can get more board game time into my tournament structure. Pre-order from your FLGS if you can. Oh, interesting. Does like 401 Games have Elevation up as a pre-order? They're not exactly my local friendly game store because I don't live in Toronto. But like, do stores have pre-orders up for Elevation? Like, is it in the pre-orders tab? Not affiliated. Not affiliated. Ooh, new Summoner Wars, Patrick. Ooh, new Ashes, Patrick. Elevation. No. We tried. The answer is totally yes, but they're not sure yet and wanted to keep options open. Not sure how. Yeah, I think they're going to play their hand when they're comfortable about it. When you play the double, if they have first player action, they'll only get 2 actions back to back at the end of the round, and you'll get the first action on the next round. So the risk is a bit minimized. Oh, sure. Like, there's some times where it's more reasonable to do. That makes sense. Evie's waving to you. Hey, Evie. How you doing? Hey, Wilson. How are you doing? Alternating actions feels like Legends of Runeterra, which they worked very well. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm more used to Hearthstone, which is let me do my stuff and then I'll let you go and then I'll go. I guess a lot of card games are like that, right? The majority. I've heard NSG is a fan of indulging in board games and NR tournaments at the same time. The issue is like, why would they make so many Android board games, you know? I've got my locals to agree to stock Netrunner and I'm organizing a list of people who want to buy from the store. Oh, sick. What's the price discrepancy then? Like, I honestly don't know what does Null Signal Games charge for product? If I want to set up a store. I don't. Rongi, you say that, but I'm propositioned to play Dune by Jonas mid-tournament before. That sounds right. Jonas will play Arc Nova with you too. Turns out he's so good. I think Jonas found Arc Nova like feels like last year because a bunch of people were talking about it, like Chris and Jeff and I. And then he's like, oh, this is pretty good. I think I told this story before. And then we checked in because he's been playing on Board Game Arena like maybe 6 months later, 7 months later. And he's like ranked top 100 in the world. And we're like, what the fuck? And Jonas is like, yeah, I got pretty good at the game. We're like, oh my God. Oh my God. That guy's good at games, that's for sure. Yeah, I think in Vancouver, we're trying to pick one store to run a release event and set it up so that we can all just buy from the same store and play that weekend at the same time. Oh, that's really cool. That's a really cool idea. I freaking love Legends of Runeterra for the action switching. Was so cool. It was so different. I haven't played a lot of Runeterra. I know like Pat did, other people did that said good stuff about it. MSRP is the same, so I can only assume it's slightly lower on the retailer end. I mostly like getting the LGS to do a big order because it's the one big delivery instead of lots of individual ones. I forget the name of the person who does shipping in Canada for Null Signal Games, but they've been like killer. Like we've been surprised how quickly we've got our stuff. But yeah, I could see that making a lot of sense. We got Molly House, and oh my god, we lost 2 weeks in our first try. We lost in 2 weeks. Molly House is the new Whirly, right? Dave from Calgary. That sounds right. I knew it was from Calgary. Shout out to Dave. Dave has been doing a good job. Oh, that's Redemptor. Oh shit, Redemptor does like so much for NSG. I was like, there's no way that's the same person. That person like answers all the support tickets too. Shit. Okay. Shout out Dave. Killing it out there. But not a shout out to Calgary. Aaron, I just want to let you know, I was born in Edmonton, so I already have the rivalry built in. But now there's even more of a rivalry. But we can't shit on Calgary. I think Phil's there. It's awesome every time people fall in love with the game so much that they end up doing well for playing it so much. Yeah, but it's like, how do you immerse yourself? Just keep playing, and then eventually you play against better and better people. Are we playing the deck of the week today or Thursday? I think there's a chance on Thursday. So let me just do a schedule recap on the top of the stream, because this is going to be a hell of a busy week. I think I might be over-indexed. So today we have a stream. Surprise. Tomorrow we'll be on Backroom Deals. We're invited back, so apparently we have not embarrassed ourselves enough. So we'll be back on tomorrow night at 7:15, I believe is about the start time for youtube.com Backroom Deals. That's with John and the producer who were joining us on Thursday. Great folks. Thursday we'll have a stream here. We're playing in person. You've never met, but Melias, Paul, who's been a local grinder in Montreal. He's going to be across the table. We're going to be practicing for districts. So Paul will be here on Thursday. I'll probably sleeve up the deck list of the week just to give it a shot, because it's like a really, I feel like idiosyncratic doesn't have a bad connotation, right? But it's like a really strange deck, and this person ground like 1,000 games with it and did really well, and this is their first net deck, and it's just such a weird deck, genuinely weird, that I do want to try it. If that doesn't happen on Thursday, we'll play it next week. I don't know if we're going to play today specifically, but I do want to try this deck out because it's really cool. But that's Thursday, and then of course Saturday we have an event here, so it's like, it's a lot of Netrunner. I'm trying to go out to casuals tonight as well. It's been a week, that's for sure, so we'll get there. We'll get there. Oh shit, my GF's from Edmonton. I'm basically dating Andre. I left when I was 5, but yeah, it was Edmonton was cold. I hear wholesale prices from NSG are nearly 50% because they want stores to have incentive to carry product. The product that was like at sale at 401 Games in Toronto like was ridiculously low priced compared to what you could get off the NSG store. And that's because I have no doubt NSG is taking a loss on it, because they just want their product on shelves in front of the eyes, which is worth more than the extra money they can make off the sale. So yeah, I think a lot of stores are probably going to sell you at a rate that is much cheaper than the NSG website, as much as NSG gets less money from you. I just played my first game last weekend. So fun. We got a week 5 and barely squeaked out a community survival, but mostly because the other players scored 20 points less than me. If you're over indexed, you should try shuffling your R&D. Our first game was just trying to understand the rules. We got to get it to the table again before I'm going to have a chance to understand the strategy. What a beautiful presentation. Whirly knows how to make them. Very cool. Hopefully elevation cards don't transit via the states where the whole tariff mess could impact them. I haven't considered that, Alex, and I'm pretty sure they might, unless like Redemptor orders a set directly from MPC, wherever they're printed, like from China. You still do get tariffed on them, because of course you would. But yeah, if they cross the border, you are going to get tariffed on top of it. I'm pretty sure. It's been pretty bad. It's been not good at all. I do want to shout out actually to Abraham Man in the Moon. I ordered some prize support for the district, and it Abraham technically like wrote down on what the package was incorrectly, or not incorrectly so much, but in a way that it got tariffed really heavily and taxed really heavily at the border. And Abraham found out and like spent the time digging into it and called like a border agency and stuff like that, and found out like, oh shit, it was kind of his fault. He said, I would still have to pay tariffs anyways because it crosses the border, which was not as much as all the other problems. And he just like fronted nearly all of it. He was like, hey, I'm going to pay for all of this stuff because I mislabeled it. There will be a tariff anyways. I'll pay for like half of that. It was really, really kind. So just watch out in general that if you're ordering stuff, regardless kind of how small it is, it seems, if it is crossing the border as from America to Canada, it's probably the same the other way. Right now it's not as cheap as you'd want it to be. But my experience so far with Netrunner cards on that has been kind of slick. I probably get better treatment because I'm a streamer, but like Abraham is just like killing it. It's been really, really cool. The PD is a 13 ice Jinja deck. Yeah, and it's a 49 card deck. Like that's low ice for a 44 card PD deck, let alone is Jinja 49. Like, I don't fully get it. It's so wild out there. We need a good Canadian printing option. I don't think that's a possibility. I don't think we print stuff in Canada. Buying from stores is actually not as big as a difference as you might expect, because shipping a big order to one place is so much more efficient. Oh, cool. Yeah, that tracks. That does make sense the more you think about it. Hey, Andre, we had someone see our Netrunner banners at our districts, and she came to play some games with a learning deck I had handy. She hadn't played since the OG core. It was so cool. Oh, sick. It was like riding a bicycle. That's really, really cool. Honestly, those banners and like signage. Is that banners like the world's banner? That like, no, that Alex took? I don't know what banners y'all have. Maybe just normal banners. But like worrying about signage. Well, welcome to running a cons. You have to try that at some point. Hey, Andre, why is the Montreal tournament always the same weekend in August? I didn't pick the date. Okay, we'll catch up on that story in a second. We'll have to catch up on chat. But like the Continental story is pretty bizarre. It's really, really fascinating. Bulk order plus only having one local shipping address per major city made a huge difference once we got to hundreds of orders. Back in the day, yeah, we always did a bulk order. It saved hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Is Jinja just tempo, not for Glacier? I can't tell you. This deck is strange. It's also like such a cool deck to get 100 reps in because it has a bunch of like strange one-ofs, like the one-of restore to use well. How to play 2 corporate hospitalities. Mind you, BT Good to Me is talking about like using corporate hospitality to grab red level clearance, which I've never considered. And I'm like, wait, that's kind of slick. Because then you can deal with the extra cards you have clicklessly with the RLC. I'm like, there's so many strange things that this deck has. Being 49, having the agenda suite of like MCA Austerity Asa group deck, like it is so weird. The Thimble Rig, 2 Surveyors, and only 13 ice. Like it's something else. I really want to try it. We actually recruited a new person from Foot Traffic. That's so cool. She was great. She showed up for Pub Runner and joined her Discord. Oh, that's awesome. That's really, really cool. Alex is a world's banner, but I was using the one Joe had from Nationals a couple years back. But the other crew one is the remix. Oh, very, very cool. Cohorot to Greece is a classic for me. Yeah, that's cool too. As that's in the toolbox that you know go plus 3 cards and then you can go down 2 cards. That's nice. I think that's cool. Can we talk bad on Jinja? It's such a cringe card. Nobody wants to play against your Ice Tower. I think I don't like Jinja. I think Jinja is a cringe card. That is not a judgment statement on this lovely individual who did a really good write-up as well. It's not my favorite kind of Netrunner. Shout out to, I don't want to put a name without checking it, but also shout out to the standard ban list team that had to call out cards that they don't like, but they'll never ban, and Jinja was one of them. I think it was Lost Geek. But yeah, no, I don't like this card. I don't think it makes for good Netrunner. I think people play into it poorly too. It's also like super feast or famine. Like it hits every box of like things I do not like in an Netrunner card. But it's neat, and it's not going to be around for another 29 days. Yeah, my banner says San Francisco Worlds, so not super usable for local events. What are you doing with it, Alex? Is it up in your place somewhere? Jinja's one of my favorite pet cards. I'm not. It's not for me. Hey, Dan, how's it going? I'm on a train going through some bad reception areas, so watching with delay. Sure, I can send the photos to the octopus plushies. How to do it? Discord, email. You can email Metropole Grid. You can find me on Discord as my handle that I use on JNet, just a Maverick. Thank you, Idaho. Enjoy your train. I feel like London, I missed a message before that you posted about your locals. Sorry. Shout out to the Pittsburgh Districts. Recordings are up on the new YouTube channel, Steel City Grid. That's what I missed. That's huge. I'll check that out, and I'll try and put a link in. Hold on, YouTube. Steel City Grid. Jinja's just tempo, such a cursed statement. It's true. Sick. Looks like we have some Netrunner games to watch. I'm the 8th subscriber. I'll put this in the link below. Lots of wiki. Seb K. Wenjong. Looks like we got some fun players to watch. That's cool. Well done, y'all. That's a lot of work for sure. Yo, Jinja players got to go to local creek and okay. All right. We can't say that, Exu. Jinja for Ice Towers, miss me. Jinja for Teatrix, hit me. Yeah, I agree. It's a cool flexible card. You can do some cool stuff with it. Honestly, we might play a Jinja deck today because I want to do some weird Jinja stuff. First time doing commentary was really fun. Oh, glad to hear. Glad to hear. It's a lot of fun. Like making content is a ton of work, more than you could ever imagine, but it's also just a lot of fun. Okay. News, and I think this is a very exciting news. Continental Championship announcement. They reused this art, which maybe that's the art that they had. Shout out to Axu, but this also might be art from a card. We saw this as like, what do they call it? I never remember the name of this, but when they make art before the thing, concept art, I figured it out. And we have a couple dates. There are going to be 6 Continentals. 3 of them are going to be online, 1 for each region, and 3 in-person Continental tournaments. Mind you, these you had to apply for, and then NSG organized play based off of whatever criteria they deemed reasonable, how good your application was, geography, all this sort of stuff. They picked some locations and some tournament organizers. APAC is going to be in Sydney, Australia. That's sick that APAC actually, this will be a major APAC event. Not that APAC hasn't been putting on killer events, but having a huge event, like a mega event, this can easily be like a world size. That's fantastic. Is it still Köln? Yeah, it's in Köln. It's in Cologne in Germany, as we know it here. But that's awesome. That's August 1st and 3rd. And these are all spread out, which is nice. And at the end of August in Americas is Montreal. Doesn't get the E accent, but Köln gets their O umlaut thing. That's fine. Not going to be upset about it. And this is obviously the city here. I think that's the Finnish name for Cologne. That's also the German name for Cologne. That's how you'd spell it if you were talking in German. So I think that's fine. We want to give a special thanks to the efforts of all the tournament organizers across the APAC region who are working incredibly hard to put together our first ever Meat Space APAC Continental Championship. Yeah, that's sick. Really good shout out. Yeah, you're totally safe. This is very European safe. Here, people will be a bit confused, but that's fine. Hey, FEL recently got all of Liberation and got some games in. Atea and Epiphany are so cool. Wonder if we'll see more of them post-rotation. I think we definitely will. Atea just needs some cool cards to do cool stuff. Epiphany might become like the NBN acid spam identity, because generally what people consider the more like competitive optimal version is rotating out. I'd be interested to see, like, Epiphany just needs 1 or 2 more cards to make its text more relevant, but I think it's fun. Das stimmt. What does that mean, Eric? Actually, it was this article, not it was. No, that's totally safe. So I'm gonna say some stuff that are kind of like not technically on the record yet, but I'll explain what happened here. It's a bit of a story. Here in Montreal, I applied to run 2 major tournaments this year. The District Championship, which is this weekend, hopefully to see you. And then we're going to run a mega city in Montreal. The mega city was to happen. We hadn't picked a date yet. We largely picked the location, but it was going to be between June and July. And then I was really excited to run that. It's a national. We applied for it. I was sick. Now, there's also going to be an application for Continentals, and we had a local organizer in our area who really wanted to apply for it. Mind you, this organizer is part of Null Signal Games and worked at doing OP for Worlds and wanted to just run a Worlds type event. However, we were pretty sure that we were not going to gain the bid, because not only did we think a lot of other people would bid for it, but we already had 2 major events in the city, but we still did an application. And so it was kind of like an exercise that was done. If we had it, we'd have it. But the application happened, and it was worked on by a bunch of other really nice people in Montreal, and we sent the application in. I was offered to be like, I'll head judge and I'll do like TO stuff. I'm not like organizing it and contacting hotels and stuff, but I have enough stuff to do. But like, I was like, yeah, sign on. If we can get this in Montreal, that's kind of sick. And then the applications went in and we received the bid, which I don't think we expected to do. I don't think there was a lot of applications. I know in Canada, there's at least 3. I think in the States, there might not have been more than a handful, but we received it. And I want to be very clear, as much as I said the person who applied for this is part of Null Signal Games OP, anybody who had an affiliation with their application recuses themselves from the process. So the fact that Montreal received an organized play event was decided by like European Null Signal Games people and APAC Null Signal Games people. So it's not like insider sport or whatever. And then I realized, like, wait, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, I should have seen this sooner, but I was pretty sure we wouldn't get this Continentals, because Montreal having 3 major events doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, that just doesn't seem like it's well spread out. And then I realized way too late, honestly, in this process, and maybe I sound like a bit of a baby. That's fine. You can call me out on this. If I have my event on July 22nd and 30 days later is after my mega city is a Continentals, which one are you going to go to? Like, wait a second. No one's going to show up to this thing unless you're a local. Like, why would you travel to Canada, to Montreal, to come to the mega city when 30 days later you could save that travel money and also come to Montreal in the summer, which I can't recommend enough, and go to a bigger event, the Continentals? And then I realized, wait, shit, that's not good. This is going to cannibalize the other tournament support in Montreal. I don't know how many people we can expect to show up, which is already a hard thing to promise a venue, to be like, I expect X people, and now that number is probably cut in half, let alone obviously right now in North America with traveling across borders, that number is already very kind of hard to predict. Things are super volatile right now. It's kind of rough. Why not just stay in Montreal for a whole month? Honestly, wouldn't be the worst thing. Montreal in the summer is fantastic. And I thought that was not great. I didn't know what to do about it, but I realized there's no way Montreal can have 3 events. I don't think I want to run my mega city. So what I did is I contacted, and mind you, this hasn't happened officially yet. So if I say this and it doesn't happen, I'll look silly. But I contacted the tournament organizer in Toronto, and I felt rough that Toronto basically got a district, and they applied, I think, for multiple things like a mega city and content, got none of them, but we did. And I asked the tournament organizer in Toronto, do you want to take my mega city? And the tournament organizer in Toronto said, yes, we'd love to. So we are no longer running a mega city here in Montreal. I have given it up, and it will be run in Toronto. More details to come. Again, you'll hear that officially from Null Signal Games, I'm pretty sure. But it did not make sense that we're running 3 events 30 days apart. So I just like, Toronto, you should have this. They ran a mega city last year. They did a great job. We all came down. It was fantastic. So if you want to come and you planned this summer to come to a mega city in Montreal, it's not happening. We have a Continentals instead. So you can go to Toronto in probably June, July. They'll pick a date. They'll figure it out. If you're looking forward to a mega city in Montreal this summer, or you're local and you're hearing that for the first time and you're bummed out, sorry, I apologize. I think this is the only thing that really helps like Canada organized play as a whole. I wish it didn't come to this, but I got rid of my event. We're not going to be running it here. Toronto will be doing a great job. That being said, now I'm running once as a weird kind of like, what's the word? Like as a kind of like, oh, oops, we messed up. I'm now in charge of cons, which I want to be clear. I didn't apply for cons and I'm super stressed about it because running a massive event is not something I'm very capable of. Like I've never contacted a hotel and worried about like, you know, thousands of dollars of like upfront investment and stuff like that. I've talked to a store and set up a nice atmosphere and done all that sort of stuff. Luckily, all the people who did the application are still working alongside me, and they're doing a great job. We've been contacting venues. We're finding out all this sort of stuff. I had an hour-long talk with the Silver Goblin today, not so much to use the Silver Goblin space, but more so to get like feedback, because Silver Goblin has organized large events in Montreal for other card games to be like, work with this hotel, don't do this as they do tickets. So it's been a lot of work and it's going to be a lot more work. But that means this date, 23rd and 24th, which we're probably married to, wasn't my choice. We don't have a venue just yet, but we'll let you know. But the process is beginning. And now this is something I'm on board with alongside all the fantastic people that are helping us do this. I'm excited for this. This is very likely going to be the largest North American organized play event here in North America this year. Mind you, because Worlds is in Edinburgh. This is going to be it. I think we can hit 100 people, I'm pretty sure. This is another very difficult thing, again, to tell about how US Canadian travel is going to look like in a couple months, how hype elevation is going to be. There's all these sort of things that make it difficult. My lower estimate is to get like 64 people. My higher estimate is to get like 100 people and do an event. Mind you, last time that there was a Continentals Cascadia in North America, it was about 50 people. But then last year in Italy with EMEA, they did like 110 people. It's not a competition, but I'm pretty sure we're going to fall somewhere between those numbers. And that's obviously an absurd amount of work. And we're going to get it done. But that's what I want to say. So if you're looking forward, unfortunately, to mega cities in Montreal, go down to Toronto. You're going to have a fantastic time. They'll announce that soon. And we're going to be running a Continentals instead, which is incredibly hype. So again, if you want to come to Montreal, it's either this Saturday or we'll see you in August, which this is going to be pretty exciting. Does this mean I need to rejig the NPC schedule again? Yeah, sorry, Joe, probably. It's likely that this cons will have an NPC pricing attached to it, and I might actually have to go hit up an NPC to be like, we need more pricing because we're going to have more people here. It's very likely that things have messed up in a way that's going to make an NPC a bit awkward, but I'll let you know off air. I would go to the smaller one, easier to place higher. I don't know. So this is, well, it's like, yeah, maybe on the numbers, but it's like a ratio thing. How's it going, Alexander? Montreal's more central to the overall population, so easier to pull people from out of town Europe. Yeah, if you're a European and you're traveling in for this, like, we'd love to have you. I think it actually will make sense. We're not 100% sure yet if it's going to be a 2-day or 3-day event. There's a chance it'll be a 3-day event with a team tournament on the Friday evening, whether it's something like COS, or I'm actually kind of wanting to do a hand and brain tournament on Friday. But all this sort of stuff is pending, all the extra prize support. I don't even know what the kit looks like, right? Like, we have a lot of work to do ahead of us, but if you have any feedback between now and then, if you want to volunteer in some ways, I realize how much staff we need. On average, you need like one judge per every like 36 players, or 24 to 36 players. We have a bunch of people locally who are volunteering, but there's definitely a lot of stuff that has to be done. So yes, hand and brain. I think a hand and brain team tournament on Friday would be sick, but we have to make sure we can get everything to work before we get the extra Friday day. I don't want to promise anything. I just think that'd be so funny. I can't make that weekend Worlds. Oh, sorry, Lucas. And in brain Ocarina with a throwback card. Yeah. Anyways, I think this is hype. Obviously, this is really, really hype, but just to explain how it happened. Nelson Games was like very apologetic about this sort of like organization thing where, in hindsight, all 3 things happening at one place probably didn't make sense. I do think there's also likely we're going to see changes in the future where the application process for all tournaments at the beginning of the year come out together. So you have a better idea of if you apply for things, where other interests are, so we don't end in a situation like exactly this. It's obviously a learning thing, and talking with NSGOP was like really easy, really straightforward. But yeah, we're going to have a massive event in summer. And if you can start planning around this, I promise you it's going to be killer for sure. For sure. Does visiting events like this make sense if you're not competing? Sort of, kind of. How's it going, by the way? Not competing or not playing, I think, are two different sentiments. Again, I've said this every time, no matter what the stakes of the competition are. Like, let's talk about the World Championship, which just, happened in October. There's like 200 players. Out of the 200 players who came out, I think maybe 50 of them were vying to win the World Championship, and then 150 came out just to enjoy a weekend where they can play this game at whatever level that they're competent of and just have a good time meeting people, hanging out, going out for food, doing all this sort of social stuff that makes it more like a Netrunner convention. I just want to be very clear. Again, like, everyone is welcome at all play levels. Your first round, if you pair against someone who's super hyper competitive, you play against a former world champion. Yeah, you'll probably lose your first round, but second round, you're paired against someone who also ran their first round, and so on and so forth. So if you're not a competing person, yes, 100% still come out. It's an excuse to have a whole weekend where you meet nice people from all over and you play this game that you clearly care about. Now, if you're saying that you want to come but not play cards and just watch and do stuff, we're looking at making other things happen at this event. I can't promise anything off the top, but like an artist colony table will probably be there, which is really hype. We'll have like learn to play events, we'll have side events, and so that stuff, if that's interesting to you, yes. But this is not like going to, I don't know, Comic-Con where like you can just walk around and be entertained for a whole weekend. Montreal can entertain you for a whole lifetime, but just so you know, I would recommend showing up and playing. You are allowed to show up and just walk around and meet people and talk and hang out. But if most people are playing card games, like, who are you going to talk to? So does that answer the question? But very, very clearly, so importantly, organized play is not for competitive players exclusively. It's for people who like this game, who want to meet other people and have an excuse to spend a weekend playing this great game that we like. Hopefully that tracks. We spun the ugly wheel of rotation. Oh, Clockwork Spider. I totally forgot to set that up. We'll set that up after the other news stuff, because there's a lot of news today. We'll definitely get to that. We have to. We're be behind schedule. I hear you're supplying free accommodation at your place. Is that right? No, that's not right. That is not correct. You can get away with less judges if you budget extra time, right? Yeah, maybe. I think I got that number specifically from Adam from the Silver Goblin, which he's very, very kind, gave me a lot of his time to lend me his ear to ask questions. And he was like, you need about one judge for every 24 to 36 players for like Magic and Flesh and Blood. And those numbers shouldn't be that far off from Netrunner. I do not know if organized play at NHG has specific guidelines for that. You should definitely play if you want to show up. Yeah, that's what I'd say. The good news about getting cons this year is that you're now on the hook to bid for Worlds next year. Is you're not on the hook? I don't know. I think people probably still will. Like, that's a problem. If this goes well, would we apply for Worlds next year? If we do a good job at this? Yeah, probably. People can be competent at Netrunner. Show me the magical secret. There's one trick, Brennan, and it's stop playing your decks. Also, day 3 where we have the cuts are full of side events, since the vast majority don't make the cut. Yeah, 100%. Lots of people playing board games, people with random dual decks. Yeah, a lot of people just show up on Sunday and hang out and play side events, so don't worry about it. Dungeons and Dobblers APAC World 2026. Like, realistically, I don't know if that will happen. I'd be excited for it, but like, it's really hard. I just think APAC, like, fuck, it's such a bad sentiment to be like, people won't travel to APAC Continentals, because like, that's a silly sentiment. It's just very hard for Europe, that's for sure. But APAC having a Continentals is hype as F. By the way, have you seen they announced the card count for Elevation? Oh no, I haven't. I assume the store has that. You should. I love World in Montreal. Yeah, me too, Cicada. How's it going? Hey, Gyro. Montreal Worlds would be so sick. Obviously, Pittsburgh Worlds 2026, though. Obviously. Yeah, it's cool. I've never been called out so hard in my entire life. Build it and they will come APAC. Yeah, I've no doubt like this is going to be a sick event. Also, shout out to Germany. I don't think there's been a major Netrunner event in Germany in a while. And Germany back in the FFG days was like the Netrunner hotspot outside of the UK and Europe. So that's really cool. I've been to Cologne a couple times. I think last time was like Gamescom for work, and Cologne is as lovely as it's always been, from my understanding. Would love to get an Iceland Worlds one day. Yeah, okay. I'm traveling to APAC cons, repping whole Europe. I think we cannot send a better ambassador. Can't be the West Coast twice in a row. I don't know. Vancouver, I think, would be a candidate for sure. I think Vancouver could make a lot of sense. Also, Magic doesn't have judges anymore. Banned players and cheaters are rampant. I don't know about that. Banff Worlds. I feel like that one's probably expensive. Probably expensive. I think realistically, no Worlds in the US for the next few years. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a hard place to be in. Like, I don't know how much that came up. The fact that currently traveling to America as a Canadian is just a non-starter. There is no reason I'm crossing that border for the foreseeable future. So if Worlds was in America this year, I would sit it out. Now, you don't have to placate me. I do think a lot of other Canadians and Netrunner players share that sentiment. It is nothing that's anti-American. It's just obviously with things that are going on around. The things that are happening and the way America is talking about Canada on a political level is incredibly untenable and needs to be treated seriously. So I do not know how that's going to impact the World's decisions next year or organized play this year. Like, is Con's not able to be in America? I don't know. That's for Null Signal Games. But clearly there's been some decisions made here. And yeah, we'll see you in Montreal in August. We'd love to have you. I wonder why they didn't choose Dublin Worlds. You can ask around. I don't know. I'm not too sure. I know Edinburgh has a huge meta. They have a big meta. What's really funny, you can't see this because this camera covers it. On this bookshelf right over there, there's 2 books on top. You see those travel guide books? They're right in order. One's Barcelona, the other's Edinburgh. Because we planned this sort of world's pilgrimage on accident back in 2023, where we went to Barcelona and we went straight to Edinburgh. So I'm prepped. I'm ready. I have all my Netrunner travel guides in a row. It's really, really funny. Are they detaining citizens on re-entry to the US? Yep. They have been doing that. It's not common, but enough to be like, that's not good. There's a lot of problems for sure. Yeah, I think Vancouver's a reasonable candidate. Honestly, I'm worried about visiting Canada and coming back into the US, even though imagine trying to as a non-citizen. Yep. Like, I want to be very clear. Traveling is not going to be super easy. I think crossing the border, there's just some risks involved, whether it's like their 2 gender policy stuff or whether it's, like research it. I'm not going to tell you what to do. If you don't feel safe traveling and crossing the border for a Netrunner event, please do not do it. I'll be very clear about that. You have to make your own decisions on this. Everyone's going to have to make their own decisions. I wish it wasn't the way it was. Obviously I do, but do look it up. For some people, crossing the border comes at a perceived much higher cost than others. I don't want to downplay that. Please look into it. Finding venues that don't cost 80K for a weekend hard. Yeah, we're finding that out right now. Oh, the MTG judging drama is wild. They still have judges, but Wizards cut all support. What? For the program? So there's no way to ban players actually enforce rules against cheating between events? Wait, that's actually real? I thought that was just like hyperbole. Oh my god. Also being trans and passport shit, they might confiscate men. Yeah, I'm not great. Being quoted 10K for 8 hours for half a ballroom was painful. Yeah, we have to be very clear. Like, our budget is this much. I do want to shout out for Null Signal Games. Continentals is technically a Null Signal Games event that you are running alongside them. There is a financial support. It was talked about in the Continentals article. So they do give you upfront some money to help, like, pay for the ballroom or whatever you started space or prize support or whatever money that you need that money for, like feeding volunteers, stuff like that. Like, stuff costs money, that's for sure. So that's good. You're not required to make a profit. I don't know if the profits return to NSG. I doubt they do. But they do help you organize this stuff because organizing is stressful and it does cost a lot of upfront money in a lot of situations. There have been multiple recent cheaters caught on camera in MTG. Oh, but that's okay. There's no evidence. Wartime passes the more Netrunner seems like a prediction and less of a dystopia. Yeah, it's kind of the idea, huh? I'm only aware at this point of foreign nationals being detained at the US border, not US citizens. Not that it provides much relief. Personally, I'm stressed, but not worried. Not worried yet. Yeah. Sorry, Izzy. For what's worth, this isn't happening as you travel. You get extra scrutiny, read harassed, but your docs won't get taken. That was happening to people as they waited to renew. August is dead in wedding season, so you're fighting against people wanting venues for that. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, wedding season, huh? The thing is, in Quebec, marriage is not as common. Honestly, there's like this cultural Quebec thing where you just live with your partner and you just are common law and you don't get married. Like, people still get married, but it is more common than you'd think for people to just be like, we don't need to get married. We just live together. It's cool. Was the cost of Barcelona Worlds released? Like, the price of the venue? No, I don't think they released that information. I don't think you could ask, but I don't think they have a reason to release those documents. I'm assuming most Worlds don't make a profit. I think Worlds is meant to inherently be a loss leader. Like, it's meant to be run sustainably, but Worlds is not meant to be like, oh, we made money running Worlds. At least Null Signal Games has no interest in doing that. Null Signal Games is meant to be like, this is an advertising thing. This is a getting people into the game thing. It's not meant to be a money-making thing. So if they lose money in Worlds, it's like, fine. I think avoiding America is just as good policy in general at this point. Yeah, unfortunately. It's entirely up to whoever the individual guard is, to be honest. Very little oversight and accountability, especially with a history doing radical organizing for over a decade. Yeah, sorry. It is what it is. It's not great. Okay, speaking about not great, we're gonna talk about another thing. Again, my thoughts are not super organized on this because a lot has been going on this last weekend. Mind you, this whole like you got cons now has only been decided really this weekend, and that's been taking a lot of my mental load. Which there was another thing that came up, and we'll talk through this. I don't like this. A lot of this I don't entirely like, but we have to start not exactly here. We have to start somewhere else, which was pushed on Reddit. My recap of this is not going to be entirely. I'm just going to let you know what if you're not tuned in. I don't know why. I think this is important to know, and I think there's a bit of feedback we can give, but it is what it is. Buckle up. We're doing drama. It's great. Fine. Cool. So this got posted on a Wednesday evening, if I'm not mistaken. It's posted by Kevin Tame. Kevin Tame is Kevin Tame's name. Kevin Tame's name is Kevin Tame's handle. That was definitely a choice. But now Kevin Tame's name shows up all on the internet. Yay! But Kevin Tame puts this article saying that he was abruptly removed from NSG without any explanation. You can read through this. Kevin Tame made a couple other posts, mind you. One of them got deleted. I had it opened and I closed the tab and I refreshed it. It's not back. But in short, this article talks about how Kevin Tame, from Kevin Tame's perspective, worked or volunteered, more accurately, at Null Signal Games since 2018, since inception. Kevin Tame was the vice president, the VP of product, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not entirely sure what that job has, but a lot of that is like managing product stuff. A lot of product existed on Kevin Tame's family's property. There was a lot of distribution that was done by Kevin, and I think alongside family, and obviously a lot of work goes behind the scenes. I'll be honest, I probably should have reread this before the stream, but I just got off a call, so I don't know entirely about it, but you can read this. And Kevin was obviously very upset because it looked like he was let go from the Null Signal Games very, very relatively quickly. He was made it clear that he wanted to resign from Null Signal Games for a couple reasons come June. And from his story, as soon as he like submitted those last files, because I do think he was doing some of the final touches on the upcoming elevation, as soon as he like sent those off and got them off onto a file, basically it seemed like in the next hour or so, his access to things was revoked and he was removed from the organization, which in terms of the timing about the set coming out, like obviously in 30 days, and Kevin has, like everyone has worked on the set for so long, being removed right before the set comes out probably feels pretty bad. I could say it definitely feels terrible. You've always put a lot of time into the organization. There's been some conflicts, definitely. Kevin did a couple other posts talking about like people at Null Signal Games that were specifically in the anti-Kevin block who really didn't like him for not very clear in the reasons why exactly it is from the articles he put up. He did put a repost to this a few days later that was like 10,000 words. It was very, 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 very long. He was getting a bit roasted in the comments, and so he responded with this thing, which is really short, funnily short, honestly. And so he explained some other couple things here. Now, this came out first, which is, I think, one of my biggest things I don't like about this. Gonna drop now, but good luck with the drama. Thank you, Alex. I'm already massively uncomfortable. One thing that I really don't like about this is that Kevin kind of got the message out here first, which is not what should be happening. Whether or not Kevin was let go from Null Signal Games, well, obviously Kevin was, but whether you agree with Kevin being let go or in what timing or all this sort of stuff, I think that Null Signal Games, if you kind of let your VP go, you really need to start with messaging so that you can release this alongside it. It looks like that wasn't the case, and maybe that's because letting go of Kevin was deemed so serious and need to be done as quickly as possible that it came down to this where they didn't have a message and they couldn't communicate publicly about the situation. And so Kevin posted on Reddit, and this got posted on r/board games. And there's a lot of sympathy for Kevin in these comments. I think from Kevin's side of the story, of course, that would be the case. I don't think Kevin's going to paint himself as the villain, but a lot of people here looking at NSG be like, what the hell are you doing? Alongside that, other weird things happened. Like Kevin seemed to have been banned very quickly from the green level clearance Discord server. It seems like the timing was kind of alongside him getting removed from Null Signal Games. Now, I don't fully understand how that works. That seems really strange to me. Green level clearance is not run by Null Signal Games, from my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But Null Signal Games can ask green level clearance to do something, and green level clearance could have done it. And it looks like they were advised to ban Kevin from a community space, even though he hadn't done anything yet, but kind of as a way to be like, we're worried that Kevin's going to go here and retaliate or something like that. I'm not sure if Kevin said specifically that he would retaliate or, you know, he would do anything retaliatory specifically, but he was banned in the space. And I don't think that's been answered exactly why that is. NSG had 3 business days before Kevin's Reddit post. How's it going, bagels? Okay, so there's been a bit of time, but there had been no public post, which I think is definitely an issue that needs to be dealt with. I think Null Signal Games needs to be ahead of this. I'm not sure what Null Signal Games communication team is, but just as an organization, when you let go of a VP, you're hoping the VP doesn't talk about it publicly. That's definitely one way, but like you need to have the message up first. And the fact that it started with this, and then it feels like NSG is on the back foot responding to it, is already like a pretty uphill fight. And I don't think that's a great spot to be in. My take is that it's obviously awful to let him go like this, but the very fact that it was still done despite that means NSG felt it was still necessary timing wise. I mean, yes. And I want to be very clear about that, right? Like, I saw specifically a comment, I think it was from Slack, from the president of No Signal Games, Austin. And Ice Cold Jazz said, like, we are incredibly aware that the timing of which we let go Kevin was like nearly ghoulish. Like, it looked really bad. And whatever bad press this generates from No Signal Games, alongside the excitement of Elevation coming out, is obviously a pretty silly time to do something like this. And despite knowing all of that, No Signal Games acts relatively rationally, we can hope, they still did this. Which means that the situations that we're having internally, the problems internally around the Kevin situation were serious enough for No Signal Games to do something like this. We have to take their word for that, but the situation was so bad, and they were aware it was so bad that they still did this, paints a picture. Now, a day later, and this dropped on Thursday, right before we went live on the stream, they did have a comment, and they did have their response regarding a leadership change. Now, I would have loved this to come out sooner than it did. I do think these articles sometimes take some time to write up, either because people have to be clear on the messaging, and the tone is super important, but also legally, sometimes you do have to pass these things through legal teams, and that can just take time. Whether that means you should have this drafted before you let someone go, I think I would probably say that. But again, maybe that is more to say that the situation internally was so bad that they had to move and do things before they had this stuff ready and lined up. I wish it wasn't that way, but that's kind of how it sounds. Let me catch up on chat really quickly. The GLC ban makes it little sense in light of what was said in the NSG statement. Yeah, the GLC ban is strange to me. I don't totally get it. He was banned from BLC about 3 days after he was removed, also almost instantly after the Reddit post, which has the appearance of impropriety. Yeah, I'm assuming the Reddit post started, and then they were worried maybe that he would do things in other spaces, but it's strange. Cooking some popcorn. He does know he was banned. He mentioned his ban in one of his comments. Oh yeah, I have no doubt he knew he was banned. It just wasn't clear why he was banned. At least, I don't know if we had a public statement on that. I think it'd be really hard to publicly talk about this stuff from NSG's point of view for like libel reasons. There's a big difference in what an org can say versus what an individual can say. 100%. And like, this is like such an uphill fight too, in some ways. Like, Kevin can kind of go out and say whatever he wants, and NSG can't. And it seems like NSG has an amount of restraint in this message, as much as the last line talking specifically how Kevin seems to still have a lot of unsold product and was not getting back to requests about returning it or dealing with the product in a certain way. I do think since that, Kevin has agreed to like return the product or do something with it. Mind you, talking about how to deal with the product, it seems like he was offered to work as a contractor to get rid of the product because he has a lot of stuff on site. And that is a lot of capital that No Signal Games doesn't have for the moment. And with the upcoming Elevation release, I don't think it's going to be a huge problem for NSG, but having, 40,000 less product than you thought you have potentially is going to have impact on purchasing orders and stuff like that. So this will matter, but it's not going to be like Elevation won't exist. But like, No Signal Games probably is going to go out there and like put in on paper to be like super like, you know what I mean? Like, I do think they have to be a bit careful about how they talk about Kevin specifically. So you do get comments saying like Kevin, there was issues. I hate that it's his first name. Like, I hate that I have to talk about this guy by his name. Mind you, I want to shout out that I have talked with Kevin. I've met with Kevin. I've interacted with Kevin, and I personally haven't had any problems. Kevin was very pleasant from my interaction. That being said, as a content creator, I do get treated a bit differently. That's for sure. And I do not know what happens behind No Signal Games. I'm not saying Kevin was great. I just want to be very clear that I have met Kevin and I have nothing bad personally to say about Kevin. Yes, but it says that they had issues working with him, and I have no doubt that the issues that they had working with him were unfortunately bigger than this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this thing that they did, which seemed like a terrible idea. Like, they clearly decided to do the terrible thing. This is the biggest thing that I've learned from being in newsroom in the last 8 years. Libel suits are a real concern and often mean that there's no good way to respond to claims from an individual. Yes, I agree. I don't think there's any good way to respond to this. I do think that this message needed to go up first. To be like, just to let you know, we let go of our vice president of product. We thought this was a very serious change to make, and we still did it. Here are some basic reasons, so on and so forth, right? Like, I just think this needs to be maybe tackled in a different way, but it's also very difficult to tackle it, and I have no idea what's going behind No Signal Games' doors. GLC team has implied the timing of the pressing the button on the ban was unrelated to the posting on Reddit, so seemed we were asked by NSG earlier in the day or week. If Kevin's actions were so bad to warrant this ban timing, why did NSG wish him the best and that he remain a member of the community? Wouldn't they want him out of the community? Mixed messages? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think publicly it also looks a bit better when you say like, we don't want this person working with us, but we're glad that they're part of the game. Mind you, Kevin also did a lot for Netrunner. Like there's art that Kevin Tames drawn. Mind you, Kevin does the art on Bravado, if I'm not mistaken. Kevin classically did some content creation back in the day. And like, I have technically some stickers on the wall that I bought from Kevin many, many moons ago, right? Like he cares about the game. And I think they want to separate it from like you not being someone we want to work with versus like being part of the community. They can be two totally different things, I imagine. I don't know. But I think this is very difficult to navigate. Now, the one thing that I think is the bigger concern and the bigger takeaway from this is that I'm not sure how Nelson Games operates. I have a bit of experience when I was in university. This is going to sound really silly. In university, I worked as part of another nonprofit, a student society. We were the TV people there. We did broadcast, and our job was to be an educational institution and provide services for live streaming and filming for anybody on campus. That was our thing. Now, we were a nonprofit and we were all volunteers, but we also did have people that have roles of responsibilities that did get stipended roles. They were making a bit of money. So my job as the executive producer, the technical director, gave me a bit of money that made going through college a bit easier. But as a response to that, I also did have roles and responsibilities. The biggest way that we had that sort of structure is that I know we had a constitution. We had a document that outlined the roles and responsibilities of every person, and it had a very clear structure of what you had to do to be removed from a volunteer organization, either from a stipended role or from a non-stipended volunteer role. It was a very clear in paper what was requested from each person, what was required, what the termination process was going to look like, what the sort of strike system was, if you had an issue, how you could escalate it, and all these sort of structures to make letting go of a volunteer who is not working out the way that you want to, how to make that like a tenable and smooth process. And we agreed to that when we became volunteers. I'm pretty sure Nelson Games doesn't have this document. I think currently it might be a bit of a mess, and understanding what it takes to leave, to be fired, to be removed. We're going to end up in situations like this. And I have no doubt we're going to hear a couple more of these situations come up from the past or in the future in which people and the way that they are let go from this organization does not feel like it had any sort of like clear routes, and they did not feel like there's arbitration or any sort of structure. I don't think Nelson Games has that. And I think for somebody of their size, they need to sort that shit out quickly. I think they really need to be very clear of what's expected from everybody, because even if it's like, it's not the vice president of product, even if you have somebody on a team who's not like carrying their weight, what do you do? Do you ask them to leave? Do you fire them? Or do you just hope that they like disappear and stop showing up to meetings? Like, I don't think the stuff exists at Nelson Games. And I think for what they do, at the ambition that they do, they need to have this stuff down. And I'm surprised we haven't seen bigger problems since they don't have a document like this. The consultation should be publicly accessible. Yeah, it probably should be, I assume. Seems like they're a really good incentive to actually make something like that. Yeah, it helps everyone. Like, it really does help everyone. I think it is a monumental task, and obviously with Elevation, they're pretty busy. But I do think it's something that probably everyone would like to see. And I think it's going to help these sort of problems. I do think the communications needs to come out alongside this, and I do think I want to be very clear, the communications is probably very hard for legal reasons. You can't be as biting as on Reddit as you can in one of these sort of things, but these are the sort of things that I think No Single Games can take as feedback here. I wish the Kevin situation didn't end up the way it does. I do agree that if this is what Nelson Games thought that they had to do with the situation they had, I will not know what was happening internally. So I'm not going to say what they did was wrong. We just wish that it happened differently. And I think if there were structures and incentives so people knew how somebody could be let go, we'd probably end up in less weird situations like this. I think an organization the size of Energy should also perhaps have some kind of HR for mediating the kind of conflicts that have been alleged, but don't in situations like this. The thing that worries me is like a lot of these situations and a lot of these roles, like imagine being HR for No Signal Games. Like, this is not a paid position, right? Like, there's very few paid positions in No Signal Games. And your job is to show up into this organization to deal with tense problems, interpersonal problems. That's your volunteer job. Like, it doesn't make sense to me how that's sustainable. Like, who wants to volunteer to do that? I don't know if No Signal Games needs stipended roles. Like, I'm sure that's a nonprofit, but you need to give an, like, okay, hold on. Before I go full corpo, but you know what I mean? Like, there's problems here. It's a hard thing to ask for a volunteer, and then because they're volunteers, there might not be structures in which people have clear expectations of what's required for them, especially for important roles, like this HR role that might exist to some extent in No Signal Games. I don't know. Right? It's going to be a problem. The size, the scope, the professionality of the work that they want to do, does that mimic the professionality of the work they do internally? I don't know. It doesn't sound like it. And it's something I think everyone wants to see changed. A paid executive can handle that kind of issue. Yeah, exactly. But like, who do you start paying and when and how much? And then you have to clearly outline their roles or they don't hit their money. It's a lot of work. Now, I do want to kind of end on one final topic that I think is also really important. And I want to be very clear on my tone of this. Like at any point in time, if you disagree with me, please let me know. But the one thing that also worries me about this is that the parties involved with this whole Kevin situation, this is the minority of people in No Signal Games, right? Like No Signal Games is so many people who come together. It takes a village to put out a product like Elevation, right? Whether it's the art team, the play testers, maybe some of these people interacted negatively with Kevin and they're, you know, as a response, Kevin is rejected from the organization. That could be the truth. But at the end of the day, as a volunteer organization, it's really important for people to have pride in what they're working on. And the fact that a situation like this comes out 30 days before the new set comes out, where somebody in playtesting has been busting their ass to get good feedback in. And then at the end of the day, people are like F NSG because of a situation in which they had no impact in. Like, it's very important to hold NSG, you know, their feet to whatever fire you think that they should be dealing with because of the way the situation handled out. If you think that, that's true. But just as an organization that like is, I don't want to say fed because that's negative, but like is volunteers taking their time away. That does not mean they shouldn't be responsible for any weird shit that happens. But just keep in mind that like there's so many other people here making this game who want to be excited about this game because that's the reason they interact with Null Signal Games. I just want to make sure that like those people aren't put in a terrible place because of this. Maybe that's an indefensible take. I don't know. Maybe everyone should be held to the same responsibility, but maybe you know what I mean here. If you're part of NSG and you've been hoping on Elevation and something that happened because of the executive structure at the top has caused you to be less interested in volunteering with this group, I hear you, and that just sucks. Like, that does suck. And that's another reason why I think NSG has to be very serious about that. If they don't have a constitution and these sort of things in public spaces are making them look bad, I think that's the better take we should take from this. All the volunteers who are making the game the way that they are might not be interested to volunteer. Just watch out. They stopped Patreon my feelings, or this is to support things like this? What do you mean? I've worked in nonprofits for a while. Having long-term volunteer leaders can be great until something like this happens. We use the code of conduct that can be signed and referred to. Yeah, I do not know if they have a strict code of conduct. I do not know if there's an expectational constitution. I think a document like that has to exist, and this will stop. It will make these sort of things less explosive. Those people got Shylendra through testing. They're all equally guilty. Oh no. Anyways, that's my take on this matter. Sorry that it had to go this way for sure. I do think that if No Signal Games needed to let KT go through this terrible situation, that they probably had good reasons, and we're probably not going to know about them. I don't know if it's exactly our place to know about them, but I have no doubt things are strange. I do think they have to be kept accountable, and I do think I want to see a future where NSG can be accountable on their own terms for this sort of stuff. I think the communication has to come sooner, and I think there should be a constitution of some sort. I think that'll help literally everyone for so many reasons. I want to thank Kevin for all of Kevin's work. Obviously, the game is the way it is because of the work of so many, including KT. Even if that wasn't working out and Kevin was better outside of the organization, still, that seemed important at some point for sure. Critics don't seem to understand that a project of the scope and impact of Elevation would be tough even on a professional studio. Yes, but also professional studios have yeah, the structure thing's hard. To support roles and operational costs, etc., not just cards. Hopefully they can advocate for internal reform to improve the organizational structure going forward. Yeah, I just don't know what the internal organizational structure looks like. And it's wild. It's really wild to me too, some of these sort of things, right? Like being a volunteer and then your volunteer role is to like work on, say, art. But then also being a volunteer, and then suddenly your volunteer role is to run the art team. You're now also put in a managerial role. And as a manager, you're also now like overseeing other volunteers. And in a company structure, again, I'm not saying that No Signal Games should go for profit, far from that. But in a company structure, I can look at to somebody who's meant to be, I'm their direct report, and give them feedback and tell them hard, no, this doesn't work. We have to do something different. And that inside an organization, like, you know, a for-profit business, feels a bit more palatable. But as a volunteer, my job is now to manage other volunteers. Is there training for that? I don't know. And how do you feel about it when you don't agree with the situations going on? Like, I just feel like this stuff needs to be on paper somewhere. It's really, really hard. What happened? Can anyone give me the TLDR? You can rewind on YouTube if you want. You're allowed to technically. It's not like Twitch. But somebody was let go from Nacional Games, seemingly pretty abruptly. That's the short of the long. Nelson Games said that this person should have been part of the thing. They have some ongoing issues. It looks like a lot of the ongoing issues are resolved. If you want to know more, you can check out Stim Slack. Actually, Kevin has been like posting a fair bit on Stim Slack and is pretty open to talk about things. There's also conversations with a bunch of people from in NSG and now like Kevin, who's out of NSG, and they seem to be talking. Like you can see them conversing. I don't know what exactly the tone is, but if you want to know more, you can go there and read some old posts for sure. But yeah, very, very weird. I personally not want to manage volunteers that clearly written and agreed to responsibility, expectation, repercussions. I agree. It sounds like a nightmare. It kind of sounds like a nightmare. I would not be excited to do it if that stuff is not on paper for sure. What is the real motivation does NSG have to make any changes though? Nothing will change. No, this. It'll be so much easier for their volunteers to have a structure system to understand a code of conduct so that they can be held, to whatever expectations are put out in front of them. And so people externally also see the structure that they can get involved with. And then things like this don't have to happen, let alone happen in public spaces. I think there's a huge incentive for an organization to have a structure that everyone can benefit from. For sure they can. I remember seeing on Reddit Kevin saying he muted everyone from NSG on Discord. Oh yeah, I have no doubt he was very upset. Whether that's still the case, I don't know. But I saw on Stim Slack that he's like in threads with other NSG people, so I don't know. I remember seeing on Reddit, excuse me, I just read that. Plus NSG relies on folks volunteering their time, might impact recruiting. Yeah, it does. Like this is really important. The organization needs to be structured in a way. Contracts protect everyone. Yeah, for sure. Anyways, that's my 2 cents on it. If you think I'm being silly, please let me know respectively, respectfully. Apologies, I did read all this stuff. I shouldn't be reporting like this. But it's been a weekend, I'll be honest. But yeah, hopefully things are doing better. Kevin has said specifically that he will work to get back the product to Nelson Games. Mind you, stuff will, yeah. Is there time for Wheel of Ugly? Yeah, we should have like 1 or 2 more stops, right? 1 stop, I think. And that is this. So Elevation pre-orders are online. There is an article that just came out recently too, that discussed that you can pre-order. Oh, mind you, there's some upcoming organized play as well. There's an America's time zone AMT. I think having an AMT before the set comes out is like kind of wild. They shout out some of the winners from the last couple months, which is sick. And then April 12th, there is an AMT in Americas, and then in May 11th, which is 1 day before legality of the new set, if I'm not mistaken, which seems hyper cursed. I wonder if they can just make it the new legality. Please pressure NSG to make this the new legality. But this should be old meta, because I think May 12th, if I'm not mistaken, maybe it's May 10th. Maybe it's May 10th. That might actually make more sense. Maybe this is the first event in the new cycle, but this is in the old Elevation, which like, if you want organized play, it's there. It's free. It's great. It's accessible, but it's the old meta. I think all people are really excited for the new meta. Anyways, Elevation pre-orders. March distribution update. So US temporary pausing fulfillment. So while Elevation gets ready, and also I do think they might have a stocking issue right now, let's be honest, they're going to pause it. EU shipping aid, all outstanding EU orders for Run Together or our standard sets have now been shipped. That's huge. Orders for the CO kit from last year are unfortunately still outstanding. Okay. UK shipping, we're a little bit behind on our UK outstanding orders. All right. Can you order this? I think pre-orders are only available for Australia, Canada, and the US. EU and UK pre-orders will be available this coming week, but you can pre-order Elevation if you hit this button. Just to show you, in Canada, it's $66. It does come with shipping, which is nice, and we get to see a nice new piece of art. Now, you actually can dig into this art. I usually check this. So if you go back to the store page, and then you go back and right-click on this, and you go to inspect, and then you start typing PNG wildly, we'll find out what the name of this card is, because they always name it. We'll keep finding it. Hush, hush. No. I'm in. Found it. This card is called Makota Langit Grid. This is an upcoming card from Elevation. I'm assuming we'll see it. I'm not sure we'll see any of the other art too, which is a concept. But this is leaks. Yeah, this is called Makota Langit Grid. Let's see if that's real. If that's like a place. Makota Langit. Couldn't tell you. Might have spelled it wrong. Makota. No, I spelled it like that. Real life hacking. I'm in. I thought they patched that. Nope, we're still here. Never left. That's fine. It comes out in days, but we know the name of a card. This happened last year too. Always really great. This art's cool. You got to see a bit of like the underway grid, or like, you know, the difference between the financial divide. So the upper and the lower area. We saw art that kind of looked like this too. Like if I'm not mistaken, if we go back to the NSG website, this is the store. Which card did we do for last year? Eye for an eye. We leaked the name early because you could do it. So if you go down here and you go to the world's announcement, the card kind of reminds me of this. It might not be, but like this sort of city with this sort of coloring is actually kind of very similar to this. This could be anything, notably, but it does look like the city down here to some extent. I can't tell what these characters are, if that's a language that I could know of that is spoken in that area classically. And then of course we have the needle up there. Can't report that as of a couple days ago, I finally have my hands on some physical cards in Sweden. Yo, that's sick, Seabass. Enjoy them. Seabeast, excuse me. That's the name of the city and the set is in, or the tower. I don't know, one of those. No, because the city is like, it has a short name, but it's a longer name. It's like Canalament. Shit. I don't know the name yet, but it's a much longer name that is shortened, the mega city. I don't think it's this name. Nothing loads for EU. Everything costs $0 or not even loads. Okay, so the EU store they're still working on. My FLGS has an NSG product at USD 45 or 50 per box. That's comparable to what we can get it from here. How's it going, by the way, Ron? 45, 50 USD in CAD? The exchange rate's pretty bad, mind you, if you want to come up for Canadian. Yeah, that's about the same if you want to come up for cons. But if you go to like 401 games, I think this is the cheapest you can get in Canada. And you search like Netrunner. Yeah, they're like $50 Canadian for sets, which is like very, very, very cheap. And 401 Games has like flat shipping. It's like $10 in Canada. It's really, really good. Cola Kalimantan. That's it. Thank you. Yeah, it's the name of Space Elevator. It might be the name of Space Elevator. It might be a larger region area. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, Koli Kalimantan, I think, is the city. Thank you, Izzy. Any insights on what you can expect on Jinteki in regards to Elevation's release? Silkworms? That's all I got? I don't know. I don't think we know too much. I think the Silkworm Towers are Jinteki. I think what we've heard from the lore is that the structure of this tower, so classically the structure of the towers in NSG world were something called Bucky Weave, which was an imaginary like carbon lattice. And this seems to be more of an organic type compound that I think Jinteki is making that they call silk. And you actually see in the background here, enhance. These not a penises are ejecting the silk. And the silk is attached to this. And I think that's the towers they use. My guess is because this is like a natural silkworm looking thing, because that looks like a silkworm. As much as we're going to do dick jokes, like it is a silkworm and silkworms extract silk like that. I think silkworm silk extraction is non-lethal. I'd hope it is. But yeah, I do think Jinteki is actually making materials, if I'm not mistaken. That's my guess. My logo was told the UK retailer portal for getting stock would be up in 2023. Shit. Langita is Indonesian for sky. Oh, cool. Very, very cool. Makota Langi, Crown of the Sky, perhaps. Oh, that could track. Like, that does make sense. Like, based off of what this looks like. Crown of the Sky is a cool name. I'm down. I don't think we got an artist credit on this. There's no artist credit up here. Just Makota Langi grid. And then we have a resolution. But yeah, you can hack that online. Isn't silk just taken from used up pupa husk? Jeremiah, I don't know. I thought you took silk from a silkworm. How do you get silk? I'm pretty sure I've seen silkworms with silk coming out of it. Okay, if you don't like bugs, maybe look away for a bit. But I'm pretty sure you extract silk from the silkworm. Like, I think it makes it the same way like a spider makes a spider web. But that also could just be like super ignorant. But I'm pretty sure they make it. And it's like very, very hard because you don't make a lot of it because bug is small, which is why like silk stuff is expensive. But I think you get it from bug. It's excreted by worm. Yeah, there you go. What's a pupa husk? Like the pupa of the worm? Like its pupa? Bug time, life cycle of a silkworm. Do they ever become a silk moth? They do. Hatchling, cocoon shell. No part of this is making worm barf. Amazing. Well, most things are barf. Everything is something's barf. I don't know. I was more thinking of it. New sets are available on JNF. Phrased the question poorly. Got good information about insects. Oh, sorry, Eric. Did I misread that? Apologies. Bucky weave is just a fabric of IRL carbon nanotubes called Bucky tubes. Ah, the Marumati. I know they called it like a carbon weave lattice or something, right? Which is like very similar to our modern times, where like having these sort of carbon nanostructures are incredibly strong and incredibly light. Yeah, Marumati pushed the limits of physics by engineering the first Bucky weave structure, 1,000-foot long wall. What is the syntax for searching flavor? A. A for flavor. That makes sense. Shit. Hold on. Okay. They said it couldn't be built, that it was a fantasy, that Jack Wayland was a fool and he had bought the fools in Washington too. But year after the bucky weave grew and they stopped talking. Ooh, yeah. So this is the original one in Sansan. Not in Sansan. In South America? In Ecuador? What is this region called? Andre the Wheel? What's the wheel? Hey, Ren. There's no way to collect it. There is no way to collect it from a living silkworm. That's what I was worried about. I was pretty sure it was lethal. That's shit. Shit job, humans. Killing all the bugs for your crap. Stop it. That's a cool little blue head. I hope we see a lot of it. Forgot the word cocoon? Yeah, no, Poopa is like technically correct, I think. Which means we can have Mothra. If memory serves, Lucy was here previously to help it with pronunciation, but I think Langit, hey Johnny, is said hung without a hard G sound in the middle. Like, long? It's just hung? Long? Well, you don't do the IT? Unless you're telling me to do more of it. I think Langit is said like hang without a hard G sound. Like lang it, lang it, lang it. One day we'll get the pronunciation guide. The cocoon is made of a single coiled strand of silk and boiled and then uncoiled. Ooh. Oh, wheeling. Yeah, we'll get to the wheel. How much of the Android setting is canon and she version of the game? I'm confused. Next to none. Like, not explicitly. I think the same ideas have happened, but like, I don't think you're going to see that much. Like, you're going to see some stuff in flavor text, but it's the same. I don't know. Ask NSG. I feel like it's somewhere in the middle. It's like part A, part B. I think the beanstalk was close to Guayaquil in Ecuador. Yeah, that is 100% right. And that's because it is, again, on the equator, and it's on a mountain, and it's everything you want. How long do we think it'll take for JNet to update with the new cards and such? I'm hoping day one. I don't think it was day one last time, but again, all these cards are tested in private JNet clients for playtesters. So the cards have implementations on a JNet. Usually the issue is the owner of JNet, MTG Red, has to do the update. And sometimes that doesn't happen immediately. So the cards can be there on minute one. The question is, will they be? Obviously, that's what you're asking. I am signing up, if nothing comes up, to do another whole week-long stream when the set comes out at a minimum. So we'll stream every day of the week, which we did for the last set release, which was a lot of fun. So buckle up for that, which means I do hope it comes out on day one, for sure. NG is a consonant on its own. Oh. Lanit? Lanit. Lanit. I'm saying it like French. Lang-it. No, as in lang-it. But the G is soft. Lang-it. Oh boy. There's definitely been a bunch of FG characters referenced in NSG art. Yes, there's been a lot of NSG characters in art. Many. When will we have the first spoiler for Elevation? The hype is killing me. G is soft. Lanit. I think we're going to have them in April. I technically know, but I can't say. But April, like obviously, right? I don't have spoilers yet, but I was reached out and I was told this is when spoilers is. We'll hit you up. And I haven't heard more from that. But that's all I can say. Obviously, there's spoilers. Spoilers is usually like 10 days before release. Sometimes it's been like 2 weeks. Sometimes it's been 1 week. I'm not sure what it is, but like April. We'll just say April, right? 7 days of stream, break up the diesel. Hey, my stomach hasn't fallen apart. There's an SEA joke. How do you play Dota? Destroy the enemy base before your team is able to teach you tagalong in Indonesian. Are you satisfied with the spoilers you got? I haven't received anything yet. I feel like it's hard to give me spoilers because you have to care about the art too, because I have to animate the art, but then it also has to be a card I care about, which is like, you know, there's a lot of them, but it's not all of them all the time. But yeah, very excited for that. I haven't heard anything. The video where he reveals Endoline is so funny to me. Why? The Canadian crime? Wheel spinner? The soft G like in giraffe. Langit. Langit? Like gel. Not a hard G like a GIF. Kato. You know that's going to be confusing for many. Langit. Like a J. Hope you're letting Resolve really hard for your spoilers reel. I don't think so. I don't think I've had a reason to do that, Eric. I'm saving so much money. Okay, we've started it. Let's do... What was my great wheel spinner or something? I forgot what the terrible one I found is. Wheel of names? That can't be it. No, this one has good colors. What's the picker wheel? That's the one with the bad colors. All right, let's do this. So that we've gone through 5 of 7. So we can still technically do Wayland, which is a bit of a gimme. NBN we haven't talked about. Criminal and Shaper we've talked about. So we've talked about none of the corps. Jinteki, HB. Am I missing anything? There should be 7. We probably should talk about neutral, but neutral will come in context of various other identities, so I don't care. I'm going to spin it. We ready? Angit is kind of close. Those colors are terrible. Oh, they're very bad. They're very bad. It's how Picker Wheel's advertising these colors. Like, I want to be clear that they thought these were good colors. You can pay money to choose your own colors, but like clearly that's not happening. They're too dark green in a row. I know. Anarch green hurts. I love this. This is my favorite wheel. It is so awful. Let's go NBN. Oh, that keeps happening. All right. NBN. Lowercase. Let's go. Let's talk about NBN. Hold on. I need to open Discord to grab the Lucy string. I should put the Lucy string on the table in a thing. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm very bad at Discord. Got it. Okay, so we're going to look at all the NBN cards that are rotating and talk about what we think it's going to do to the faction. We're going to have more of a competitive angle as we usually do, specifically standard. Startup will change significantly, but I'm not the person you should ask for that. We're not going to say faction NBN because we want to see everything. We should say corp side though, as much as sometimes runner cards matter. Isn't NBN as a faction rotating all the time? It's never not been. We'll sort by faction. NBN is in the game. Boo, what did you want to ask to? You wanted to talk about Anarch? The college Capella choice is vomit and snot. It's pretty good. All right, what do you think about NBN? Do you think NBN is going to be good past rotation? This wheel does the slide into the next section at the last second thing on purpose. It feels like it does. I think it's done it all the time. And it's like slides so little that like you don't feel good about it, but luckily it says digitally what it wants to. Fun fact. BCP, which I know is Better Citizens Program, but I don't think you can assume that of most people in London, has the highest percentage of FFG cards rotating of any list I know of, even more than Barf Thule. Huh. Yeah, that could make sense. I wouldn't even say Barf Thule would be on the top of my list. All right. NBN never dies. That's what I've learned in my brief stint in Netrunner. It's really weird. NBN gets hit pretty good. Okay, so we're going to go through everything. Obviously, HB agendas don't matter. Now, there's going to be some cards that are like out of faction that will matter for the context of the faction that is leaving. So for instance, Malia Zaloka, if we want to talk about NBN as an asset spam deck, this is an important and interesting card. It's a fine asset. It is a tech option that allowed you to interact disfavorably, but a lot of the disfavorable NBN bouncing and blanking and all that sort of stuff also rotates out. But Malia Zaloka is going to be felt in theory. Maryland campaign also does rotate. This was just a quintessential NBN asset spam card. You do see it sometimes in like op decks, but losing Maryland is sad. It's a really, really cool card. It's in system update, but it's just a very, very interesting card. I want to shout out MC Austerity as well, as it shows up in niche NBN decks. The thing that's like trying to understand this is already we're like looking at assets. So we're really painting NBN with an asset spam paintbrush. And I think some of the best NBN asset spam identities are going to be rotating, and we'll get to that in a second. So the question is like, if you could play MC Austerity or Maryland, would you do that? And you play Epiphany, and then they have to consider trashing them, but it shuffles your deck, which is bad for Epiphany. I honestly don't know. I feel like Anthill can replace Maryland. I don't think it can. It sort of can, but I think Anthill can replace Maryland the same way that you can replace Maryland with Nico campaign. Because the difference with Maryland is you don't have to ice it. With Anthill, you have to ice it. Because otherwise it's a click and a credit. It's a click and an install for a draw card. It's a click for a draw and a credit, and then the runner has to trash it because you can't give them the extra benefit. So like kind of more like Nico than Maryland. Maryland, you don't have to ice. That's the design about Anthill. You have to ice Anthill. I think Trace is best when it's actually a side game instead. Yeah, Maryland's going. I hope for Elevation that NBN gets a massive lift because they're just not in a great place right now. I imagine they can. Refugee campaign takes time to shine. I would be surprised, especially in a world with Anthill and everything else. None of this matters. None of this matters. I don't think this matters. None of this really matters. Nope. Oh, Fast Break kind of matters for NBN fast scoring combo decks, but they lose all the pieces that do that. So this is not even the worst thing. What else we got here? Yo, Restore. So Restore shows up in the deck list of the week this week, and I'm pretty convinced that Restore in a world of Holloman should have seen more play than the amount of play it sees. Holloman means that you did not install, or sorry, restore means that you didn't install a card from your hand. You installed it from the heap, being the Holloman. And the combo is just so fun in Epiphany, and nobody plays it. And I feel like this is just, Restore is such a busted good card that sees no play anywhere. And I'm not sure why. And in context of Holloman, I feel like we were sleeping on something, but we'll never know. My profile pick rotating. Yeah, I guess so, huh? With the loss of many trash tools, asset spam will feel quite different. Yeah, I'm assuming we'll get some back because we do, again, in context of asset spam, most runners lose every card that deals with assets, barring like Fencer Fueno and like Cupulation, if you want to say that. But I have no doubt we'll be getting like an imp replacement, a scrubber replacement, a pre-show replacement. We'll be getting something for sure. All right, none of this matters. Nope. Holloman is busted enough without putting restore shenanigans. I don't know. I don't honestly think Holloman has been super busted. Holloman has been powerful. Holloman's a very good card, but from what we've seen, especially when people talked about Holloman when it came out at the top of the set, isn't a ban me please card. It is just like a powerful card you can play. It's very, very good, but it is not like, oh my God, the meta's, at some point that might be different, but like Holloman's good. It's cool though. This doesn't matter. Yeah, this doesn't matter. Rest in peace of shit. Warred. Yeah, Warred's gone. That's fine. We're happy. What else matters? Nothing. Oh, Biotic Labor technically matters for Red Planet Couriers decks and NBN, but those rotate too, so who cares? This doesn't matter. Okay, NBN. We lose Project Beal. Losing Project Beal is pretty bad in some ways. It turns out Project Beal is actually like one of the best NBN agendas. It won Worlds in a deck that just like, I'm also playing Beals to score them out. And basically every Worlds, like I think Beal has shown up in a lot of Worlds winning deck lists as just having a 3-2 that you can make a 5-3 that's still a 2-pointer for the runner is fine. It does also mean like the tag strategy, which is a shame because this also leaves, but Psychographics Beal was a thing. It was a really big thing. I think a lot of people could see this 2-card combo and be like, oh my God, I'm going to do that. I'm the jank master. And then you explain them, no, that's what everyone did back in 2014. Like that was just what Netrunner was. And then their cool combo becomes like normal Netrunner play that wins Worlds. Like it's a shame that this all leaves together because Cyphergraphics is kind of cool and tag, the quantity of tags matters as much as now that we have shipment from Vladislav, which just feels like it has some of the edges filed off, but it is still a totally cromulent card. But Beal leaving actually I think matters a fair bit as much as it isn't doing that much in the meta right now. Just 3-2s are good. Scoring a 3-2 is totally fine. RPC Beal's a thing. RPC Beal's all parts of that are going to rotate. The Biotic, the Beal, the Red Planet Couriers. I don't think it's a thing. I think it's a thing you can do, but it's like saying my Code Replicator like Vampire Nasa deck rotates. It's like, yeah. You're a unique little snowflake. Better than this program rotates matters for like a very small subsection of NBN players who like really think that deck is sick, and it's been doing well. I'm not gonna say it's not, but it's a bit of a cursed card. Degree Mill going means that NBN has 0 5-3s. Is that correct? Literally 0 5-3s, because they lose the fake 5-3, they lose Degree Mill, they lose Re-Education, they lost Bologna. Yeah, I don't like RBC Beal for what it's worth. I'm happy that doesn't exist. Mars in retrograde. Yeah, so this card, would they ever unban Bologna? I don't think so. I think they're more likely to print a card that is Bologna but has numbers less, like just smaller. Like maybe it only fires when it's installed. Like you can make Bologna much more fair for sure. Yeah, so NBN will have no 5-3s, which actually really does impact whether that means we can expect a 5-3 from NBN. And I do think we're going to see maybe 2 or 3 agendas per faction in Elevation, because that will actually really accompany well the fact that it's mostly neutrals and system gateways, so you can actually start to build more interesting agenda suites. I would be surprised if we see any neutral agendas in Elevation. I think they're all going to be like 2 or 3 agendas for every faction, probably a 3, a 2, a 1, something like that. But Degree Mill is a card you play around. It is just the 5-3 you play when you don't want to play points in your deck. It means that NBN will lose a whole bunch of scoring structures if they don't have a 3-pointer. That actually, it matters a heck of a lot. I'm very happy for Re-Education to be shot out of the cannon to the sun forever. Yeah, you and me both. You and me both. This is AR Enhanced Security. Notably, I was almost comfortable saying a while ago that there's no more cards in the game that if you don't run on turn 1, you lose the game. And that's not true. Because we technically do still have things like Stegodon Mark IV and shit like that. But this is one of the quintessential cards that if you don't run it on turn 1 against an NBN asset spam deck, AR Enhanced Security gets scored and the game falls apart. I don't think I like how swinging 3-1s can be in this game. False Lead also still falls in that camp. That will be tournament legal, but this is a very important card. Without Reality Plus, it matters a bit less, but this is just like very, very annoying. When this gets scored, it changes the game so much. Trying to find the balance between 3-1s being worth jack shit and also making your deck really ugly in terms of agenda per cards, but then making their abilities so game warping, I don't know how I stand on them. It feels like every 3-1 that sees play is just warping as heck, like False Lead or AR Enhanced Security or Stegadon to whatever extent. You can still see some, like, you know, whatever mega pre-qualifier type effects or whatever the HB ones are, but it feels like all the 3-1s that see play just have game warping effects that just are so frustrating. Whereas like, oh, you didn't steal it, the game is fucked. Sisyphus protocol type effect. I really don't think I like that, but this one's gone, which I'm happy about that. I also said this before, I think clearing a tag is the least fun action in Netrunner. And then having it baked into your game plan that your opponent is probably going to have to clear a tag every single turn is another reason why people really dislike this. Like just saying every turn you have to, and again, you probably do just go tag me or stop trashing their stuff, but every turn you have to spend one of your actions to lose 2 credits and do nothing, like just sucks. I really wish that tags in the future get removed by corporations more actively than the runner has to constantly continue removing them themselves. Oh, Eminent. Yeah, Eminent's actually kind of, it's not as bad, but it is messed up. There are a lot of matchups where if an Eminent gets scored and they get a free Archer, and as much as Archer is rotating, is also kind of falls into that camp, I'll be honest. I don't think I care for that sort of Netrunner. Re-Education, this one goes. Now, this card is very weird because we saw a card printed a 3-1 that had basically the same text and it almost broke the game for a long time. It was the best card in the meta. You score this out and then you have a click left and the runner dies. It was the same for the 3-1 called Brain Rewiring. It was banned for a long time. This card, I don't know. I would pay so much money to want to talk to an FFG designer to figure out what their intention was for this card. Did they genuinely design this card for it to be a kill combo setup, or did they design this because losing cards is losing tempo and they thought you score at a 5-3 that lets you fix your hand and mess up the runners? I don't honestly know. This card has seen 0 play in any deck that doesn't want to score it as a 7-point agenda. As you probably know if you played competitive Netrunner for a while, I think this deck can easily win Districts this weekend. People are stopped preparing for it, and it's very, very, very good. And also, it's very easy to make one mistake into and lose the game. As much as most of the games that I've seen runners lose into this, they have made mistakes, which is hard not to make mistakes. The deck is good, though. The deck is totally good. Yo, Keith, what's up? I would be fine with some more unique agendas with game-breaking powers. That way it's less consistent and your agenda suite's more varied. I don't know. That's the sort of Luminal problem where it's like, oh, they scored the one of, like, what's the one card on their remote server? Oh, they scored it. I lose the game. Like, you have to watch out about that. I do think one-ups can be interesting, but there's a balance. It's very, very, very hard. I don't think Luminal is exactly it. But if AR Enhanced Security was a 1-of per deck and you scored it on turn 1, like, I would tilt out of my mind. That's just a difficult thing with me. I won a Districts with it a couple days ago. Okay, there you go. Yeah, still a good deck. People are teched for it less than ever for some reason. Monkey Spot, new NBN ID lets you remove a tag to drain the runner of a click in 2 credits. At least they don't. Oh, I was going to say at least they don't spend a click, but that's not the case. Amani Sanai, this is a very, very powerful NBN card. This is another reason why Bologna can't exactly exist, but this puts you in hell. NBN hell is where you can't install cards, you have no money, and then everything just gets returned to hand. I do think this is a very dreadful archetype to play as a casual player. I think competitively it can be pretty interesting. The trash card on this card is pretty high, and then you also have to deal with Oppo and stuff like that. But Amani Sanai is actually a huge amount of power to horizontal assets. I think Amani actually for horizontal NBN assets matters a heck of a lot because Oppo research isn't as easy and as cheap to leverage as something like Amani Sanai is modernly. That Amani Sanai going horizontal can do more damage to an unprepared runner. It's a defensive card because you can res it when they run R&D, and if you bounce their turtle or whatever, it saves you so much time. This thing is just hella messed up. DBS leaving. This is another card where the numbers are on it pretty cursed. It is nearly an ONR reprint. ONR didn't say the first time, it said whenever, which so glad it's not the case. But this is just like such a cool Netrunner card. It gives interesting decisions on both sides of the table. So many players lose games because they don't trash this thing because they don't think it's important, but trashing this is one of the most important things you can do. Saying that your opponent is going to draw twice as good, and let me tell you how good, mind you, what's it called? Class act is. It's hard to tell, but this is even more important for a corporation because corporations lose games when they draw poorly. Runners just run a bit worse. Corporations lose games when they draw poorly, let alone now the agenda's on the bottom of the deck, so the corporation knows where it is so they can make better decisions. The trash cost of this card is a bit too high, I would say, but just such an important card that we barely see. But this card is just like, I remember when it came out, people were like, and then they played against it and they were like, trash it on site. This thing is hell. It is just hell. Federal fundraising ain't the same. It's not the same. Federal fundraising does something totally different, if you ask me. It also puts you in awkward situations where you know there's an agenda 2 cards down, and I just hate sitting in that seat. Like, I actively avoid federal fundraising on the basis that the situation in which I know the top of the deck, and I know there's a bad card there, and I don't have a shuffle effect, like, it feels bad. It's generally an emotion I try and avoid. But this definitely is not a hit. This is still a fine card, but it does something different, if you ask me. Reverse accounts goes. Sorry, Phil. Echo Chamber, this card actually used to really matter. This was definitely a meta force, and this was NBN's easy way to cheat out a final point. So you could play a 44 card NBN deck and only play 6 3-point agendas. You would score 2 out of your agendas, and then your third point would just be the Echo Chamber, which of course the runner can never steal. And so that was a really strong Asmari Glacier deck usually. Now, obviously all the 5/3s are rotating, so you can't do Echo Chamber, but just shout out to Echo Chamber. This used to be a very important card in the game. Do you have a poker face card? Yeah, I'm not good at those, especially in paper play where I'm like clearly agonizing over it. And my opponent's like, you good? I'm like, yeah, easy choice. It's like so silly. Don't caution people against DBS. I have a tournament next 2 Saturdays. Please trash all of them if you can afford them. They're really, really good. SIU, messed up card. We see less of it, but this is a very interesting card. It does a trace without having the runner to run. Love that Asmari Glacier. Oh man, I really didn't like it. That agenda suite is just hyper cursed. You have to steal 9 of their 18 points to win the game. It's like something else. All right, Endless Eula going. It doesn't really matter. Just like a fun card to exist. I think it's a really fun, flavorful card. This is my least favorite thing about the NBN rotations is we lose so many flavorful, fun cards. And the biggest one I want to shout out is Pop-Up Window. And I think Alexis's art is fantastic, but I do always love the original core art of this eyeball in it. Just really good, especially when you get the full art eyeball. There's also a Liga art with this like little imp gremlin thing. Hate it. Don't like looking at it. But Pop-Up Window was one of the first ice I saw in Netrunner. I'm like, wait, this game is cool. Any teaching deck for like the FFG era, I would always put up a pop-up window in it because it teaches you that not all ice ends the run. Sometimes it's more about money, and giving the corporation money can be the wrong play. This is just one of my favorite Netrunner cards of all time. It leaving is an absolute loss. It feels bad, but that's how rotation is. You lose things. The eyeball's incredible. This art is so good. Is this who is this? Christina Davis? Oh shit, Christina Davis did good shit. The Caduceus art's so good. Clone Chip. All of these are bangers. Whoa. Shit. Good stuff, Christina. That's sick. FFG Altered Pop-Up is goated. I will not hear otherwise. I do not like looking at it. It is the only Liga art where I'm like, that's good, but I don't want to watch it anymore. Yuli used to matter more before Cleaver and Crew. Yeah, it got even worse, but like if they paid 6 for it, you felt pretty good. But unfortunately, there's a lot of ways you can make this bad. Pop-Up leaving is sad even if no one plays it anymore. Yeah, it's just like such a lovely design space. Tollbooth 2, like this is quintessential and a core set. This was in the original core set in 2012. This was the best Glacier Ice. And you see a lot of people who would end up like putting Tollbooth in their HB deck. Like you splash this all the time. If you ask me, Tollbooth is kind of pretty bad compared to Messna Chesva modernly, which has the same face check. Now advancing it tells you so much about what the ice is. I don't like advancing my Messna Chesvas unless they know what it is, unless you're playing like Wayland Glacier. But it's just a sad one to see go because it is just like a bit of a memory lane thing. But we'll find. We have Messna Chesva, which is messed up. Wraparound. This is another Kevin Tame art. Mind you, talk about Kevin Tame. I thought it was just, it's not just Bravado, it's also this wraparound. I do love the original Edmund Chinian. This is also like very quintessential NBN art to me. Ed has been doing art forever. And this card was one of the most important cards for a while. It was splashed everywhere. Eventually we got a better NBN one influence NBN code gate, barrier that messed up with AI breakers in a meaningful way. But there were metas where Wraparound was the most important card to splash, and we're currently still in that meta somehow. Wraparound will be missed. It is so cool that this card has just like very little text and is one of the most interesting barriers we've ever seen designed. I do love the heck out of this, and this card has been relevant ever since it came out in most metas. Very, very cool design. And the COA because bank card tech. Yeah, but then it's also not Alcoceres crew tech, right, Santa? It's like pretty hard. It's generally pick one. But yeah, I have seen people face tech and die into this, which kind of sucks. Losing Hydra. This actually matters. Hydra is underplayed. It is 6 strength, which is a bit frustrating, but you can res this on face check for 5 credits. When they have a tag, you get 5 credits back. I think this card is messed up. The problem is like no NBN deck that wants to play Hydra exists in the modern meta, but this is a card that is, I think, pretty overtuned, pretty aggressively overtuned. But this was meant to be like the Anansi of NBN, and currently now it's going to be Seraph, which like, I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, Data Loop going. Very powerful card. Shout out to Wenjong. Love the indentation mess here, but such is the red sand cycle. And we're losing it doesn't seem like we're losing that much playable ice. Like in terms of the NBN ice suite, like none of this sees play. Wraparound sees play. Hydra doesn't actually see that much play. And then like Data Loop sees play in Jinteki decks, but none of the ice leaving actually really matters. Ju is a really cool, nice tech card, but like it looks like most of the NBN ice, and when you read NBN ice, it means like the 3 ice that sees play in an acid spam deck. Those are staying. So the NBN ice pool like doesn't actually shift that much, which kind of matters. Authenticator was relevant into R plus died. I honestly don't think I've seen any Authenticator hit competitive tables. Like I've never really seen this in play. Maybe one deck locally, I remember having to put this card on because Eric was playing a deck back in like NPC Montreal or at Canadian Nationals. But this has been a very niche card. Most Netrunner players don't know the text of this card. That's the way I'll say it, right? Okay, Near Earth Hub. This card, as soon as it came out, was busted. It won many events. Has 17 influence for some reason. I'm not sure if FG thought drawing cards is bad for the corporation, but this was generally, as a modernly, the quintessential asset spam identity, because the best thing you can do when putting assets on the table is have a more hand of assets. It is very, very powerful, and whether Epiphany takes that spot, I don't know. I'm not sure if there's any like better identity to play asset spam in, so maybe it is just that. Reality Plus was actually pretty equivalent a lot of times to Near Earth Hub for asset spam, but we don't have that now. Yeah, especially with crew. Yeah, it's not great. I gotta play asset spam kill out of Epiphany now. Ugh. Yeah, it's weird. It's definitely gonna be weird. Acme at some point was a powerhouse. A lot of the Acme power cards have rotated, but I honestly don't think NEH is the best card that rotates. I think it actually secretly might be Asmari. 40 card minimum, just a busted ability to get 2 credits a turn. What else do we have to say? There has been nary a meta where Asmari doesn't have a game warping deck in it, whether it's Reeducation Combo, whether it's 6-point Glacier or 6 Agenda Glacier. Whether it's been like, what was that deck for a while? Like pigeon type decks, like the Seamus launch into Hardening News type stuff. It's Asmari's name has showed up a fair bit for ban list articles. 5/3 is getting banned out. It is just a very good identity ability. No, its text is kind of really cool. However, it functionally plays out a bit more boring. It's really cool, actually. Like, there's that sort of like meme curve about how to play Asmari. Like on one side, the side that people shit on, I guess it'll be this side. It's like people changing their call every turn to be like event, oh program, oh hardware, oh program, and then every turn your opponent doesn't play that and plays something else, and you never get money. Then in the middle of the curve is just say event, which works really well. And then it turns out we're actually at the point on the far side of the curve where you change your call. And now that actually works out as long as you're good at changing your call, which I think is so funny because I've made fun of people for like changing their call and being like, oh, well, now I'm just gonna play my event. But modernly, you actually do see people calling like program event, and it actually does work out at high level play, which is at least kind of cool. But just name event gets you 90% of the way there. But we did actually hit the bell curve where both ends, for radically different reasons, are kind of doing the same thing sometimes. Yeah, Sparrow Brawler, those sort of decks, right? I think the Laura Zamari decks are great. Okay, Psychographics is going. Okay, this is huge. A bunch of the really, like I would say, frustrating single tag punishment cards are leaving. And I think the value of a single tag in the format is going to change somewhat. Currently, what's the big single tag punishment in the game? You can do Mindscaping and End of Line. That only does 5 damage. So that can be safe on a lot of board states as long as you can just draw up. You can get Retribution, which doesn't see any play. And then what else can you get? Like nobody plays any of the other single tag punishment cards, I think. But Self-Growth Program is maybe the worst. Like if you talk about, can you Retribution one of my cards and destroy it? Which means I can install it clicklessly for free with a simul chip. Or can you return 2 cards to my hand? And it turns out turning 2 cards to your opponent's hand is huge. Because not only do you have to reinstall those cards, but then those cards are like an Amakua that just got purged, or like it's just really, really bad for you. Floating a single tag should not give you the punishment that is nearly game losing, where you lose 2 clicks and like 9 credits of resources. It is just bad. It's just really, really bad for you. This doesn't clear the tag, so you still have to clear the tag. So you have to install your cards, clear the tag, and not get self-growth. Like it is just an absolute blowout. I find this to be super, super, super frustrating. Trust Operation is kind of good and could see play. I'd be surprised. It's also 3 influence. And all it does is like trash a resource and res a card. So you have to build your deck where you're like resing a big ice or something. I guess it doesn't have to be an ice, right? Free closed accounts? No, we definitely don't want to do that. That would be just as unhealthy if not worse. Market Force is the similar thing. It's kind of like the closed accounts. The problem with this card is also it just grinds the game out. Like you get money, they get money, but it's usually not enough to matter too much. It just means the runner can't win the game, but they're stuck in the game. Cards like this made Bologna even better, where having money is the only way you could win the game. Technically, you can kind of eke it out, but it's very, very strange. I'm so glad that these cards are gone. These feel very different than NSG versus FFG. These are huge pain points to tag punishment. Dress Up was really good in Hollow Ups. In Hollow Ops? What's Hollow Ops, Santa? A Nuvem deck? I just want to shout out Threat Assessment. This card never saw play. I swear that this card is good. Play only the runner trash the corp card during the last turn. Choose an installed runner card. The runner either must add it to the top of their stack or take 2 tags. Now the problem is they'll never take 2 tags, especially because when this card came out, 2 tags was lethal. But adding a card to the top of your stack is also quite bad. But I don't know if that's worth paying a click and a credit to do it. I'd argue it could be, but like, I guess you just play Self-Growth Program. I played that card once. I think I've played it once too. I like the design and the line where you need to remove a tag to do a thing. I feel like I do more and more that I play Netrunner. I wish a lot of the operations, and most of the operations we've seen from MSG clear the tag. And I think that's fine. It makes it, you can give the operation a bit more punch, but then you don't have to clear the tag yourself. Sansan, seeing a bit of play, and Arella and calibration testing. These actually all do matter in different ways. Sansan hasn't seen a lot of play, and in a world where it looks like we have no 3/2s, matters even less. Arella is one of the most fun you can have in Netrunner, and shows up in a whole bunch of weird decks, and calibration testing, well, it did technically show up in like some CTM decks back in the day. Currently, it's in one of the best decks in the format, in an op deck. That is what Kikai calls the deck. I'm going to continue to do more testing, but I trust Kikai. Cali testing is just a fun card. It's really cool in op. I think the value of op will change, but this is the sort of card rotating that actually makes op worse more than it makes NBN worse. So do just keep that in mind. But Arella is just like the most fun you can have in Netrunner. Arella is just cracked. So good. That's most of the NBN cards. Honestly, it doesn't seem that bad. Like besides NBN maybe not having an agenda suite, don't worry too much about that. But everything else is like a lot of fun cards, but nothing that is like super structural outside of like the tag punishment package, which that probably will see more tag punishment, I'm assuming, in elevation. And we lose like no functional ice in standard right now. So it's like not that bad. Again, we do have neutral cards and Wayland cards. In terms of Wayland stuff, like Wayland and NBN do go well together because tags and tag punishment does matter. But none of this matters too much. If you want to play Mass Fingo and Pravdivos, but I feel like there's better choices. Yeah, I don't think any of this matters. Punitive matters, mind you, but the punitive NBN decks are losing every 5/3, so pick your poison. You don't really see Audacity. Red Planet Couriers technically matters. Some Pravdivos decks are up to very exciting gameplay. And that's mostly it. Did I skip Attitude Adjustment? Oh shit, no, Attitude Adjustment is definitely worth shouting out. No, that's a bad miss if I missed it. Attitude Adjustment is a valuable card. It is seen play not too much outside of NBN, but it's also the sort of card that will show up when you're playing 5/3s. Sorry, I did miss it because it was next to Market Forces. But this card is a totally fine tempo. Like, it's cool that this card is kind of like Spin Doctor. That is not like just card negative. It's probably card neutral, but it puts agendas back into the deck and it reveals them. So it does everything I like to do with a card that manages the agendas. I don't like Sprint because it doesn't reveal. At least it also keeps you up on the same amount of cards, which is good. But this card is a pretty reasonable design for agenda management. I like that actually a bit more than you think. Skipping Trojan Horse? It's not an NBN. It doesn't matter for NBN decks. We're only talking about NBN, right? Yeah, we'll get to Lady Liberty. Lady Liberty did competitively matter for NBN. So finally, neutral cards. Rashida matters for everyone. NBN obviously matters a lot. For Epiphany, where you need must-trash assets and or just card drawing credits, obviously Rashida is great. Every faction cares about Rashida. I don't know if one more than another, but NBN loves Rashida. Pad Campaign, this saw some amount of play because it's an asset and costs 4 to trash, and you did end up playing these in competitive NBN decks. It feels like modernly it doesn't get a slot so much, but 4 is a lot to trash and would continue to be a lot to trash. Lady Liberty did see play. Shout out to Spags a lot of the times who would play this in CTM, because if you don't run this, they can res this and score one of their game warping 3/1s, specifically AR enhanced security, and the game gets super messed up. This is just a fun and flavorful card, but it is also leaving. Enigma, pretty good ice. Even NBN decks, pretty good ice. And I think that's mostly it. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad. Well, it looks bad because NBN doesn't have a competitive deck, but it feels like NBN right now is propped up on like 2 ideas, and each of those ideas is significantly losing part of it. So this seems really bad, but honestly, I don't know. It's weird. It feels like the majority of cards rotating don't matter. The ones that do really do. But I think that's more of a result of NBN being a pretty narrow faction, it seems. Like anytime that you can see a power level corner in NBN, like a little spike, you can build a deck around that, whether it's re-education, whether it's self-growth program, whether it's asset spam, Amani Sanai stuff. Like those are all 3 different decks, but I'd argue modernly those are the only 3 decks. And so each of those is getting hit. Maybe that means NBN is destroyed. Yeah, there's a chance it does. But I'm hoping Elevation just gives some generalist cards that you can consider building, like mid-range NBN. You can build tag NBN, you can do assets NBN. I would hope for the best. NGO doesn't really matter in NBN. It did in like Asmari Glacier, which we haven't seen in many, many moons, but like this is not a good use of your time in a horizontal matchup. I do want to actually shout out in some of the decks that were playing NBN assets that were playing like the sort of Behold package. They were actually playing Check a Scion. And so install advancing your NGO front, making it look like a setup for something like a fly on the wall combo or stuff like that. Like that actually is kind of cool. That NGO front looked a bit better than it was, but it's not a very good NBN card in general. NGO matters for rotation, but for different reasons. Resing Lady Liberty and immediately adding areas to your score area is maybe the sweetest thing in Netrunner, and if you've never experienced it, I highly recommend it. Me, 2019. I love opponents thinking the Ares was the worst I could do with the Lady and not trashing it, and then I have to score a 5-3. Yeah, I've scored a 1, a 2, and a 3 in Lady Liberty. There's a stream somewhere where I've scored a 3 into a 4. Where we played like Blue Sun Glacier, I scored out of 5-3, and then I scored out of 4-6, and we won in 2 Lady Liberty triggers. Like, it happens. It's just like, it's a 1-of, and all that has to line up. Banning Bologna hurt Asmari Glacier so bad? Yeah, I do think after the Bologna ban, there's a chance that like Sokka and Wiki still played it, though. I think people still played it. Asmari, Hydra, that should get us there, right? When in Rome, okay, we'll find out what that is. Built to last at the CBI in 2024. Was Bologna still legal there? So this is Better Citizens program. Okay. Shout out to Koga. That's cool. Tranquility Home Grid. Wild. And then this is probably Glacier. Yeah. Oh no, this had Bologna in it. Okay. So it probably was just a bit after that. But I know Wiki and Sokka were playing Asmari Glacier a bit later than other players did. NBN doesn't have a competitive deck. EA Sports cries and Re-Education Asmari being the best corp deck. Yeah, honestly, I think that deck is still really good right now. People are not teching for it. Like, I don't know why you don't just play that deck if you're trying to win a district. So who knows? Fazarum is the big mark against Asmari Glacier IMO. Yeah, I remember watching some gameplay tournaments where like the Fazarum, the Hydra, the Botulises, when that was like a big thing. I don't think you can't not build the deck around it. Like that's why you end up running 3 magnets, right? Like you saw it coming. I obviously don't. R plus kill 1 worlds. Yep. How many cards does that deck lose? Like Bologna and what else? Cards used, Beal, Reality Plus. That being said, that Identity got banned out too, right? Forced errors. So how many of these cards are rotating? Actions. I never know where this is. No. Actions sort by set. Deck list. False lead stays. The Green Mill is the agenda leaves. Rashida and Lady Liberty leave. And then Beal. So this deck stays mostly legal. Obviously losing like 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 points from your deck is going to have an impact on you. Not having Rashida impacts everyone, but we're assuming there's going to be an NBN Rashida replacement. And Lady Liberty also is like a good card, that's for sure. But like this deck is largely, majority of the ways that it interacts, barring the Beals, remain untouched, right? Like this Beal was really important. Like read the write-up. Alex was just scoring out Beals. And for what it's worth, we saw that time and time again. Like with Toby coming in second at Worlds, I want to say like many years ago, TF34, like just scoring Beals behind a wraparound, just being like, I don't know if it was second, maybe in the top 3 or 4, but I remember those games really well, where it's just like, I'll put a Beal behind a wraparound, score it out. Oh, I'm on 4 points. What are you going to do? Acid Spam Kill will still be good if there's a good ID for it. Sorry, Epiphany, I'm not a believer. Yeah, the problem with Epiphany, like to some extent too, that you have to watch out for is that it's hard to play operations in Epiphany. It just doesn't work well. And like, this is a lot of operations for sure, but like playing end the line mindscaping Opera Research in Epiphany sucks because Epiphany cannot play events or sorry, operations from the top of the deck. Epiphany can only install cards. And that being said, if you know what the top of the deck is, you can make some better decisions, but you can install those cards. So you're kind of like naturally disincentivized from playing operations. And if you're playing a kill deck, usually you're playing a lot of operations. I don't know. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. This ability abstractly is good, but then in play just kind of feels rough. We'll see. It'll definitely look better in a bit. All right, we've hit the 2 hours and 15-minute mark. It's 2:30. My stomach hasn't fallen apart, so let's count our blessings. I guess we're going to play some Netrunner, and I think we're going to play something that's pretty rough. I think we're going to build some weird shit. Epiphany Kill probably plays more Reaper functions and less kill events. Yeah, I think you went on Reaper function. I'm pretty sure you'd also want SIU, but that's rotating as well. But you want cards on the table that you can interact with favorably. Like imagine you can Epiphany a Ronin. hold on. Obviously Ronin's rotating, but you could Epiphany a Ronin on top of a, okay, don't click on it. On top of like a Holloman and then Holloman the Ronin and fire the Ronin. It's still very click compressed. You don't have enough actions, right? Because you do Epiphany, you do 3 advancements, you do 1 advancement. You're still short in action. This is rotating. Yeah, Ronin's rotating. This is never going to happen, but like kind of funny idea. But Ronin does go for sure. Could do the original Ronin, right? Adam Doyle. Oh, but of course. That's really cool. This art's always been a little bit too dark, but you can tell here. This is very Adam Doyle coated, the sword with the sort of texturing. Very sick. All right. You know what I wanted to play today? Time to do some ob. I wanted to play this card because I've seen very little of this card. And I don't want to play this card in some sort of, Eternal Super League combo. I want to play this card and trash 7 things and just say, what are you going to do about it? Right? Like, it's weird that this card is not a closer. I think I'm thinking about this because the last game that we played here on a runner side, it was me and Kate. We played against John. And John was playing a deck. And at the end of the game, John had like a res ping, a res pinged, a res gatekeeper, a res amaze amusements. And there were all these cards on the table, which did technically matter because we were playing Mercury and they just ended the run. But they were also like really low value. Venti, no way, Warlock, no way. So like, I know I played horizontal asset spam decks out of like startup NEH and then just blew my board up and had a win condition with Psychographic Spiel. But what about if you just tempoed a MAD? Like, what about if you just trashed 5 cards and you tempoed a MAD? The problem is this is a triple, so you're not actually like doing anything on your board state. But say you played like 2 credits to do this in Nuvem. Is it good? Probably not. But like the problem with Nuvem is delivering tags consistently is kind of hard. But what about if we could just say, oh, I have 6 res cheap stuff. I can blow you up. Now, if this is going to continue to get more cursed, what about if we just run a lot of cheap stuff? And maybe we can like Jinja, obviously, to get stuff on the table. Stop clicking on things. But if we ran a bunch of cheap stuff, so you can get like your rhymes and your pop-up windows and your tithe and just a bunch of cheap ice suddenly, and we're playing NBN. Maybe we're playing Wayland, I don't know. And then you just threw the book at them suddenly. And then you can close the game out because you're playing NBN. I don't know how. Don't worry about it. 2 end lines or something. And I'm pretty sure I remember watching a tournament and there was a player who was playing this GameNet deck. This is where things are getting really off the rail. And it was Jinja GameNet that was using Rhyme and pop-up window and then could build the board state really, really quickly. I think there's also an upgrade that would make you lose money when ice was rezzed. I don't know if it's Henry Phillips. I think it's the other one. I think it's the one with the lady with her feet up. What's the other one? It rotates. And the idea is that you get all the stuff rezzed really cheaply and really quickly. It's not this one. There's the other one. I don't know the name. Playing against a Mad Ob deck a while back, and my opponent just trashed the entire board, so I GG'd knowing the double end line was coming. Oh, you can still win that turn. It's Ob is a Wayland ID? No, not that one. Not that one. No, I'm not talking about Eric Yakov. Yakov Erikovich Avdukov. Traffic Analyzer, that's the one. You can do this one, and you make a lot of money. Like, that's good. You play that in Event Ob. But Traffic Analyzer is another card that works in GameNet. It says, when you res a piece of ice, trace 2, if successful, the corp gains 1 credit. And if the runner boosts into the trace, they spend money during a run, so GameNet triggers. I want to see if the person published this deck, because they were playing it in a tournament, and they were doing really well. But I do think the game that we saw in a tournament, it might have been like EMEA Continentals last year, the game that was played on was not a good game. Unfortunately, it didn't work in their favor, but they were at the high standings. Like, they did well. Hold on. Cards used, Traffic Analyzer. Jinja? Shit, literally nobody's playing these cards together? Did this person not publish a list? What about if we searched GameNet Traffic Analyzer, GameNet Jinja? Because it looked like a cool list. I think it was also playing like that 4-2 that lets you install an ice or something. These are from 2020? What is this? Pay your blacksmith? It's an anvil deck? Wait, that's the opposite of what we want to do. When the runner encounters his ice, you may trash onto your other installed cards. And so the idea is that you have a lot of cheap small stuff like rhymes that you get for free for Jinja. This has to be trash a res card or just trash a card. Oh, and if they can't break this fires GameNet. That is silly. Annoying because the runner, like what? You gain 2, the runner loses 1, and then they trash one of their installed cards. You can still do Bionic, Mad, End-of-Line, Wage Workers, second End-of-Line, or Mindscaping. I just don't think we can do all that. I think we have to like just hold. We just give them 7 tags and then survive with 2 end lines in hand. Yeah, Anvil GameNet, honestly, there's like a bunch of cool Wayland dice that works really well in GameNet, like Anvil and Afshar. I don't know if this is going to work out for us. It's not a biased reporting. Why? Oh, to trash their stuff, I guess? That's really funny. This seems anti-synergistic in some ways, right? So choose resource hardware or program. The runner may trash any of their installed cards of the chosen type. And then you gain money if they don't. They gain money if they do. But if you're anviling them, won't they have less installed cards? So this won't pay out as well? I got called out in the JNet general chat when I oracled a serverless GameNet big deal deck one time. Oh yeah, that sounds miserable. I don't endorse that behavior, but that sounds miserable. All right. I think we might play Nuvem. Oh no, what are we doing? There's a chance that we play Nuvem just so we can play like 2 MADs, 3 End of Lines, and then also have Oppo, and then just say we have multiple win conditions. That means we'll play a lot of ice and a lot of cheap ice, and if we have a lot of cheap ice, they can't run, and we can get a fire subliminal messaging all the time. That's right, it's another Nuvem stream. Please convince me to play a different identity. Please. They trash their non-essential stuff for bias that makes Anvil hit harder. So it does say the synergy, even though not the other way around. It's like mixed. Because you're right, they'll trash their non-essentials, but then biased reporting, you're more likely to get money, but you can just play a money card. Nuvem superiority gained. Andre, please, we're going to stage an intervention for your Nuvem and misery addiction. It's like one of the times it has to be good. Like one of the times it has to land. And we have to be like, oh, sick. That's fantastic. I had a great time. The ability was like really cool and fun and stuff. And I felt in control. I'm just so close to it. Like it's gambler's fallacy. Like every time it's miserable, but I'm like, clearly they printed this, right? Like they had ideas. We have to trust them. All right. We'll play 2 mutually sure destructions. It'll never land. Okay. Axu. Challenge accepted. End of the line 3x because we need a bunch of them. We probably need like a mindscaping or 2. Epiphany is a lot of fun. I enjoy Epiphany a bit more. The problem is every time I build Epiphany, I just build the same deck. And it's like, if your opponent doesn't know what to do, you have a lot of fun. If your opponent knows what to do, you don't play the game. And I think you ran into the same situation. If your opponent doesn't know how to manage the board, you get to do whatever you want. And if they do manage the board, you have a blank ID box. It's like, I don't like being in those situations. I'm way behind on the video, but I just got to the part where you don't know the Makoto Langit is the name of the elevator. I wrote a whole thing. Now have you people not memorized it? Pat, really? Okay, we linked nothing. I'm sorry, we weren't paying attention. You seem convinced that an ability that's built a battle world with slightly more upside and more downside will be interesting. 2 cards to turn, pretty good. You want my active policing PD list? Like to convince me not to do this? I'm not sure. What is the cheapest ice we can play? That feels okay. What is the cheapest ice? So we probably play Basalt Spires. That kind of makes me want to play Seamlesses. Now the deck is a real salad. Or a whole thing? How people... I don't... Pat, did you release it? Did you put it out? Yeah, Rhyme. The problem is like we don't have good synergy with Rhyme. Besides this Rhyme. It's in the Welcome to Elevation article in the first paragraph. Maybe the first sentence. Hold on. Null signal games. Welcome to Elevation. I don't see it. Yeah, okay, it's there. I want to be very clear that unfortunately, a lot of times, if I read a word that is not in English, I push it off and say I will learn it later. This is an offensive take. We'll be very clear. This did also come out in January. Okay? In January, Pat. You know how much has happened in 2 months? Remember when we used to go to America and stuff? I said that something on res seems good for this, so maybe Stavka, but I guess Stavka trashing something kind of slows down the combo. Yeah, weird mixed camp that we're in. Descent is really good. Descent we like, regardless in Nuvem, because it helps with Nuvem's problems. But we just want to have like mid-range cheap stuff, so we can play like subliminals all the time. The last 2 months have been the longest decade. Yeah, it's been bad. It's not good. I don't want to play S-Walls. I do want to play Tithes. Yeah. Your level when Patrick is right. Imagine him confidently typing an enraged message into the chat, and he's just like straight wrong about it. He's done no research. What else are we playing? We'll play through 2 rhymes, I guess. How many influence we got for this? Sure needs ping. 1 ping in a 54 card deck, I guess. White space could be good. Yeah, I'd consider a white space. This seems like antithetical. We'll play some boarding controls. We won't trash it. We will, for what it's worth, definitely play like some of the bigger stuff. Like we'll play 3 log jams, I guess. We'll play 2 hammers. We're incentivized to also play a bunch of upgrades because upgrades work well with MAD for sure. And any upgrades that do damage work really well with MAD as well. So currently we're on 12 ice. Sorry, 17 ice, 2 of them being rhymes. So probably not the best. We only have a couple anchor ice. Nuvem deck, all one-ofs. Honestly, kind of fun. But then every time you trash a card, you're like, I'll never see you again. Why Seamless is really good with Basalt Spire. Because you can just never advance, and if they run, Seamless is +1 credit for 2 advancements, which already feels really good. And as soon as you have a Seamless in the bin with Basalt Spire, anything you can put in the remote server, you can bring that Seamless launch back. If you have a Seamless in hand, you can do Seamless, Basalt Spire, Seamless. Like, it's just very, very fun. It's definitely not necessary, but you can do it. Treeline? Yeah, Treeline's not bad. I like Treeline. I wonder if we're in like a Masquerove meta yet. I haven't seen a lot of Cleaver recently. Treeline's fine. All right, we'll play some upgrades and operations and build a bad venti op. Oh wait, we need to have like a lot of agendas still. We'll worry about that. Agendas, we probably do play, because we're on Seamless, we probably play Project Atlases. We need to have a couple more agendas. Seamless is not part of the combo, no, but it just gets us, like, it lets us play better Netrunner. I worry that if our deck is just combo, we're going to end up in the Nuvem situation, which is like sitting there doing nothing. But now that we have actively ways to push the game forward, it also helps us with our ability to res all our stuff. Biotic and Nuvem is quite good if you go the FA route. I don't think it's that much better than Audacity. I like Big Deal if you play big money, because it comes back with Basalt, but like, it's Biotic. I don't want to pay 5 credits to score an Atlas. I guess I do, but not really. The best feeling? Only made sweeter for how often I actually get catastrophically wrong. Chat, here nearly saw an avoided the future. We were this close, where we cut out our win condition and just play a Nuvem deck that has like, I really hope I can MAD them, and then they don't die to Mindscaping Endoline. Like, it's, yeah. I know what my shit smells like. All right, I guess we're going to play things that are hard to deal with. Maybe with Basalt Spire, 2 Mindscaping is overkill because we can get back in the Endoline. You say that, Antoine, but we're also a 54 card deck where we're incentivized to trash the top card of our deck. Like, I'm not sure. There's a chance, but I'm so worried with Nuvem. You're just so inconsistent in drawing your combo that I feel like we need to have this. I wonder if our last influence should just be like an oppo and say like, okay, at some point you'll take 4 tags. That might be it. And then we just like push on top of Angeliques and stuff and be like, oops, damage bad. Or maybe Forced Connections might be better. This is 2 tags. We care about 2 tags more, so we can do that. We probably should be playing a virus to respect the world we live in. Okay, we'll try it. And luckily we can build a 54 card deck and not feel terrible about it. Don't worry about it too much. Psychographics at MAD FA. Oscar, we could. Psychographics in an Atlas is like hella sick. The problem is if we did that, I think we would actually probably just do it in NBN. Because this is 3 influence, and we need to build a lot of tags, and we need all it to line up. Attitude is great here. I don't know, maybe. We already have Descent. Attitude is not bad. Anything that deals with archives is like not bad in Nuvem. Like Gatekeeper is also kind of cool. Like a Gatekeeper on archives is like kind of sick. I don't know if we want to spend this. I don't feel like it's better than anything else. Like an attitude, it just feels so unimpactful to put 1 attitude in a 54 card deck and be like, let's go. It's like, the heck is going to happen? I don't believe in myself. All right, we need a couple more agenda points. We need to play 22, so we're short 7. Ugh. So playing above the lock because it's fine. And then we can play 2 more cards and we have to cut 2 cards. We're not an eminent deck. Like, I don't think we play Orbital Superiority. What do we do for last agenda here? I don't feel good. I'm starting to feel bad about this idea. SDS is good? Yeah, SDS is fine. Is that 23? Okay, that's awkward. We don't want to be playing 23. We want to be playing 22. Armed Intimidation. I mean, with Seamless, maybe. I'm going to draw this on turn 1 and hate myself, but they still have to take 2 tags. False lead? Oh, false lead is actually probably it. We're on MAD. Yeah, why wouldn't we false lead? Oaktown's good too. The length of man will go to play a weaker Venti. I know, but Warlock, we shouldn't be allowed to do a 70-card Corp deck. Somebody from NSG should step in and be like, are you serious? You don't have to be like this. Cut Basalt for Offworld? Basalt is like one of the best cards in our deck. Scoring out is real Netrunner? Oh no. Hey, John. Oaktown is fine. Offworld Office is actually pretty good. We'd appreciate it. We don't have enough money. Our deck has not enough money. Like, we want some operation slots. Admittedly, we're on 3 Regoliths, which we probably should just have more operations, but I'm a load-bearing Regolith guy here. I'm pretty sure we'll be better with off-off than that agenda that we considered for a second. What? Huh? How do you count to 22? Is there any nice way to count to 22? We have 1? Hate that. All right, we cut 3 cards. 7 plus 17, 19 ice. That's a bit high. Maybe some Slash and Burns to complement Seamlesses. Oh, Slash and Burns actually really good too because of Nuvem. Yeah, I like that a lot. Slash and Burns really sick. I wonder if it's better or worse than Alice. If only we could play KPI. I think we would, just because it's an operation, so it goes plus 2 credits. That's nice. But Slash and Burn seems fine. I wonder if it's going to tax out our like Spin Doctors and Descents already. All right, cut 3 cards, y'all. We don't have enough money. We have arguably too much ice. Feels like 4-2s are the plays. Yeah, it's Alice. It's a 4-2. Put a 4 on it. You go. Alice without Audacity is not as good. We have Slash and Burn. We'll be fine. We're not trying to score to 7. If we scored to 7, we failed. We have failed at what we've done. I feel like we do want an armed asset protection. Like, what does this draw like? This is our opening hand. How are we feeling about this? Honestly, pretty good. Remote server, Regolith, res Regolith, use it. On 6 credits, they res a logjam, it gets 1 counter. Wait, no, I hate this. Drop a tree, a descent, and a tithe. I could see myself dropping a tree. Tithe, I love. Descent, you actually kind of like. Because it is just like a +1 credit, draw a card that fixes your archives. It only shuffles agendas, which is a bummer. Is this good? I like that we're opening with Regolith. Logjam is pretty brutal. It's really bad early game, but it's just a very good card. Especially also because we have Tree Line. So this hand stinks. This is the Nuvem issue. Obviously, we're in 57 cards. It's just so inconsistent. It's like no 2 hands have we drawn have looked anywhere near similarly. So here we do like border control remote server. What are we doing? I guess we would start with a Spindo. Okay, good. We didn't draw more. Mindscape is actually kind of sick in this deck anyways, because you can put cards on top of your deck and then you can trash them. In theory, when's Nuvem fire? When you finish resolving an operation. I think it does it wrong. But in theory, you can Mindscaping a card on top of your deck and get rid of it, which is like kind of fun. It means that you don't redraw that card. Like Mindscaping has natural synergy with Nuvem. You need low entry econ cards. Yeah, that's what a Regolith is doing. It doesn't work as well with Nuvem. Like we might be better off playing Armed, but Armed is really bad early. So we'd have to spend influence on that problem. This is a good hand, right? We could just do like border control, hedge fund, Rashida, draw 3, gain 1. Like this is good, but notice how like we didn't draw onto any agendas, which is unlikely considering we have 9 and 57. From here, we can cook a Regolith. We can ice up everything. 2 Planogram instead of Mindscaping. The thing is like Mindscaping works for a kill so that we have another option if they go tag me, right? Like it's another win con. We're not going to play this for tempo. You can Mindscaping Strike Fund on top of your deck. The Corp needs a Nuvem Strike Fund. It really does. Like, this hand sucks. I don't know what to do here. And obviously, it's because we're playing 3 tithe. Like, don't even bring it up. Oh, he's tilting already. This is fine. We can play this. We do this, this. Rhyme, you can't move, right? Doesn't work on JNet for some reason. They're working on it. I posted the patch problem. It's a bug fix coming up. Okay, say they trash the Rashida. That's fine. We draw. We take 9. Great. I think this is bad. I think we should play op if anything, and then we should play 70 more cards. Okay. I think Hammer's so good that it should be a 3 of for anyone spiteful. It's really good in the modern meta. The problem is that we can't really afford to res it early. We've been always opening with a Regolith, which has been really nice. But like, say that we had this, we would Subliminal, see the top, trash it. We would Ice. Probably not build a remote server just yet, because then the Subliminal hits. We would draw here. Like, we need to find Ice for the Rashida. How long will it take us to find Ice for the Rashida? Not that bad. This is fine. We can Ice. We'd probably leave HQ open. We would do Treeline Remote, Rashida, Tithe R&D, I think. If she fires, we're here. Here we have some stuff. Nice HQ with that. Yeah, this is playable. Should we make space for Crisium? I think making space for a niche tech card in a 54 card deck is already like pretty buck wild. And not only do we have Mavirus and border control, like I'd rather play a 3rd border control, I think, and not play 3 log jams. Like, imagine top decking a Crisium. I don't know if we'd be excited about it. Maybe people don't trash it. That's a mad target, but that seems like a bit much. All right, we can do this. We can cut 3 cards. 3 cards. I feel like we should cut every rhyme. We're playing 17 Ice. That's good. Logjam feels like not in. Logjam is really, really quite good. It's just you don't want to 3-up. You want to draw it by the mid game. Even in Nuvem, no, I think it's good. People run archives. It flips your stuff up. We have border controls also, which trash themselves, which is good with Logjam. Descent trashes itself, which is really good with Logjam. Cut 1 card. 1 damn card. Cannot be an agenda. I don't know. The deck looks freaky perfect. Like probably a Subliminal. 3 tithes seems like a lot. Well, try and build this a bit more reasonably. Yeah, at least a Subliminal. I like that, Izzy. It's like you need to get them as soon as possible, but Nuvem also finds them quickly. But the games where you don't draw your Subliminal, you do draw your Subliminal are night and day. 1 Subliminal, no, we can't play 1 in 54. We need to find it as soon as possible because then it comes into rotation, right? But the cool thing is that even if Nuvem trashes this, we'll be able to add it back to our hand. And this is 3 credits a turn clicklessly, which is like where Nuvem actually becomes good. Yeah, hey Harp, how's it going? 2 end of line, we need them. It's our win condition. And if we don't have 2, we can't kill it. And we're in a 54 card deck. So I think we just have to like take our medicine. Assurance, which means insurance in French. It's not confusing. Open form, kind of cool. Nuvem, yeah, it's kind of cool. It's like weird. I've seen people do it, but those are like the wall to wall, or not wall to wall, the like hearts and minds, like acid Nuvengs, which I can't get behind. I mean, cut 2, no, but I think we need 3, right? Like, check this out. Hyper geometric. What am I doing? Sorry, we're gonna get flashbanged. It's gonna be bright. It's usually really bright here on Stat Trek. It's also frozen. Uh-oh. Still here? Ah! It was bad. Could you change 1 end of line for a pivot? I don't know. We don't have that many other pivot targets, and pivot's trashable, so my guess is we have no incentive to do it. You can pivot for an agenda. I'd be surprised. It's a card I forget that exists, but it's because it doesn't do much until you're on threat. Okay, population size 54, number of successes 3, sample size, that's X. We need to have 2 successes in sample. So how many cards do you have to draw to find 2 end of lines in a 54 card deck, right? Like say that we draw 15 cards. We have, what is it? Not a lot, a 20% chance to get our kill combo. So like how many cards do we have to draw? If we draw 25, half our deck, we only have a 45% chance. So like for these sort of cards, you need to hit this number because this will jump up to a lot higher. Why did that break? That broke. Should we rely on Alice for end of line? Yeah, but or like the other one. Basalt, but relying on it means like just score out, and we can't always do that. So say that we draw 25 here, we have 3 successes. Sorry, we need 2 successes. Like it's going to be a lot higher. What am I doing? Oh, I did it wrong. Yeah, sorry, I did it wrong. This should be 20%, and then we go up to like 44%. So I had it backwards, but the numbers are still bad. What sport is the numbers still bad? I feel like we're going for flatline through. We want more oppos. Mindscaping for second oppo. I'm trying MAD because I want to try MAD. I think oppo might be better, but that's very similar to the other Nuvem decks we played, and I found that to be really frustrating. The difference with MAD is we have enough res stuff, we can just send the book at them regardless of their board state, and that is the like attraction to it. More so today, I wanted to just try out MAD in like different MAD decks, but I don't think it's going to be the right thing to do. It's just I don't think I've seen anyone tempo MAD me outside of a MAD combo deck. Nuvem Assurance. Sometimes when playing Corp means you can't rely on scoring. Do you think that's the case? I don't think that's the case. I think the majority of decks right now competitively are scoring out. I think it's pretty provable, but the majority of decks right now are scoring out. Tempo MAD into Valiant Line. Now you're talking my language, Izzy. And we saved 2 credits on each of them. Like, why the heck not, right? MAD is cool, I dig it. Yeah, that's what we want to try to do. Like, I think if this doesn't work, we'll try GameNet with like pop-up windows and rhymes and go from there. And just like try and get ice on the table. We're definitely gonna get mad while playing this deck. Uh-oh, Lou. Luckily we have Hammer. Thanks, you too. But Lou can obviously interact with our kill pieces. So this hand's really sick, right? Like Hammer is really good into Lou because it'll deal with Audrey and Botulus and all that sort of good stuff that we're expecting. We have a boarding control Rashida if we want to just start with that. This is fine. And we have 2 viruses somewhere. We would love to draw a hedge fund, but who wouldn't? Oh! Let's see what happens here. We'll never financially recover from this. Especially with no cards in the bin. Basalt turn 1, really bad. Lou's also pain to kill. Yeah, we'll see what she does here, what Kate Burrows does. Like holding your steel skins is really important. Playing Audrey's is really important. Amakua, okay. That can deal with the hammer. Oh, wow. This is such a hard read that they're going to charge border control now. And if she tries border control, she can get through it. Holy fuck, that's bad for us. That is such a rough snipe. Holy shit. Amaku on 1 run remote is so goofy. Now she does pay 2 though, so we'd have to get a credit here. So we'll res this, we go down to 4. Is Mad Market Force a thing? Kind of funny, maybe. And then you just lock the game out. Like maybe that's better, just to build like a self-growth program hell. So if we res this, she can break it for 2. She can't break one of the subroutines, otherwise she can't trash the Rashida. But that is like such the hard call. We probably shouldn't have done this because we're not going to financially recover from this. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. So we're assuming this is crew. She breaks for 1. Yeah, then we get a credit. She also could assume that this is not worth her time and this is something bigger, but we're on 1 credit. No need to break the first. It gives us a credit. Oh, sick. Yeah, that's really good for us. Why is res in lowercase now? Did they JNet update? This looks different. What is this 0 + 0? Yeah, it feels bad. She would have got a Lu trigger too. She got an Amaku instead. Want to end the run? She had no money. She can't trash it. And I don't want to trigger a board control on turn 1 to rob a click. Yeah, we got not punished there, which is like super fortunate for us. So now we have to ice up everything. We don't have to ice up archives because we're going to have a virus in the bin. So I assume we need to get our money up. The problem is we can't play any of the operations in our hand. Well, actually we can. You can technically just seamless for no reason. We were so cooked. Yeah, it was up to her to keep a credit there. And if she kept a credit there, the game is so different. So I think we just do tree line here. She has no money. Push the Rashida. We can't res this. So either we click for a credit to be able to res this, because if she does credit, run, that doesn't seem like a great play for her. So she needs to like steal skin or raindrops or something. So we either put an ice on R&D or credit. I'll just take the credit. I think getting the tree line Rashida is more important. So translation update. So a lot of typography got updated. Yeah, this seems a bit broken. I don't know what this is. I'm interested to see. I didn't check the change notes. Oh yeah, right. Moshing. I forgot. Moshing for Strikeman Steel Skin. She's back in it for one click. Holy shit, moshing is messed up. Sorry, we're in 0 credits. No, sorry, you're on 5 credits and a full hand of 7 cards. That's on me. That's on me. I should have seen that coming. Excuse me. All right, so now she's running. She knows what this is. So it's going to force a res. So we're relatively bankrupt. Why not run HQ first? You get blown up by a Winchester pretty bad. Well, it depends on the trace math. You don't want to lose the Amakua. It's an Afshar, can be rough too. Yeah. Seamless the ice for credit and style. It's like build your own, build last, except we get 2 advancements. So who's laughing? I can't believe we get 2 Rashidas in the top like 10 cards. That seems unfair. The worst part about the update is that the game doesn't tell you which server is which anymore. Oh my god, you're right. This doesn't label a server. Why is res in lowercase? What happened? Yeah, that's weird, Warlock. Very strange. Okay, at least we can seamless an Atlas here. Well, we'll never financially recover from it, but eventually we'll draw an event we can play. This is an issue. Not only have we only seen 1 event, but like Nuvem has fired 0 times. 0 times it's fired. Literally 0. And I don't like that idea. Hey, we could actually tree line this tree line, which gives us a credit. Yeah, that didn't sound as good as I thought it would. So it's either click for credit or ice R&D. I'll just ice R&D, I think. What are we discarding? We could get the spin deck to the table and discard the basalt. Basalt for Rashida seems like a trade. Spin the tree line to fire Nuvem. I know, but it costs a credit. So it's like click for a credit and it gets 3 advancements. Which like, I don't know if we want to do that. The tree line is ice on its own is a bit better. If she runs HQ, she can get some free runs. It's okay. I discard down to 5 cards. Oh, this UI is new. Okay, logjam goes. What's harder for the turtle to get through Crew Trasha? Yeah, but it'll be ban hard. It's just scary. Really, there's only one way to find out. But it'll get ban hard or botulist. Like it's not a huge deal. 7 strength means that she just has to take a tag. I don't think it's great. Like a tree line on its own is ban hard protection or crew protection. You don't have to expend it. It's cheaper though, that's for sure. Want to install the logjam and then you can tree line it next turn? Oh yeah, it's a bit better, honestly. I just think we're going to be bankrupt next turn. We're going to be on like 1 credit. Yeah, that might have been a better play. But then we have to hold the tree line, so what do we throw out? You ready to MAD for 2 credits to give 2 tags? It's going to be sick. All right, if we res this tree line, we go down to a credit. 1 credit. I think I'd rather score the Atlas. We have 1 Mavirus in 40. She trashes Lu fires, but she doesn't get Amakua. Oh, I wonder if she's actually trying to build an attack at the remote server. That's going to cost us 3 credits too. But if she wants to get another Amakua counter and then run the remote server, we have to pop the Mavirus on the tree line. And so that costs us 2 credits because we'll get the face check. You can score the Atlas even if you res. Yeah, but we don't get an advancement, right? Because we go seamless. We're on 2 credits. Oh, we could, right? Because seamless gains us a credit. So we go from 1 to 2 to advance. Yeah, we go down to 0. Which, hey, we want an Atlas for a subliminal. Honestly, in some Nuvem games, it could be cracked. Unfortunately, not in an Amakua game. Oh, piss. Oh, that's fine. Mutually assured destruction. I wonder if there's a too big to fail in this deck. I wonder if you like toolbox that hard that you just like play 1. For what it's worth, I honestly like think Under the Bus might be worth playing some places. You can pop the Mav on the border control face check. We can't so much anymore because of the Devil Charm. So this is ugly. So if we Mavirus here, she can Devil Charm this, but then she doesn't get through border control. So we have to. So she can still Devil Charm this, but then she can't break the border control. So she gives us either 1 credit or 2 credits, or technically she gives us no credits and jack out, but then she uses a Devil Charm. So crew's going to be pretty bad for us. Oh, yeah, cool. So now we do score out. Okay, hoard him. Let's go. Descent? Yeah. Teehee, we're broke. On 1 credit, we're not threatening, but in theory, she has to worry because she knows that we're some sort of kill deck and we have an Atlas token. So, like, I don't honestly know if this trade was right, but like, Amaku is just a lot of pressure. It is just a lot of pressure. We have to res every single piece of ice, and we've drawn 2 Rashidas. We need a load-bearing Regolith. She plays a Steel Skin. That's good to know. Those matter a lot because if we play 2 end of lines that does 8 damage, if she's on 5 with Steel Skin, she's on 7. Couldn't you have let the break tree line with Charm and Mav after? No, because she would have just Amaku'd through the tree line, and then she has a chance that she can Devil Charm the border control, right? Because Amaku is on 4. So it's risky, and then she doesn't use the Devil Charm. Shit, we didn't want to draw that, right? Yeah, if Amaku wasn't at 4, we would have done it to force her to Devil Charm, but she didn't have to. God, Nuvem's fired 1 time? This is probably on us for building a bad deck. Nuvem FA could be a thing. I mean, maybe. I'm pretty sure a better FA deck is playing Op, because, like... Alright, this didn't get charged. That's good. We drew the second virus? That's a bit much. Okay. Use Ops to score and get a refund. It's really hard to not do that in Op and be better, where you can, like, grab your fast advance pieces. You can use, like, Azief to push yourself forwards. Like, I'd be very surprised. The first Nuvem decks that were around 1x big deal. Yeah, big deal is really wild because you can't interact with it. If they steal 5/3, we get the big deal back. I don't like that playstyle. We have problems here. If we use our Atlas for a subliminal, she's definitely going to run every turn. Devil Charm Amaku means she can face check. We just need to get 6 credits up because of the hammer. So we can put this in the remote server and click for 2. But like, how do we ever get out of this hole? Like, I think the only way that we get out of this hole is if we clicklessly go grab exactly a subliminal. Like, are we Atlasing for a subliminal? I think we have to, or we don't have a game of Netrunner here. Atlas for subliminal. We play it. We're on 4. We install them a virus. We do click, we're on 6. Like, stop me. I've never done this before, but... Oh, we could grab Regolith. Subliminal is clicklessly 3 credits. Regolith is install, take 4, and then she has to deal with the Regolith. I'm grabbing a Regolith? What have we become? Oh my god. Oh my. I'm going to grab something. I'm going to grab something else, if you don't mind. Okay, never mind. We can't even grab a Regolith. That is too rich for our blood. Show? That shows only me, right? Yeah. Oh, it's an Atlas off the top. I hate Nuveng so much. That's what I got. Oh my god, Nuveng is the worst. It's begun. Rego seems like the right play if we had 2 credits. Unfortunately, we don't have 2 credits. So either we don't grab something. But now she has to run every single click. Face checking the hammer eats a Devil Charm. She can drop a crew. What's up? Yep. I feel like she's judging us. Yep. I searched for a subliminal messaging. We probably should run 3 of them, but it actually wouldn't have come back. She's been running every single turn. She also can safely run archives here because her Amakua will at least get 1 counter because that's the interaction with Mavirus. Yeah, this formatting is a bit busted now. I think it's a Cyber Feeder thing though. Wait, I'm not clear. That's what you did? I'd ideally like to res this hammer so much. So important. She needs to run this turn. Or we get a subliminal back, which means we did technically Atlas for 6 credits clicklessly, which is like kind of a killer. It's the tree line. If we res the tree line, we get a credit back usually. Yeah, she had to check. Okay, fire off, fine. All right, I'll start a turn res a spin doctor. Bummer. Credit hedge, fire Nuvem. Discard 300 cards. I mean, if I must. Oh my god. Yeah, let's just clear our hand out. That's fine. Trash the subliminal messaging? Hell yeah. So we'll get rid of the Basalt, which we have no intention of scoring. Now, unfortunately, our Spin Doctor is spoken for, but we can Dissent next turn. Oh, we shouldn't have credited. We should have Dissented. Because Dissent gives us a credit. Wait a second. Sorry. This is a mess. Oh, never mind. Never mind. It's actually, I'm good. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We can do it next turn. Doesn't Nuvem only play once per turn? Yeah. Not only does Nuvem only play once a turn, we won't have the 5/3 in the bin anyways. Well, we could have done it from hand, right? Dissent is anywhere? HQ in our archives. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll just do it next turn. So if he doesn't run archives, we'll be able to do it. We're on 11 credits, so we're back in it. So there's no good server for her to run, because any place she runs, we get money, or she gets hammered. If she runs archives, that's the best case, and she gets 1 Amaku counter. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So Basalt Spire, Atlas. We could consider giving her Basalt Spire, but she would be on game point. That's not tenable. Dissent draws though, yeah, but it replaces itself. It's fine. So the purge happens and then the breach ends and Amaku didn't steal or trash, so it gets a counter. Mind you, it doesn't work for things like Leech, but it does work for this one. Don't install a crew. Oh, that's fantastic. That's really good for us. So she can't break all the subroutines. So no matter what, we're going to be able to either trash a hardware or trash an Amakua or give a tag. This is really hard for this matchup to deal with. She needs to destroy this. So we're going to have to put an ice in front of this. But this is the best of my ice. Now, notice it says you cannot break more than one of its printed subroutines. Yeah, right? It doesn't matter that you use 2 different things. Like she could Devil Charm Amakua Boomerang, but no matter what, she boomerangs one of these. So either we trash the Devil Charm, we trash the Twinning, we trash the Amakua. She definitely is going to take the tag here, which she can clear. So I'm interested in which one she deals with. I'm not actually sure what we would trash, whether it would be the Charm or the Twinning. Like Anarch has so much recursion, like it feels silly, but the Twinning is how we likely lose. The Devil Charm is also how we have no ice and then lose. I don't think there's a good choice here. I don't know what y'all think. We want to keep the second virus. We hope she doesn't touch that, especially because Lou trashes and fires. Hammer face check is so brutal. It is honestly one of the worst face checks in the game. It is just bad shit on top of bad shit on top of bad shit. I've been back to meetings day, so I've missed the stream. Good to see you, Andre. David too, as well. Good to see you. Hopefully your meetings have been okay, huh? This is our first game we've played today. My logic brain always says you need multiple killers to break multiple subs. What did the Wheel of Factions give us today? NBN. It's okay-ish. It loses all its good stuff, but it doesn't lose that many cards. So keeping the turtle, that tracks. So we can either trash the Devil Charm or the Twinning. Twinning is probably a 1 of. Devil Charm is definitely a 3 of. I don't think she can run without the Devil Charm though. I trash Twinning every time. We can lock them out of Charm eventually. I don't know. I wonder if we can. I feel like without the Charm, she can't face check, and that means subliminal fires. Shit, she found them a virus. That's not good. I wanted that. Yeah, maybe 20 is right because it's harder to replace and it's a 1 of. Blue fires, Seeds of Descent. Okay. I live in fear of hammer all through Vancouver districts. What were you playing? Like dolls? I think that's the worst case scenario. We'll draw once for a play. I mean, that's technically a play. I don't think she'll run on it though. So she can't bounce this. She can't bounce this. She can run archives technically. We can MAD for 4 tags. She's on 8 credits and we don't have the kill pieces. So we can do this at a minimum. And then the question is, do we put an ice or we just take a credit? I think we just take a credit. I was playing Lou with Carnivore. Oh, sick. How's Carnivore? This is the sort of card like I want to play in like PD. I don't know. For 2 influence, people didn't even play that much on R+. R+, you res this for 4 credits. That seems messed up. I'm also convinced Anvil's a really good card, but I think I'm in the wrong. Obviously an op. Puemo. Okay. So if you want to break the tree line, it's still 3 credits. Why the addition? I don't know. This seems to be the latest update. Is changed some things, some for obvious better, some for unsure. I'm not sure what this means. I'm also not sure what it doesn't tell you servers numbers anymore. Oh, this is a fine trade for us. She does make a successful run, which we don't like. Or sorry, a run. And she's triggered Paladin again. So that's still good money. Like this is 4 credits. Using 2 spin doctors though by this point in the game is not my favorite thing. And now we know she can deal with this remote server, so we just have to put something in front of it. So we can let her trash it, but she trashes for 1 and Lou. Now she gets an Amakua counter though. Actually, it might not have been right to snap trash it. We want to get a virus back in. I think we want to get a seamless back in, and then we'll just be fine. It's getting more and more tempting, that's for sure. We're like getting there. Our board's mainly it's ice destruction, so like but we're getting somewhere. Now she's at 1 counter, so Descent doesn't end the run. So we could do Horde and remote, but that costs us 2 credits. Like we don't have a play here. We do not have a play. Losing server number feels important. Yeah, I think that's going to be a big problem. I think that needs to be fixed. I don't think that was intentional. I have no doubt that wasn't intentional. Oh, financially, we'll never recover from this. We kind of do need 2 MADs because she's going to imp a MAD sooner than later. Oh, this actually is not great unless we can res it because she can bounce off of it. So Descent seems important. Hordem is really good into the matchup because we can triple advance it. This sucks. Don't know why you play Nuvem. If you don't take advantage of the self-mill, you could basically be every other Wayland ID. I don't disagree with you. Show me what I could mill. Like, I can't. It's bad. It's just inconsistent. You need so many operations. I should stop playing Nuvem. I should learn better. I feel like this is not a healthy relationship. I just thought it would make sense to save some money off of our operations. I can show you, should I? I asked, are you being rude or are we both being rude now? Why the Hordem on the remote this turn? Just so that she can't challenge all of this with just the cleaver. Okay, we got a subliminal back, which is good. Subliminal's back, which is good. Right? Like we want to get something here that ends the run so that she can't just run this turn over turn. It's expensive, but it's fine. Well, subliminal? Okay, that's fine. We should play BTL. Honestly, maybe. How does this happen? I feel like we've Nuvem'd 3 times and it's been agendas every single time. So now we have to use the Descent because we've used the Descent. Nuvem's already fired. Can I post a link to Netrunner DB? It usually doesn't work. It test my Nuvem. It usually does not work. You can try. If I don't see it, that means that we didn't see it. I don't think you're being rude. Excuse me. I realize you're going to tell me what card to point at my head. Wait, you get Nuvem money off of Marrow Sabotage? No, because it's only on your turn. So yeah, on your turn you do. Yeah, because you score out. Man, I should not pause here. It's so telling. Did we bottom end the lines? No, we didn't. Oh man, I'm dissenting. I have no good ice for archives. That's where the 3rd Hordem should have gone. Ah. Went undefeated in Moonster on Sunday. Oh, very cool. I don't. Oh, we have another click. Okay, we've really botched this turn. How likely are they checked archives and Mav? It depends if we played that turn and it took us a minute and a half and we iced archives. So I don't know, but I'm doing the worst possible turn. I need to stop playing this. I definitely wasn't panicking. Talking to chat, yeah. Okay, let's see. If you publish your Nuvem deck, it shouldn't be hard to find. Especially if it says Moonster in it. If you tell me the deck name, that'll help. Then we can find it if you've published it. Okay, moshing again. Twinning, strike fund, boomerang. The pause before should be mandatory. Oh, we're actually playing real breakers. We're so cooked. Nuvem guidance program. Oh, it's a horizontal one. Okay. I feel like a lot of like Nuvem assets are succeeding on people's inability to understand what assets to deal with. It's not a super generous take. Oh, twinning for 3 here? That's fine. I swear I need to buy a clown nose. This is the worst. I might be dead? Nah, you good. You good. Don't run archives, we lose the game. That's the important thing. If you run archives, we do lose the game. How do you delete a deck? Oh, okay. Good game. Yeah, Nuvem, the operation ID, use the asset seems like not direction. That's what I don't understand. Hey, good game. Oh, no, I'm in the Matrix again. Yeah, that felt bad. All we had was ice, and ice does not hold up this way if you don't push threats. And yeah, we Aliced, I guess. Yeah, Nuvem lost us the game. I guess we would have lost on R&D anyways because she saw 3 cards and there was a lot of agendas. Again, this is 11 points. There's 25 cards left in R&D, of which there's only 4 agendas. This just happens in Nuvem. The big deck is just super inconsistent, so you get these wilder outcomes, but there's 4 agendas and 25 cards. Actually, that's not that far off of what you'd expect, but like, come on. It's a descent. I can't stop you. No, I got no punitive. You're totally fine. I'm curious at what point of RWR decided Nuvem should be 50 deck size. I don't know. I think it's because of a smaller. You do mill through yourself and you are consistent. Stop doing this shit. Yeah, no chance. I'm done. I'm not gonna play Nuvem. I don't think again this year. Well, I might play the Moonster deck, but I think it's an asset deck, which I'm interested to see it. Hey, you too. Get your end. I can't tag it as a tournament deck since it wasn't a district. Oh, I don't think I searched by tournament decks, but let's see if we can find it. What was it called? Cohort? I'm assuming it has a cohort in it, so we can just do this, right? Uh-oh. Nuvem, the idea, the deck name is Nuvem Guidance Program. Are you sure you published it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't. So I don't get it. We have a lot of mean ice. And we have eminent. We have 3 hedge funds, 3 subliminal. So we're just hoping they don't deal with their assets. I don't know how we afford this. I avoid playing this card because I don't like it, but it is very powerful, that's for sure. Well, we Prycon. Prycon's a really fun card. You can fast advance Scorbasalt. Okay. This doesn't look that different than most other Nuvem decks I play. You'll see how it goes. Hearts and Minds, like I don't understand why people don't just trash these things. The yeah, Scorbasalt. We have 2 Basalt and 59. What do you mean Scorbasalt? That's not a strategy. Scorbasalt, there's 2 and 59. What do you want me to do? Flash and Burn's Wayland Seamless? It technically is, but also it's in the archives. And we have 2 Spin Doctor. Gotta hop in the next meeting. I'll catch a body. Hey, David, the spiral begins. The descent, even. I'll give this a shot, but I don't fully see it. The punishment has to be in to deal with the meta decks. I don't see how this deals with the meta decks, though. Like 1 Mavirus and 59 and 2 punitives? Oh shit, there's a conundrum. Okay, now we have meta tech. I don't know. I'm trying it. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt here, but like paint me unconvinced currently. Trojan gets rid of the turtle if you have more money than them. What is this called? Nuvem Guidance. This deck does not look better than if you played an op. You would just play different ice. Nuvem. You have more money, you're Wayland. Did you see the last game? What are you talking about? You can't just be Wayland and have money. I feel like I've never been this aggressive towards a nice person in the chat. I apologize. I'm not going to give playing Nuvem again. This person, like, goaded me. Hey, how's it going? All right. Now, unfortunately, you have to bear the criticism now of me booting up a Nuvem deck and drawing the way I do in Nuvem decks. Is this a hand that we want? No, because a 59 card Nuvem deck is frustratingly inconsistent. Won't complain. I'm playing Nuvem. So actively complaining. But it's okay otherwise. Search again. You have the old version? You can't do that if I've booted this up and tell me I have the old version. You're trolling. I can't play 3 Nuvem games. What, did that version not have Masvingo in it? How many versions are there? There's one version. There's only one version. We're fine. Tank kept. Solomir, I just censored that like a slur. I don't know what you wrote. I don't. I'm so getting caught. It's really funny. All right, I'm gonna rip the subliminal because I don't care. Yeah. All right, we have no play to make this turn, so we're gonna ice up central servers. Oh, I'm not gonna play the hedge fund because we've already Nuvenged. Probably a mistake. I updated like 3 hours before. Action. There's a 54 card one. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, we can res the logjam. It'll have 2 subroutines. What 5 cards did you cut out? If I draw them, I'll just destroy them, okay? Okay, we'll make a play. I'll hedge fund first for information. Okay, that's bad because we don't want to trash this, but we just have to rip it. Notice how we don't have a play. All right, we have a play next turn, which can Arsana deal with a single ice on turn 3? Probably. You cut the conundrum? Didn't do anything on Sunday. I'm sorry to be happy about that fact, but it's very funny. Okay, they're running every turn because they know to turn Nuveng off. Why wouldn't they run? Guess Andre had to play Nuveng 3 more times. All right, we have Rashida into Hordem. We have Cohort we can put on the table. Maybe they don't run it. I don't know. We can Trojan Horse. Trace 4 to trash installed program. So that costs them 3 credits with Pawn Shop. I'm not gonna do that, I don't think. Wait, there's a standoff in here? Probably get censored for putting a GIF extension on popcorn. Yeah, you got censored. It didn't look terrible, but it just asterisked the first letters and ended in an F, which like, no idea what that is. Now I have to convince Andre. You can get me. You can get me. Action. You Trojan the breakers? Yeah, I'd hope so, but it's only if Arsana doesn't run 3 Simo chips and 3 muses. I'm not going to be upset about it. Nice. I convinced you this deck is good. It's an uphill fight, Botho. It's an uphill fight. I promise you, you are such a hard fight you're starting. And I appreciate the hustle, but do you want to play Yobu? Honestly, at some point, yeah, maybe. All right, SMC. See running back. I guess Eminence, the blowout. Checking a cohort. Okay, Subliminal's not firing because we're playing acid spam. We do get a Rashida. All right. The runner must either trash that card or suffer 4 meat damage. Now this is cool. I will do this. Genuinely cool. Hey, Nanako the cat. Priority construction. Sick. We made money trashing the lily pad. So what do we do here? Like SDS Nasfingo, I guess? Yeah, okay. Hey, Nanako. Say hi. Yum yum. It's just us, so she's very. We're very good friends. I had to give her medicine the other day, and it's like in a syringe, and it tastes like shit because they don't prioritize making cat medicine taste good. Not that all human medicine tastes good. And so like I have to wrestle her, and it feels so bad because clearly she doesn't understand what's going on. And then like 20 minutes of a fight, which she's like very good. She's not biting. She's not doing anything like mean. She's just like, please stop doing this, sir. You're losing your mind. And then finally, it's on Buzzsaw and Turbine. All right, it's gonna be broken for pennies. I just like mix it into one of her foods and she smells it, smells bad. And then I mix it in deeper and she's like, yeah, I'll eat that. Yeah, we'll trash the Buzzsaw this turn, I think. Even if you don't trash Breakers with Trojan, costs the runner money, even if you don't push the trace. Yeah, so we gain 1, they spend 4. But then it comes back for 1 credit. It comes back for 1 credit. Oh my god. Slash and burn, trash Buzzsaw, returned for 1 credit. There's 4 points in the bin. Just do it twice. It'd be so funny if they Trojan horse. The problem is like they don't have to do this until end of turn. GG for that, for us. Making spend the simul chip is fine. I guess we Trojan horse and then draw, but I just don't understand. Like Nuvem also makes no sense fundamentally. The fact that we Trojan horse to see the top card of the deck, is there any card that we're going to keep and draw? Because in theory we should do this first for information, but we don't interact with information. Fun fact, human medicine could taste better, but it's like the one purpose most of the time, so people believe it works. Yo, that's sick. Archer, gone. Action. Spend it 2 times advance, but then there's 4 points in archives. Like, I'm not trading 3 points for 4 points. That's bad. Yeah, it's an SDS. There's only 2 basalts in this deck. Okay, this'll help. This'll help. They should have boosted by 1. I think it was Trace 4. Using Trojan to kill things fine, then that's less Aesop's merch to sell. Yeah, but they're not. Oh, come on. Come on. We actually are going to grind them down with Trojan horses. Like, we shouldn't have installed this, maybe. Oh, the amount matters. You're right. You're right. They could have paid 1. We messed up the math. Spin Doctor. The opportunity cost is too high. Oh, we should have kept the Spin Doctor. Yeah, we both messed the math up. I don't like this hand. I think we should have had the Spin Doctor. We have Nuvem every turn, though, and we are being massively annoying. They're still running to turn off Subliminal. Do you want to score out of Vanity? Just give us like a Descent. Give us something. Do we treeline archives to set up the push? Hey, little friend. Oh, Nanako's on my lap. You can't see it. She's straight up on my lap. And she is part of the stream. She's never done this. You've never joined my lap during a stream? Do you like Nuvem? Do you like Trojan horse? Oh my god. I can't point the camera down. She's here. Okay, we're being told to treeline archives. What point do we iris archives? I think now. I don't want to Rashid on the table. We'll draw first. Oh, that's good. Trash up to 2, install. Face down cards in archives. Pits. The amount matters for a Trojan, you can make it unbreakable. Yeah, I didn't realize the amount mattered. So remove this asset from the game, trash up to 2 cards from HQ. Yeah. So we install this. Fast to use it. That's 2 advancements. We were slash and burn, but it doesn't work on face-up agendas. Play Nor Nuvem for Nanako Cuddles during the stream. Oh, she's so cute. I think we'll just Winchester HQ and take a credit. Just kidding. She feels your stress. You need this more than I do. They might not run this turn. All right, our biggest weakness. Not that we really want to score an SDS, though, with this board state. That's good. Good. No, do that. Oh, Nanako. Is it? No, it's not even lunchtime. You're just hanging out because you like me. That's good. All right, we got back a Subliminal. What are we meant to do with this hand? Trashing the Muse is sick because it actually leaves a lot of value. I think we might throw 4 points. You have to play the new version is much better. I'm having more fun with this, I'll be honest, than any other Nuvem list. And that's because we've been playing Trojan Horse and Wake Up Call. But so I think we do Moonpool. Like trashing the Muse is really, really big for them. That order was scuffed yeah, the order on JNet's been scuffed for a while. It's been giving you mandatory draw before you pick Subliminal Bag. It's wrong. It's been wrong for a while. I don't know why it's like that. It's very strange. Yeah, it's been doing that for a bit. That's not from this update. So we instill Moonpool. We reveal 2 agendas from hand. So we do slash and burn. That puts 2 advancements. Then we slash and burn from hand. Yeah, I think that's what we do. And then we don't play the Subliminal because we're already going to expend. So we can slash and burn first because the first slash and burn could hit an agenda and then that would turn on the Moonpool. It's an eminent. Oh my God. Wait, that's sick. Genuinely sick. Rez. For sure. Are you right? Is this deck fun? That was undeniably cool. Why is it advanced in lowercase? Score, get rid of 6 credits. Did they cook? And there's a better version of this. Now there's a face up in archives, which I don't love that idea. Oh, that's not good. I build the deck because no one knows what Nuvem does. Oh, that is an offensive way to talk about it, and you're not going to make friends. You're not going to convince people by talking like that. No one knows what Nuvem does. Charm and Shaper? Yeah, it's only 2 influence. I'm not sure why. Like, is this going to chiseled? Yo, Namek, how's it going? Let's go. European stream. Yeah, we're an hour closer because of the daylight, but that changes next week. Hopefully you've been well. Wayland can punish the meta until the cards run out. I don't know about that. So that's the 3rd simulchip? Yeah, there's still only all the muses. Yeah, so it is Ice Destruction. At least that's on archives. Do those work? When you encounter host ice, if it's strength of 0 or less, and this is whenever you encounter a piece of ice. This is whenever you encounter host ice. Yeah, that should work then. 1 more week of being close to you, then we return to the darkness. Yes. It will get bright earlier though. There's some charm to it. So ice destruction with conduit, that could track. Okay. Yep. Good. Chill charm definitely works. Yeah, I always have to be careful because this is a when encounter and then it doesn't work with everything, right? Like you can't leech chisel, but that's because leech is when you're encountering, right? So we just do install. So we should draw once. Great. It's good to have that back. We don't actually do anything with this. We might not want to put this on the table. All right, we've reduced their board state to just, oh, okay, it's back. Never mind, every card is back. Wait, that feels like the 4th Aesop, the 4th Simulchip. Simulchipping for Buzzsaw. You have to advance your ice. Advancing Cornum doesn't do anything. You sure? Like with the basic action? This doesn't do anything. They're playing Chisel Charm. Like I don't think we should invest in a Logjam. They're in Cleaver. Advancing Miss Fingal doesn't make sense either. I'm not sure why we do that. So our best top deck here would be like a Descent or a Spin, and then maybe we can combo. Our assets have so far achieved nothing. I agree. They've kept them busy, and they've fired, what's it called? But they haven't done anything. They've just been install a card to make them do something. You have Hearts and Minds on board and people ignore it, you should. You want people to, our winning strategy is to have people ignore one of the most powerful Wayland cards that costs 2 to trash? Like this is the problem I've seen with all these Hearts and Minds decks. Is like, why would they not trash this on site? Unless you're like op and presenting a lot of problems really quickly. So we installed Basalt Spire. Logjam to 7 beats their whole deck, right? No, they still have breakers. I'm assuming. And they can also just bounce and run back. Everyone ignores it. Okay. I don't think they should be. Yeah, they just run back. They bounce on chisel and they run back. They definitely shouldn't be ignoring it. I don't know why they'd be ignoring it. All right, so they can break this for 4 credits. Yeah, that might be just the local meta. If your local meta doesn't respect the card, so be it. But around these parts, people trash that card. Who ignores Hearts and Minds? I don't know. Yeah, the card is busto. It's really, really good. Thinking. Okay, so Basalt Spire is probably how we win. We have a single punitive. So unlikely that we get a kill here with a Nuka on the table. Because they're likely to Nuka and then run this. Misfingo's a bit tricky for them to deal with. If your deck is good because your opponents are making bad choices, that doesn't mean you have a good deck. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but I'm trying to be nice about it. We can install the Basalt. We can slash. Doesn't work. Basalt Moonpool doesn't work. I mean, I'm still going to push it. Then we're just going to do this to keep our opponent busy. This deck wins because it's good. It's a good sentence, though. I'm not sure about it. Like, if Hearts and Minds are firing, I'm assuming there's some issues with your opponent's strategy, maybe dealing with this deck. Basalt advancing Misfingo once? Advancing Misfingo probably doesn't change the math on anything. It only changes the math to Hush, but they have to pre-Hush it. No, actually, it doesn't change to Hush, right? Because it doesn't have end the run subroutines. So I don't know if we pre-advance it, especially if we're holding a punitive. Oh, Slap Vandal. Yeah, Slap Vandal's legit. Slap Vandal could be it. That being said, this spends a click and 3 credits from them. We're not going to use this. Why not jam the Moonpool and FA the Basalt next turn? Could we? No, we can't. Because Moonpool and Slash and Burn don't work well together because these will be face up in the bin, right? So we only have a Moonpool and 2 agendas. We can do advance, Moonpool, and that's only 4 counters. Oh, it's fast. Yeah, you're right. We could have. Shit, yeah. Gago, that's a good call. I'm happy with our opponent, though, spending money on that. The problem is, like, Basalt Spire and Slash and Burn are kind of ugly because you only use it once a turn, so we're likely going to use all of our Basalt Spire here. And double Slash and Burn also doesn't work well. Okay. I'm just going to rip it. Expend. Choose a target. Crash a punitive? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, this one costs credits. We probably shouldn't trash the punitive because we'll trash it on the second time. Yeah, because now we're trashing an agenda. Wait, that was wrong. So we just won't trash this one, which we have no incentive to trash. Wait, what? Oops. Wait, what happened? Okay, I did on... I forgot to click the card. So now we have to use this on our turn, which trashes the Eminent anyways. We definitely shouldn't have trashed the punitive. We misplayed. That being said, we have a punitive and there's 4 points in archives and we have double punitive if they run archives. We should just let it happen. Hopefully they don't run R&D. Oops. Could have just gone slow here. I think this is fine too, because now we have double punitive set up off the top. What's worrisome though is they think there's a card on top of R&D here. Hopefully they don't deep dive. I don't think they have the credits. Don't you want to attack back on FA the M-Dom? Oh my god, yeah, we could FA the M-Dom and win too. But the problem is the Eminent's going to go into the bin. So we'd have to do one Slash and Burn and then Slash and Burn for the other Slash and Burn. Yeah, I think that was a legitimately reasonable line, is that we could have just grabbed one on our turn and one on his turn. But I think it's likely he dies to punitive here. Unless he has like a creative. Do we get cooked by credit gamble? Yeah. Or credit creative. We do. Oh, that's fine. So we took a riskier line than we needed to. But we'll be fine. So we only get money on... So we could Basalt here. And then we could do triple punitive. You can save the Eminent. We could have saved the Eminent, but not with the Basalt because it's once per turn. So we would have to Basalt on our turn, then Basalt on their turn, which means we'd give them a Slash and Burn. So we had to give them an agenda. There was no way around it. So we have 3 punitives though, so we win. That was way more flashy. But yeah, we could have gone for the fast events for sure. Thanks. Well, I goofed a bit of the ordering. There was another agenda on top, so this seemed like an okay. I'm glad that we didn't go for the fast events plan, because clearly they put a clock down. Like, that's also kind of goofy. So we didn't get punished. You can save the eminent if they run R&D last click. Yes, if they run R&D last click, we can eminent into the bin. But if they're doing like a deep dive setup, that won't happen. But it's hard, because if they run R&D, we throw it to archives. But if we are doing that when they're accessing R&D, they should just run archives, and then we can't save archives because Basalt Spires once per turn. Yeah, now what 54 cards are we cutting? I'll be honest, I had more fun. I'm going to say, I don't think the deck is good. Wait, no, that's offensive. I'm not convinced that this is a power deck in the meta, but this is the most fun. Okay, I'm being rude. I don't want to be rude, because you came here and you talk shit and you were right. Sort of. And I'm going to give you that. All I'm going to say, which is a much better compliment than if this deck is good or not, which if people are not trashing hearts and minds, yeah, the deck is fantastic. What I will say is that this is the first time I've had fun playing Nuvem, and that is worth way more than this deck being good. Where's the better version? You can get the eminent from archives the moment you mill, right? No, because it's only once per turn, right? Basalt? Trojan to wake up's real mean. Yo, tempo too, right, Cody? Just tempo plus a credit. Forcer, do you have the updated version? Do I just cut cards? Do I not change cards? How are we doing on time? It's 3:40. We can do one more game, because I have to go to casuals after this. Yeah, that felt good, because that was actually like an operation I'll just play. You mill the eminent and take it immediately with the punitive? Wait, what? What do you mean, Harp? That's the 52 card version? If you're pointing to a link, I don't see it, so sorry. You mill the eminent, then basalt it immediately with the punitive instead of the punitive. Right, but I can only basalt once per game, right? Once per turn. So if I use the basalt to mill the eminent, on their turn they run archives, I can't grab the eminent. Unless I'm forgetting something, right? Because basalt is only once per turn. And so if it's their turn, and I've basalted to mill the top of the deck to eminent, I can't grab it. Because I can't basalt twice in a turn. Right? I feel like I might be missing something, though. New NBC article just dropped? You can use basalt to get the card you milled with it. That's what I'm missing. What the fuck? Oh yeah, but we still give a bunch of agendas. Like, there's no way that we don't forfeit agendas. But you pay the cost so you can get the card that you mill. Okay. That is not something I've considered. It wasn't good then? Oh no, because if they run R&D, we can mill the card and grab it. So that's actually important. Okay, that's what I'm missing. Okay. So if they run R&D, we can mill the eminent into archives and then grab it with the basalt. Kind of cool. I did not know you could do that. That is sick. Wait, Forster, where'd you go? I need the new version. You hooked me on Nuvem. You can't leave. New articles up. Vancouver's never an ABC and Mega City awaits you. Ooh, June 21st, 22nd. 9:30 to 6, 1:30 to 10. Don't know how to link the new version. It's the same deck name. Did you publish it? Sorry, Alec, I'll come back to this in just a second. I just want to grab the deck list so that we have it while Forcer's here. So I don't think it. Okay. Yeah, you found it. You figured it out. There's a publish. So one of these. It's published. Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming these are the same. 54. Okay, you double published. That's okay, cool. We found it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So let me just check this out. Ooh, look at that. Vancouver skyline. It's at the Beaumont Studios main hall, a wonderful nonprofit venue right in the heart of Vancouver. That sounds like really nice. Vancouver is just a beautiful city surrounded by mountains and ocean. It hosts a strong Netrunner meta. The last 3 world champs have been won by 2 incredible players from Vancouver. Come here and they'll destroy you, making this city home to some of the fiercest competition on the planet. If you're looking to test your skills against this best, then this is the place to be. For international runners planning to go to Worlds in Scotland this October, if you're based in the British Isles or continental Europe, you have a short trip to Edinburgh this year. So if you're itching for some Netrunner field travel, here's the perfect excuse to pack your bags and fly west to Vancouver. Really, really cool. So day 2 is going to have cube draft, some board games. There's gunslinging. Gunsling is always really fun. Learn to play sessions. Official Mega City prize kit, which we don't have yet. We'll see that soon. The NBC attendance prize art for Charlotte Casador. We've shown that with Hams on it. It's great. And attendance art unique to the event by legendary Jesse Juice Turner of Terminal 7. Whoa, that's sick. For those who don't know, Jesse Turner was like the head of not only ran Terminal 7, which was like this FFG era podcast, but Jesse Turner was the art director at shit, what is the name of that game studio that did like Invisible Ink and Shank and a bunch of other cherished games like Mark of the Ninja? Oh, I never remember the name. But Jesse Turner does really, really great stuff and a really good art style. Clay Entertainment. I don't think Jesse's there anymore, but like Jesse does great art. So that's really, really cool. That's very, very cool. That's a great get. That's sick. Again, June 21st and 22nd. I've known that date for a bit. Can you swap the Masfingo with border control if you want? I will. That sounds like a good swap. Very, very cool. I used to listen to Terminal 7 for years. Me too. Clockwork, how's it going? I listened to every Terminal 7 at some point. Very, very good stuff. There's a bunch of great podcasts back from the FFG era. There's still great podcasts modernly. But like back in the day where we had new cards every month, there was like a bit more of an incentive to have regular podcasting because every month there was a new meta. All right. No boarding control. You can swap the Masfingo. You mean Masfingos or Masfingo? Thanks for the shout out. My pleasure. All right. What happened? 1 Trojan horse. Boo. 2 wake up Carls. That seems meta contingent. Okay. You're losing me. You're losing me quickly. You're very quickly losing me. But we have this in the deck. We have 1 Moonpool. I feel like I like this version less. Maybe the 59 is for me. I don't like this card that much. It can blow people out, I'm pretty sure. I have seen it happen. It's kind of rough. 2 Spin Doctors, not loving it. The Cohort we have to ice up. We're not in Hearts and Minds, so that's pretty good. 3 Basalt makes sense. 2 Slash and Burn. That card has been like reasonable for us. I don't like running Standoff in this meta. I just feel like Hermes is just such a problem, and we're already running 11 agendas and 54 cards, so I don't know. Game Over is amazing against World Tree Woo. Oh my god, yes. I got blown out by Game Over before, and it's just like, I feel like that was as expensive for you as it was for me. Ice is still strange. 1 Colossus, I feel like Colossus is just a bad hammer. I think Hammer is just a better Colossus. I can't believe that this is part of Ashes. 1 Descent also is very strange. We like the recursion. A Dudedois, we're like Hyper Glacier here, but we don't have that much ice that I guess we do have some. Maybe Colossus you have to exist because a Dudedois exists, but like I do not like a Dudedois. I will play a border control. There's no way this game goes as good as the other game. That other game was definitely a fluke, and we found the perfect Nuvem deck, and now we're changing it. Nuvem Cohort, Nuvem guidance program. So the idea with Nuvem, with Cohort, okay, hear me out. The idea with the Cohort guidance program is that you have face down cards in archives, which means you can flip them up. And when you flip them up, you get to put an advancement on your card. Now, what I'd argue is that for this card to exist, you need to ice it up. Otherwise, why aren't people trashing it? And if you're icing this up, you have 2 iced servers. And in this deck that has 3 hedge funds and 3 subliminals as its economy, I don't know how we can ice up 2 servers. So this is another card to me that if people are not dealing with it, they are kind of throwing the game a bit, because this card is good. It's very good. It only costs 2 to trash. So you should trash it. Maybe the 59 version is better overall. I don't know. I feel like I like the cards in the 59 version a bit more, but the inconsistency of the 59 version is like always a bit rough. But you saw there's a lot of cards that we put on the table that we're just like throwing away, right? We're just like, oh, they trashed this. Perfect Nuvem list is on the Metropole Grid. What are we brewing? Lockman knows. I've been goaded by I think a German player to playing a good Nuvem list, and we actually had a good game. It was wild. That being said, a lot of the cards in that deck, like I think I just want to play as many operations. Like I just want to play Trojan Horse. I just want to be annoying. Maybe I'll become the problem I don't want. Doll. I don't know, Doll. Hosh 47. Hey, I'm imagining this is a good Hosh deck. Best of luck. Have fun. All right, our opening hand. We forgot to change a boarding control. That's fine. I don't like this hand. It doesn't have any plays. I don't want to draw this early. That's better. Oh, they're not talkative. Okay. All right. What are we doing? We have Subliminal to the start. I mean, I guess Slash and Burn Agriculture off the top. I hate Nuving again. I do just not. That's weird. Okay. Deck's good. Run it back. Yeah, they didn't say anything. They conceded and left. I don't know. That's strange. Hey, it's Aaron. 100% win rate. It's the best we've ever been on Nuvem. You don't have to mill. As soon as you don't mill, don't they just run R&D? You did come into the stream and say you have to mill all the time. But if they don't mill, don't they just run R&D? Like, what do we do? Draw? It's so awkward. Oh, this is going to be Mining Accident 419. Hey, hey. Would you pay 2 credits to put the card you want on top of your deck? It depends what the card is. There's a lot of board states. Yeah, if you have 2 credits for a Universal Tutor, you do it. Best of luck. Have fun. This is going to be an economic denial deck. I think we're going to be in misery. It's going to be Amakua. It's going to be Mining Accident. It's going to be Falsified. We need a strong economic start. We need an Ice HQ. This has a hedge fund. And technically every Basalt Spire is another hedge fund. Ew. This deck is probably not running a lot of breakers, so at least SDS goes hard. We'll probably trade a Chesva for it. Opening with a 1 virus is fine. But we have no ice for HQ. All right, we'll do a Sacrificial Spin Doctor. Not pay 1. Mind you, 419 says the first install. Okay, we have ice. This doesn't get hit by Boomerang. Can we just play and do that no trash trick? What do you mean, Gary? We have Trojan and Wake Up Call, which is nice. We have Economic Warfare, which is nice too. I think we need ice on HQ though. The problem is it going to be a logjam that we res for 1 strength? Probably not, but at least then we can tree line it. So I guess we will. We'll just do this credit. We have to discard a card. Uska, my cat says hi. Oh, hi. Salut, Uska. Coming back to NR after 8 years. Torsten, how's it going? I'm so overwhelmed with the card pool, but your videos help a lot. That's very kind. Glad you've been enjoying the videos. The card pool is going to get significantly smaller, as you might know, in 30 days with the rotation. I don't think we can make that trade. Is she going to trade a perfectly healthy Amakua for this perfectly cromulent SDS? Boo earns. That's such a bad spin. Trojan will be good. I don't think we're going to have the money. We have to win a trace by 3 credits against a runner with Link. So if we pay this, it's trace 4. Okay, hold on. So if we do credit Trojan, we go to 8. We go 7, 8. Ow, my head. We go 7, 8. Then we go down to 7. It's trace 4. She can make it trace 6. Warfare? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay, now it's easy. But then the Nuvem efficiency. We shouldn't have trashed it. Hold on, sorry. Because we're going to trash it again. Is this the first time? The first time you trash a card from R&D. I think I'm okay trashing not this first card. I'll trash the second card. Oh, but then we have less credits for the trace. I think we can do it. Yeah, I know about the rotation, so I'm waiting patiently for that happening. Yeah, it's an awkward spot for newer players to get in because it's like, just wait a minute. So she can make it 2. We need to make it 5. Then she can make it 3, and then we still succeed. And then we'll make money off of this. I'm going to miss 419 so much. I'm going to miss Amakua a lot. And this one we can trash for 2 credits. It's the same card? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Maybe we should have done it. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe we should trash the first and just look at the top and not trash the top. That gives us more options. Maybe that's wrong. Yeah, if you know what the card is, trashing on first or second is irrelevant. Yeah, we will. No, yes, it is relevant. Technically, we have less information. We could have at least known the top of the deck. We should have known the top of the deck. Yeah, what we did was wrong. It was wrong. We thought it was clever. It was not good. Yeah, we just saying we don't want information, which is fair. All right, we can play a Mining Accident. Okay. So we still have to play around Boomerangs. Is the rotation that removes all FFG cards? Pool, I'm a bit out of the loop. Yes. So Ren, in April 24th, Elevation comes out, which removes every FFG card, largely, from the standard format. The only caveat to that is that there is a handful of cards that were reprinted in like the Ashes cycle and things like Hedge Fund and Sure Gamble, which are printed in Null Signal Games products, but are technically FFG designs. But otherwise, every other FFG card goes. This doesn't feel great. Worst thing is I still know the FFG cards pretty well. No, that's a good thing. You can go play Eternal and hang out. Sure Gamble, Hedge Fund, SMC, Daily Casts, Colossus, Cerebral Overrider, False Lead, I think is the list. Carpe Diem, do we res a logjam and become destitute and a mining accident happens? No, we don't care about this axis. Yeah, there's only like a handful of cards that are reprints. Most of them are from the Ashes, and then it's like Hedge Fund, Sure Gamble. Okay, Chesma. This is where now where Nuvem is not doing anything. This is probably not fast enough. Okay, this is what I think about Nuvem. These turns. Maybe we should draw once. I don't know. We will keep her out of R&D because we know there's cards here. We'll get the credit back so we can pay for mining accident if we need to. Funny enough, if she diversions here, it goes through, but we don't care. Ooh, that's not good that she trashes that. We want to be in control of that narrative. But we can wake up call. Show me a second one. I don't need credits. I'm Nuvem. I'm going to top deck a Subliminal. Do you expend Descent for the draw? It's only draw one, so I don't want to do that. I'd rather like not flood up when we're on 0 credits. Okay, now I feel silly. She didn't know that we were going to try and get into that. But this card's super valuable because it's that's fine. What is this trash? Hardware? Or non-virtuals? Okay. Would tree line be better as an expense since we have ice in hand? Yeah, it actually would be better. We could have tree lined them as Fingo. I think you're right. I think I used tree line as an ice too much, where it could be +1 credit and a logjam with counters. I think you're right. We probably should have used it better than that. Giving the logjam counters actually does kind of matter. Just keeping us honest on a single mill. Tree line is never nice in this deck unless you're desperate. I like it. It's good. It's good against Kurapura, but I might be wrong about how we want to use it. So we can just score the standoff. She doesn't trash much, and then we have a standoff. I think that's okay. We'll draw and discard a card. That's fine too. But I wanted to hit this before the Hermes hits the table. We'll see what she does. All this text being lowercase is really freaking me out. Nice. So we drew an SDS during deployment. That's funny. That actually gives her pressure. So wake up call. We can hit. What are we going to hit with this? Can't hit the twinning. We can hit a breaker. We want to keep the Rashida. We have to res this. Descent is good. Archer is good. I think it'll be the Mass Fingo here. Class act. Okay. Wake up call forces you to trash a card. Yeah, it's a reprisal. So she wants to face check into the Archer and force us to res the Archer. If we put the Archer on the outermost, it's a bit ugly because of what's it called? Inside job. We could pre-res this. We probably do end up pre-resing this just so that she can't get 5 credits, which she really wants with the Mystic. So I'm going to pre-res this. If she pinholes it, she pinholes it. But I'm resing this so she can't expose it with Falsified, which she was on 3 copies of Falsified. That means, oh, hold on. Hold on. I ordered that bad. Mind it if I take a credit. If that's the case, we should have just exposed the Rashida and saved a credit on the Archer. That was really, really silly. Thanks. Yeah, we would have installed Rashida first, exposed it. Now with Amakua, you can't expose as easily. But now she also be worried about ice destruction face checks. Boomerang into R&D. Just going for single? No reprise, just touching a card, getting Amakua counters. Okay. It's an expensive use of a boomerang. Especially because Rashida breaks lock. Huh, interesting. All right, we have a subliminal. We can just rip it. We have a descent. It's a hedge fund. That's fine. We now have good money. She has to be worried about punitive. We are on slightly punitive. We're on like 2 punitives, right? 2 punitives. Tree-line into Odu is also very good. Put them on R&D and you still advance all your ice for 4. Yeah, I don't love Odu, but I think we have to play Odu. Oh, sorry. Oops. I will pay for that. Just keep Amakua down. Because Amakua can only run Archives. We just want to double ice everything and then purge. So I'll pay 1, but I'll still pre-res it. Trying to be clever. We'll get this on R&D and we'll get this on HQ. So now can't sneak into anything. Yeah, don't like this card. I don't like advanced ice. But it is a thing you can do. So this turns off Subliminal. It's still a very good run. It keeps Amakua at 1, but like this denies us 3 credits into the click. Cat's Cradle's coming down. Okay, so Odudwa is probably pretty expensive. She's gonna run HQ here because we've been drawing like 7 cards over these couple turns. Ooh, Chrysium. I like that. So Chrysium into Diversion. She's on only 6. This is Archer into Treeline. She'll inside job this, so we want to put a cheap Sacrificial Ice there. The issue is we can't really score out too much too easily. So I think we push the SDS drone deployment, and then we put another Ice here. We could... Boomerang inside job gets here. Treeline Odu, I don't want to do that before the Hermes hits the table. Pre-advancing your stuff that heavily before Hermes hits the table, which her deck has 2 or 3, is going to be a mistake when we want to push this out. I'd rather have the ice advanced and then I'll treeline it. That's the way I see it. I don't want to spend abilities on that sort of thing. So we can't put out Cohort because it's a liability to Amakua if we don't ice it. So we'd probably install SDS. We pay 1. We can put an ice here so we don't lose the inside job. We'll put the Descent there. Chrysium on HQ, I think. The Summon Server one's perfect. Yeah, exactly. And we want to triple install as much as we can. I don't think we need another ice. We'll just not worry about Duve. Treeline doesn't care about advanceable text. Oh, sure. But like, why would we do it then? Puts counters on him just like Isaac? Yeah, but if they bounce the unadvanced card, we lose all the counters, right? Like, I'm worried about Hermes. I'm not sure what the difference is about whether the card can be advanced or not. Like, I know that we can't advance a Duduwa, but it's more so I don't want a Hermes to bounce this off the table. Oh yeah, Odu cares, but like I just don't want to advance the Odu until a Hermes hits the table, until we can res it, because then you can't bounce it. Oh, now we have to descend and bin, so this is risky. Isaac, fine. So we could do double advance. She's on 7 credits. Can't break a tree line. We actually could tree line this tree line. Kalendra won't be able to put advancements on Odu? No, if they change the text, which I think they will. I'll take a risk. Bye, Zach. So 7 credits. The remote server is still pretty difficult. Carmen deals with Archer for 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at a minimum. I still don't want to pre-advance this until we have a Hermes on the table. Like, I'm not going to pre-advance any of my ice. Bravado. We have 17 credits. This drops us down to 10. If this Axis hits an agenda, there's no Hermes. So the Duduwa puts advancements on a piece of ice. So that'll leave us at 10 credits. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we can get away with this. And then we have this resed. I don't think she's going to break this. We go to 9. Oh, yeah, shit. We go to 9. Cat's Cradle. Yeah, good call. We're still okay, I think. Oh, then we have to watch out because this is 7 to res. We just can't allow her to have a super cheap Bravado. Yeah, Cat's Cradle's cool. I like Cat's Cradle a lot more than I like Shibboleth. Art's good on both of them. Maybe making awkward, but I'm using puns every time you trash a top card new. It's necessary. I hear you. It kind of is. So here we don't want to do anything. We just let this run through. This would have been much worse for it's a Bravado. Winchester, okay. Chrysium. If she trashes it, that's a lot of money, so she's not going to. And so now we can just trash the Amakua. Or actually probably trash the Cat's Cradle, honestly. She's definitely not running 2 Beach Breakers. I do think she might be running like a Harmony AR Therapy or like a Praxis or some, like probably 1 recursion card. Oh wait, this is good for us, isn't it? Wait, do we have the money here? Or do we just res the tree line? So we res this Descent. It's for 3. She breaks for 1. Seems bad. We res this Archer. He has to boost. So it goes 2, 4. Then she has to break 5, 6, 7. So then she's on 4 credits. That leaves us on 5. We res the tree line. We're on 3. I think we go bankrupt. I'll res this. Logjam res would have been okay. I don't think we want to spend 4 credits because if she charges the remote server, we're in an awkward situation between scoring out and resing our ice. It's not bad, but it's only going to get better. So she spent 8. Going to continue. So this is the issue, is like we can still score out, but barely. It's probably still worth it. HQ is going to be open. We can't res into Chrysium or into Diversion, but we won't have any money. So what do we trash here? Carmen's not that good into Archer, so it's probably the Amakua, because if Amakua gets big, we lose the game. Because then she actually has a good breaker. Yeah. We can put something in the remote server. Oh, that's pretty nice. I wonder if she thought that was a clearinghouse. Yeah, Rashida's a really good recovery there. Pinhole threading, she would want one. Oh, excuse me. I'm not convinced I hit that. Yeah, I definitely don't like people who hit the button before you. My bad. Before I tell them to. It did end very quickly. I think I did hit it. I don't think I intended to. She can farm turtle counts on HQ? Yeah. Ooh. Well, she still can. So she's turning off Subliminal. So Rashida now, she's going to run HQ. So we should have to be able to res the logjam here. Bring it as a neat. Cool. Yeah. So 3 turtles we've gone through. Unfortunately, this version only has 1 Trojan horse. I'd really like the Trojan horse way more than this wake-up call, I'll be honest. I think the Trojan horse would have won the game here if this was a Trojan horse. 3 Trojan horse Nuvem, is that actually what we need to be playing? Because it does seem messed up good. So we basically don't need to let us not get diversion. We need to let not farm Amakua. So we can install the Eminent for 1, pay 1. Cohort on the table is a liability. The other options, we can just put Cohort in here and just chill. Is it the legendary expend Eminent moment? Honestly, it could be, yeah. Does expend Eminent do anything? It installs from hand, right? Install and res a card from HQ, paying 5 less. Yo, Ba, how's it going? Really, I've been goaded into playing this Nuvem deck from, I believe, Germany, and it's actually kind of fun. The problem is the best parts of it are the parts I like playing the least, like Wake Up Call and Trojan. And we tilted? No, we've actually anti-tilted. We were in control. Tree line archives for +1 credit? I'm more worried about here. Like, we need to be able to ice this up. Spend Eminent into Winchester on HQ. It's very expensive. So Winchester on HQ is 6 credits. So we can afford it, actually. It's not bad. And we can put spin in the remote server. It also will eat the 419 trigger. Eminent Hammer on archives, install spin. I don't want to put Hammer on archives. I think we have to Eminent here. We have too many cards and we have a spin. I like this idea. Expend. I've never done this. So we can put Winchy on HQ. Ah, they changed the rules text. Now if I pay 1 to expose, we can't. The tree on HQ might be better with Cheza because the Winchester doesn't cost that much. Well, oh yeah, with Link too. Sorry. Yeah, with Link it's a bit worse. Hold on, sorry. Oh, that's fine. Sorry, we'll stick that. I'm not gonna undo that. Why won't it let us undo a click? My technology has failed me. I just want to trash the top card of the deck and get 2 credits. I'm gonna. Why won't it let me undo click? It's fine. I'll just do it manually. Yeah, I do think having the link at that 419 is a bit of a liability, but her money's not great. Chesva goes far. So I'll just. Okay, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Thanks. The coolest Wayland cards generally sad that Trojan wake up on the bus are rotating. Not this guy. I might need to. Nobody's ever expended Eminent before? Yeah, nobody knows you can do it. Wait, what happens? It breaks? So we'll expend Eminent. I just want to check, right? If we install the Winchester, we reveal it, so she knows what it is. So it's not the information, it's the Amakua counter. Amakua on 2 doesn't seem super important. We'll purge next turn anyways. So we'll do Eminent, we'll expend, we'll put the Winchy on HQ. We won't pay because we didn't last time. We'll trash that. Okay, good. Now we can install spin. We definitely install spin. The question is, what do we do last click? We can put like a hammer in archives. I think this will be better in a lot of other places. She also understands now that like this Hordem getting out of control is going to be a problem. So I think we just put this in server 2 for sure. We could put an Eminent, but we obviously have points in archives and there's still bounce effects. And then we can put a hammer on archives. We don't want to expend the tree line. This puts us on 3 credits. No, we should click to 4 and just discard a card. I will discard the Cohort. Seems kind of useless against 419 Amakua. Weird interactions. Oh, we can't risk the Whoredom because of Cat's Cradle. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, Cohort's a bit of a liability. So now running archives is like sick. It purges the Amakua slightly. We have to put the Eminent back. We actually could give her an Eminent. It might not be the worst thing. And then what else are we grabbing back here? I think it's a Trojan Horse for sure. Expect second Eminent for Hammer on a different turn maybe because we lose value. But she's not going to run into the Hammer. Like we want her to face check into the Hammer. Oh my god. Shuffle effect. Okay, she's on 7 credits. She can get into this. I don't think it's the worst thing if she does, but financially we're not in a good space because she's been running all the time. And obviously she's going to be running a lot. It's her thing. Like maybe we cook a Cohort for a minute. We can definitely expend the tree line. It'll probably get boomeranged. We can expend the Dudedois. That seems cursed. But I just don't think she can run R&D anymore. Whatever, it's fun. So I'll do it after. That's an Eminent on the top. We can't trash that. Yeah, fine. I don't care. Yeah, we trashed it. We just had to be. We had to just decide to do it quickly. We had to just do it quickly. This is big because it'll put us on game point. She's gonna run archives for sure, and we just lost a point. Cool. At least there was no Hermes. That would have been the worst case. But she has to run every turn. Maybe we should have got ice there. Wah wah. What consoles is 409 deck? It's on Hermes, guaranteed. For sure. So she has good money. There you go. Fuck off, Nuvem. You silly ability. Not ripping up the Archer, just going HQ here. Oh, we don't care. Weird. Wake up on Hermes? I mean, she didn't trash anything. So it's not going to do anything. Hell yeah. Hammer. Crisium. All right. I'm surprised she didn't rip up this remote server. She's giving up on it. We can get her. So I guess we score and get an ice for HQ. How many archers do we have in the list? 1 more. I mean, I think that's it. Two archer? 54? Where's our second archer? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Just get Colossus, yeah. I would so much rather have this to be a hammer. Oh my god. We'll put it there. Pay 1. Stop changing how 419 works. Do we want to be on 2 credits or 1 credit? Amaku on 2 doesn't change anything. Yeah, 5th card. Sorry, I missed it. I was looking for an apple. 2 strength doesn't matter? No, it doesn't matter. So Crisium got returned. That's fun. So she could run HQ here. Let's get rid of some cards. So Punitive is like technically a win condition. We don't have a lot of money. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Winchester we're never going to install. Logjam we're never going to res. Hammer is like kind of good, but I think we just throw out all this ice. I think our ice on the table is good enough on its own. And now the Doodle actually scales the Colossus slightly. Is Crisium Grid that much better than anything else? No, it's probably not. I just don't see us ever resing his hammer. Is this deck a farewell to Trace? I don't know. It does have a game net in it. Sorry, a game over. I'm not sure if that's a Trace card or not. I think it isn't. Double Chesva? All right. See if she starts running R&D. Oh, nice. Going HQ. That's sick. That's a lot of money. Colossus, what do you break this for? 4 credits? Oh, man. I guess a hammer is 5 credits. Can't res anything. That's a huge amount of money. Now we're never going to Trojan Horse again. Notice how we're frustratingly broke and we have to install advanced events against a Hermes. Like, I don't think we win from here. I'll be honest. I'm not sure we win. R&D density? Oh my god, there's 14 cars left. If this deck was on 3 Trojan Horses, I think we would have a shot. But like, what criminal deck doesn't lose to 3 Trojan Horses, regardless of what the ID text is? So we can't purge. If we click for 3 credits, we can duck by resing a Hordem. A guidance here would have been fine, yeah. I think keeping a guidance here would be fine, but it mills us. We can't mill us. Cat, I'm doing okay. I'm playing Nuvem. I'm learning. How are you doing? Do we have 3 Trojan Horses? It's called Basalt Spire. I don't think it exactly works like that. You can still Trojan Horse for 1 credit and have to pay 3 to keep Cradle. Oh, that's true. No, sort of. But then we're broke. Like, we need to make money. I want game over to be good. I'm not sure. I'm excited to visit Montreal again this year. Yo, let's go. Continentals. So you can res Hordem for 5. She has to pay like 5 for it as well. Then we're on 0. I think that's fine though. What's a Chrism grid for? Just to stop like successful run triggers. I think I do res the Hordem for 5. Logjam eventually will be better. So we can hold on for 1 turn and res Logjam next turn. It's a 1 in 5 we get punished here. Want to go, but no Mansion Runner really makes me want to do Montreal. Yeah, Mansion Runner's not happening this year, which is unfortunate for sure. If you want to have some travel, Solon, we'd love to have you in Montreal. Yeah, this is where, like, again, the recursion. We called this earlier. The programs are just going to come back if we trash them. We haven't seen a Kurapira so far, but this is going to be like Bravado, Reprise, and then we're going to lose to value. Road trip. With no wake, it's hard for opponent to get value here. She's probably on twinning, more so than wake. Yeah, the Reprise, Amakua, Bravado, Dirty Laundry, Sure Gamble, all coming back. And we're not going to get back our power card. Ooh, wait a second. Oh, she did pull one Amakua back, so like it's not even a great play. Hedge fund? No, I'll draw and play the hedge fund and trash the next card. This is why I don't like this identity. It is forcing you to make game-losing plays. Game-losing. I was going to go to Montreal in 2020, and now I live in Honolulu, so it's a bit too much of a hike. It's a pretty big walk, that's for sure. Just rip it. We have no spin doctors left, and 1 descent on the table, which will never res. We can't just rip it into Hermes Reprise. It is so bad for us. Did you pay 2 to tutor 3-5 to win? It was an SDS. It wasn't the other one, wasn't it? So we can res this or we can res the Logjam. Logjam will have 1, 2, it will have all the strength. We'll just res a big Logjam. So this will actually fire and we'll get 2 credits back, which is good because she's just 1 counter short. This can't be boomeranged. This is going to be trouble. So now she has to, we can consider purging here. Hedge fund is plus 3 credits over clicking for a credit and a card to draw. Why not drawing and trashing the Nuvem? Because I thought I was going to play the hedge fund and then hedge fund would have fired Nuveng, right? The issue is that we didn't fire Nuveng. If we drew the hedge fund and fired Nuveng, the hedge fund is worth 6 credits. So the math gets a bit better. Yeah, definitely here we purge because there's no good server to run. The problem is, what do we throw out? I think we actually throw out a punitive. No, I don't care about the wake up call. Does Breakable with Chesser credits? She was on 4 strength on Makua and this is 5 strength. So it was a strength problem. It wasn't a money problem. Yeah, this was at 4 perfectly. Lose to Sneak Door, buy Band's Archives. She's still finding good ways to make value runs to turn off our Subliminal. Notice our Subliminal is fired once. It's the Nuvem problem. Even Subliminal fires once and it's your power card. You still win? I mean, not very likely. If we still win, it's going to be 15 minutes from now. Did we see a Fractor? No, it's definitely Kurapira. We haven't seen it. All right, playing around Punitive, cool. It's a good play to play around Punitive, checking archives safely. Not that we have a money differential. But we're going to flood up and we're going to lose on HQ. Probably not actually. We can do install advanced events the remote server. The issue is like every server, there's a chance that Reprise loses the game. Yeah, she needs to get her multi-axis down. But jamming is really hard when we have to install 5.3s and we have this much money. Because like she has 21 credits. Like she can run this. Actually, yeah, because she just boomerangs this. Yeah, we need border control, and even then we're kind of cooked. I hate this ID. Cool. And now if we push an agenda, we lose the archives check. I don't have a play. We have no more archives recursion. Carpe Diem rolled archives? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? If only the cash to triple punitive. We don't even have triple punitive in the deck. Which one do you hate more, Nuvem, Thunderbolt, or GameNet? Thunderbolt's okay. Nuvem is frustrating to play. GameNet is just like annoying for everyone. We know the bottom of the deck is full of agendas. Yes. I think most of our deck is agendas now. We have no chance of winning. So what can we possibly get back here? Turtle on 0 counters? Yeah, you're right. But she can just run back. Logjam for remote is going to cost us like 9 credits. We can't do that because we still have to score out. It's like probably hedge fund, but when like your Basalt Spire is getting you a hedge fund, I feel like things collapsed. Economic warfare, her losing 4 credits doesn't really move the needle. And the issue is now she's on game point. Like we shouldn't have ripped it. We definitely shouldn't have ripped it. The correct trick is never Isaac. I do agree. I don't think Isaac does anything. There goes our logjam. Hopefully we lose on this turn. It'll be so much cooler if we lose on this turn. Economic's better than hedge though. It's a 6 credit swing, but it's not that we need her to have less money. We need to have more money. The same number of credits? Yeah, but we need the credits more than we need her not to have the credits. Okay. She loses 4. Going from 26 to 22 does not impact the game. Us going from 11 to 15 impacts the game. Run it back, please. Notice that we fired Nuvem and we lost our board state, our best agenda, and 5 points. Effing Nuvem into Hermes is just such a bad idea. Can you punitive here if she plays a card? No, because we don't have money. Wait, actually, maybe we can punitive. Well, this diversion seems probably not. Oh, you thought Economer was a tag one? No, it's just a small credit swing. Hold on. I'm not going to not try. That was a good top deck, yeah. Wait, do we win? I didn't know math. No, there's no shot. Say that we split our money perfectly in half. We can make this trace 9 into trace 9. Yeah, no way. This for blockers. Tell me about it. We did the math. It's not mathing. All right, got him. Yeah, it was not even close. We were short like 11 credits. Got a link? Yeah. The link definitely matters on 2 traces. We should lose here. This run's free. I think you can concede. No, we'll let her find it. Like R&D is mostly agendas. Anyways, we're short about 40 credits. We're short like 11. If there wasn't a doof, do we have the kill? Maybe, but she could have played mining accident. The doof actually really did matter. Oh, we actually have a descent. Oh, of course, because she added descent to our hand. 1 credit short? No. She ended with 11 credits on that turn. There's no way we were 1 credit short. No, we only had to land 1 trace because she stole 5 points and she had 4 cards in hand. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with Nuvem. The problem is, like, I know which Nuvem cards were working, and they're the ones that, like, nobody enjoys. Like, I would play Trojan Horse, and I'd just play 3 Trojan Horses and be a total shithead, but, like, we don't have a game plan here. It's 9, yeah. And I think she broke for free, so it was just 9. And that actually really mattered, because the 9 credit swing was nearly exactly what we needed. I don't know if it actually would have mattered or not. Yeah, it's done with Nuvem until next Tuesday. Oh boy. I may win. No, she definitely has a boomerang. And then it also still loses to diversion. We probably should just take the shot, though. You're right. It's better than not. But, like, it loses to boomerang 100% of the time. Maybe she can overextend here. But, like, she just boomerangs this. Just play the deck more. You made a lot of choices that I wouldn't have done. This isn't an easy deck to play. I appreciate the advice, but I think I'm done. Thanks for sharing the list, though. Have you considered most European-friendly live are either Nuvem or Op? That's not offensive. It's hard not to read that as offensive. Yeah, that is going to happen for sure. So there's no line here. Not offensive, get good. No, it's totally okay. I'm mostly joking about that. Don't worry about it. Like, for real. It's hard to communicate like that in text chat, let alone. Yeah, text chat's not easy. All right. GG. Not very close. I'm not sure what we could have done differently. Like, we can look at the replay. I'm not going to. Because we've been gone long for today. Doesn't Moonpool credit advance win the game if we find an agenda? Yeah, me too. And then the deck caught up to me. Like, oh my god, Nuveming. And agenda into Hermes Reprise is definitely a thing you can do. Tone loving, have you considered skill issue? This deck is good. I don't think I would say that. I don't think this deck is, from what I've seen, I don't think I would say that. I'm so sorry. It doesn't matter. If you think the deck is good, that's totally fine. We haven't seen this pop off competitively. And the day that we do, I'll be very excited. But this is not for me. Hey, cheers. No, reprise slap, especially when there's really big ice on the table. Like, I do like reprise. With Mystic Miami, it's like so free too, because it is functionally free for guaranteed. You should let Patrick be your brain. I would love to play Nuvem as a hand and brain one, because I think it's really fun, because there's decisions upon decisions, and then the decisions have to be done by the hand, I think, for the trash. We could not drop a swallow into Archives versus Hermes and Reprise. Yep, but then how do we win? Like, I getting roasted for not doing it, and then I get roasted for doing it. Obviously, doing it was wrong. And then also, obviously, every turn when you play Subliminal, she'll check Archives. Like, it also doesn't make sense. So, like, we should have just not have an ID box. I do also think a whole R&D is agendas. Like, how do you possibly win? Like, that is her deck. Like, we got the best possibility of our deck being 9 points. Or sorry, 7 points, but it's not going to be the thing. Want to play Hostile Architecture P on Thursday? I can send you a list and you'll hate it. I'm good. I'm playing in person, so I don't think I'll end up doing it. I wouldn't let Archives open without any ice. We couldn't really afford to ice it. And whatever ice we play, she breaks it for free with Chesva, right? Like, spreading ourselves thin means we can't win here. She wants to run there, she has to pay. No, she has 2 Chesvas and now bad publicity. Like, it doesn't actually work out that well. Like, what can we put on Archives that would be taxing that's not more taxing for us? Like a Misfingo? Yeah, Misfingo's actually reasonable. She didn't put her Fractor down. Logjam we can't do. Hammer we can't do. Archer we can't do. Tree Line. Like, she doesn't install a Fractor because she doesn't need the Fractor. I don't think it lines up like that. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I was assuming the Mavirus would keep her out, but she's going to make the run anyways. She probably bounces it. I think there's a chance back when the Eminent the Tree Line into Archer. Yeah, we got blown up from HQ though. We did get blown up. Our early game is really, really good. I think if we destroyed another Amaku, we might have something. But we're at the point now where like Hermes is a real threat that we have to play defensively. But also the problem is we just don't generate enough money. Like we just simply did not generate enough money. And what I worry about a deck like this, with cards like Subliminal and cards like Cohort Guidance, and to some extent like Hearts and Minds, which is not in this version, is that this deck is going to feel very, very good when your opponent does not respect it. Like Aaron made an effort to run every single turn, and if we get 3 free credits a turn, yeah, Nuvem is good. If we fire Cohort, Nuvem is good. If we fire Hearts and Minds, every identity is good. And that's where I feel like there's going to be a bit of like results-oriented thinking about this deck, where they don't trash your shit, they don't run every turn, and it pops off. Like, I don't know. Bet. Yeah. This deck looks like Trojan Horse Gear Check Money Pile with Punitive. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate. Why are we not playing Too Big to Fail? I think we should. Or at a minimum, Armed Asset Protection. Like, we just have no money. We have so little money. It's 3 hedge funds, 3 subliminals, and Rashidas, and then hoping that's enough in a 59 card deck, which it's like Nuvem does something, but also like our big threat requires money. Gotta respect your conviction. Hope you get good results. Yeah, like my opinion doesn't exactly matter. This is just how I think about the game. And if it's doing well in your meta, like why would you do anything different? Like you figured it out. That's great. All right. Thanks so much for hanging out. I have to go eat food. I have to go feed a cat, and then we're going to go off to locals today. It's been really busy. This whole week has been super, super busy. That's mostly it. Hopefully you've been doing well. We'll be back tomorrow night on Backroom Deals. On Thursday, we'll be back streaming in person. On Saturday, we have a district. We might miss a stream on Friday. This Friday, we've normally been streaming on the sister channel, but we might have to take a Friday off because we have guests coming in and the whole thing on Saturday. So there's a lot of stuff going on. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks to all these names here and more for supporting the Métropole Grid. We're supported on Patreon. If you like content like this and you think it's worth existing, you can find a link below. Any amount of support is incredibly appreciated. There's also a whole bunch of daily cast patrons that unfortunately their names are not here, but any sort of contribution is incredibly appreciated. We just got, again, Continentals. It's going to be in Montreal, the end of August, 22nd and 23rd, or sorry, 23rd and 24th, I believe is the date locked in. If you want to make some plans to come out to what's probably going to be the biggest Netrunner tournament in North America this year, we would absolutely love to have you, and you got a bunch of time to plan that for sure. Otherwise, we have a district this Saturday. If you want to come out, it starts at like 9:15 in the morning. It'll just be like 6 rounds of single-sided Swiss, a pretty low stakes affair if you ask me, but I think that's a nice excuse to come out. We got some extra prize support. Road trip. And if you want to take a second to like the stream, that also does help a heck of a lot just on YouTube, the way the things go out there. I think that's mostly it. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for sharing the deck, by the way, both. I know we're taking to ribbon at each other for sure, but I really do appreciate sharing it. That's mostly it. We'll be back tomorrow night somewhere else, and then we'll be back on Thursday. I'm going to link the Steel City Grid YouTube videos down below if you want to watch some more in-person Netrunner play that were recorded back from, I want to say, a district probably a while ago, and that's mostly it. Take care. Hopefully we'll see you on the weekend. If not, we'll see you sooner than that online. Good luck here, locals. Thank you. Ciao, y'all. Take care.